Okay, guys, two chapters remaining. One is statistical description of data and sampling theory. The other one is differential and integral calculus. So let's quickly finish off these two chapters. Guys, the weightage of this chapter is around 5 to 6 questions. Earlier 4 to 5, because of inclusion of sampling theory, it may go up to 5 to 6 questions. Sometimes even 8 questions have come from this chapter, right? But on an average, 5 to 6 questions you can expect from this chapter. And the nature of questions that you get from this chapter are quite repetitive, and you can definitely guess upon from which topic the questions are going to come. Pakka question from diagrammatic. More questions, I mean, commonly asked question is definitely the histogram. Histogram pakka they'll ask questions, right? So let's begin with the chapter. There are two concepts here. One is statistical description of data. The other one is sampling theory. Now, what is basically a statistic? What is statistics? The branch of mathematics that deals with collection of numerical data. What is numerical data? Numbers. What do you do with this numerical data? You will analyze, you will interpret, and you present it in a systematic manner. So that is basically a statistic. For example, guys, you write your board exams. After writing the exam, your papers will go to the valuation center. After valuation, your marks will be entered in each subject. Whatever marks are scored by a student in each subject will be entered. So that is where the collection of numerical data starts from. So statistics is basically a branch of mathematics that deals with collection of numerical data, collection of your marks scored by you in each subject. That is collection of numerical data. Then analysis and interpretation. What they'll do with your marks, they'll basically see whether you're absent in any subject, right? All those things they'll analyze. Or are you fail in any subject? If you're fail in any subject, your results, overall results, is going to be fail. And they'll finally do interpretation of the data. What comes in interpretation? Totaling, calculation of percentages, calculation of what, the grade, everything will be done in the process called interpretation. Finally, presentation of the same in the systematic manner. Whatever mark sheet that you get in the form of the results, results in the form of what, mark sheet, that is what is presentation of data. So this could be an example for collection of numerical data, analysis, interpretation, and presentation in a systematic manner, right? And moving on, statistics is believed to be derived from two of the words. One is an Italian word, that is statista. The other one is Latin word, which is status. The statista basically means statesman, and status basically means political state. So these two are the words from which statistics is believed to be derived from. One is Italian word statista, that means statesman. The other one is Latin word status, that means political state, right? Moving on, guys, there are two broad classification of statistics. One is descriptive, the other one is inferential. So it is the descriptive statistic that tells you about the statistical description of data. The first part of the chapter is basically descriptive statistics, and the second part of the chapter is inferential statistics. So what is descriptive statistics? For example, guys, if you want the average salary of a particular factory, let's say, what do? Is it that you take only the salary of, like say, a factory has 1,000 people? Is it that you're going to take salary of only 100 people and find the average salary? No. What do? You have to take salary of each and every person. That means all 1,000 persons salary you need, and then you sum it up, and then you take the average. That is what is the average salary. That means you need to include each and every individual in the population. That is descriptive. So descriptive statistics means you should not leave any individual out from the population. Entire population has to be considered. That is descriptive statistics. And let me tell you one more example. In population census, is it that you do a census only for the sample? No. You're going to do this census for the entire population of a country, yes or no? Each and every individual has to be included in that survey, population survey. Have you understood? Or census rather. So what is descriptive? Descriptive statistics basically involves each and every individual belonging to the population. Whereas inferential statistics, guys, understand one thing. this population survey, for example, descriptive statistics, it consumes time and it is expensive also. In what sense it is expensive? See, to do the population census, for example, more people have to be deployed. Yes or no? They have to do the population census. Like more government people, like for most cases, only the government school teachers, government college teachers only are what employed to do a population census. Yes or no? Obviously, they have to pay for them, cost involved, and more resources are required. That means more people are required to do population census, and it takes more time. In India, like 140, 150 crores. So obviously, it takes what? More time. Yes or no? Right? It is time consuming. It is cost. I mean, it involves more cost. Yes or no? And time consuming. Yes or no? So because of this reason, some cases you cannot do what descriptive statistics. For example, guys, you're doing your BCom, let's say graduation. You're given a task, let's say project. Project is what? You have to do a survey of what? Let's say average percentage smokers in a particular locality. Percentage of smokers in a particular locality. You're the only person to do the survey. Can you do the survey for the entire population of that particular city? No. First of all, you have a time limitation, and you cannot hire people to do the survey for you. Yes or no? You can't do it because you are not earning. So in that situation, can you do the survey for the entire population? No, you can't. So what you do, you choose a sample. Let's say a population has got 1 lakh people. So you can't do a survey for the entire 1 lakh people. Rather, what you do, you choose a sample of maybe 100 or 200 people, a part of it, right? Let's say 200 people you are picking out of 1 lakh population, and you're going to do the survey. Out of 200 persons, let's say 50 persons, let's say 100 people smoke. What do you infer? 50% of the population do smoke. And you're going to infer probably for the entire population of that city, the percentage of smokers will be 50%. Probably. Depends upon how well you have done the survey, which area you have chosen, right? It depends upon all these factors. Are you biased, first of all? So it requires unbiasedness. It's not that it is convenient for this area is convenient for me. I'll go to this area. It's very close to my place. I'll visit only this area, right? Suppose if you miss out most of the areas where that would have given you the best results, you'd have skipped those areas. Because of that, you may not get the best result that is desired. Have you understood? So that is inferential statistics, guys. Inferential statistics, whenever it becomes what? Impractical to do the survey for the entire population, you choose a sample and do the survey. Let's say you are finding out the average height of let's say students in a school. A school has got 5,000 students. You can't do a survey for the entire 5,000. You choose a sample of 500 people and measure the average height, and you're going to infer that probably all those 5,000 students, the average height is so much. Whatever the result that you got for 500 students, you're going to infer that probably for 5,000 students also, the average height could be this much only. That is inferential statistics. Have you understood? Descriptive, inferential. Descriptive means you are going to involve each and every individual of the population. Whereas inferential, you're going to choose a part of the sample, a subset of the sample. Let's say, for example, a large population you have got, you're going to choose a subset of that particular population. That is called a sample. Have you understood? So sample, if by doing a sample, what happens? Your time reduces, obviously cost will reduce. Yes or no? And it is more flexible. You can always play around with the number of people that you include in the sample. You can always play around with the number of people, but in a complete enumeration, for example, descriptive statistics, you cannot play around with the number, because as you have to include each and every individual of the population. That is not flexible. Which one is more flexible? Inferential is more flexible than descriptive. Have you understood the meaning of descriptive and inferential? So inferential statistics is only when sampling theory basically comes in the part of inferential statistics. Have you understood? Guys, moving on, statistics in a first of all, we are going to discuss descriptive statistics. What is statistics in a singular sense? Guys, please understand, statistics can be defined in two senses. One is plural sense, the other one is singular sense. If I say statistics as a subject, as a science, if I'm saying statistics as a subject or a science, is it a singular or a plural? Singular. If I say statistics as a science, that provides you techniques or methods for collecting data, analysis, interpretation, and presentation, then it is said to be statistics in a singular sense. Because I'm defining statistics as a subject or as a science, it is a singular one. Have you understood? On the other hand, what is statistics in a plural sense? If I define a statistics as numerical statements of facts, I'm saying numerical statements of facts related to any field of inquiry. Let us say income of a company in various years, sales of a company in various years. I'm saying various years. Obviously, it involves many number of years. Yes or no? Sales, for example, 2015, what is the sales? 2016, what is the sales? And so on. Obviously, like for many years, it is. Yes or no? It's not for the individual year. So, can I say this as a singular or a plural? Plural. So statistics in a plural sense is basically statistics as a numerical statements of facts. It's a numerical statements of facts related to the field of inquiry, such as production. It could be production, it could be income, it could be population, or it could be price of a commodity in various years. So this is basically statistics in a plural sense. Now moving on, guys, types of data. Data can be classified into two types based on how it is collected. Data can be classified into two types based on how it is collected. The first one is primary data. If you collect the data directly from the source, it is said to be what? Primary data. For example, who is source here? The data from whom you are expecting, that person will be a source of the data. For example, Ram wants the information, Sham holds that information. Sham has the information, Ram wants the information. Who is the source of the data? Sham is the source of the data. If Ram collects the data directly from Sham, it is said to be a primary data. Again, primary data, there are various methods. Ram can collect the data from Sham face to face, visiting him face to face. That is personal interview. Ram can collect the data over telephone. That is also what? Primary data only, because he is collecting from Sham only. But not face to face, over phone. It is telephonic interview. Third one, Ram can collect the data from Sham only over email questionnaire. Right? All these methods are the methods of primary data collection only. Ram is collecting the data from Sham only. Are you getting it? Now, for example, guys, I spoke about personal interview, right? When personal interview is preferred, guys, whenever you do population census, you have to visit that particular house. There only, it's not that population census you telephone a particular person and ask how many people are there in your family. No, it is not done that way. Basically, people visit your place and they'll ask for the information about your religion, your caste, your number of persons in the family. Everything will be collected. Yes or no? So it is face to face personal interview. Even during let's say natural calamity like earthquakes, floods and all, after earthquakes and floods, if you want to know the after effect of that, you have to visit that place, then only you'll come to know what is the exact scenario there. Yes or no? So during natural calamities or maybe population census, you prefer what? Personal interview. Then telephonic interview, when do you prefer? Guys, you want the information right now, but Sham is 500 kilometers far away from you. You want the information right now. So can you visit that place traveling 500 kilometers right now? No, you can't do it. So then telephonic interview becomes the best. Whenever the source is far away from you, telephonic interview is the best. For example, guys, let's say there's a railway accident in a hill station. So you're running a news channel, let's say. You're basically the news reader. You want the information. You're only the news reader. Can you go there? No. So in all the news channel, they'll have their news correspondent located in various cities. That person will visit that place and over phone he will convey the news. Yes or no? You would have seen that in the news channels. So that is telephonic interview. Yeah. Understood? Clear? So telephonic interview, it's a one of the method of primary data collection only, but it is collected over phone. So whenever the source is far away, telephonic interview is most inexpensive, effective method of primary data collection. And email questionnaire, guys. Email questionnaire has got advantage. The advantage being is what? Sitting here, you can send the email to any person to any part of the world. That's the advantage. Widest area coverage is there. But the problem is non-responses are more. Nowadays, we are not reacting to the messages to the our own relatives, our own friends itself. Yes or no? We disable that blue tick. Yes or no? That's what we do. You people don't bother only. Let them see blue tick. We don't bother. Right? We don't even respond to our friends. We prioritize whom we should respond, whom we should not respond. Yes or no? In that, we are living in that kind of a situation. Yes or no? We are so busy. So let's say Ram is someone whom Sham doesn't know, but Ram wants the information from Sham. First of all, that such emails are like promotional emails. First of all, would you bother opening such emails? Even if you open them also, you'll think, what if I reply? What is my profit? Right? That's what you think. So non-responses are more. Yes, of course, you can send the email to any person to any part of the world, but whether he will respond to your email or not, we can't say. So non-responses are more. Out of 100 emails, you may get response 1 or 2. That's it. Have you understood? So, and one more method of primary data collection is there, that is called as observation method. Guys, whenever you want to measure quantities like height, weight, and all, in schools, people will visit, right, to measure your height and weight. So that is basically observation method. So all these are obviously, if they want the height of a student, let's say Ram, they have to measure the height of Ram only. It is obviously face to face and by observing the height of that particular person only. So when you want to measure the quantities like height, weight, and all, definitely it is observation method. So these are the various methods of primary data collection. Collected from the source only, but different modes. What is it? Face to face, personal interview, over phone, telephonic, over email questionnaire. It is called as email questionnaire. The third one is observation. Fourth one is observation method. So this is about primary data collection. Have you understood? Now moving on to secondary data. What is secondary data? Ram wants the information from Sham. Who is the source of the data? Sham only. Source of the data is what? Sham. But Ram doesn't want to speak to Sham because they don't have they are not in good terms, right? So, but Ram wants the information from Sham. So what Ram does, cannot approach Sham directly. So there will be an intermediate person, Krishna. So from Krishna, Ram takes the information from Sham. So Ram asks Krishna to get the information from Sham. So Krishna goes and gets the information and delivers back to Ram. So this is what secondary data. So Ram is not approaching the source of the data directly. Indirectly from the source is getting via intermediate agency. This intermediate agency could be government agencies like WHO, like ICMR. The ICMR will have an information about India, right? How many cancer patients, how many people are diagnosed with the cancer, how many people are diagnosed with COVID positive during that COVID, right? ICMR had information across India. WHO had an information across the world. Yes or no? So they are the sources of secondary data. Government agencies, international agencies, and even newspaper, for example, the source of secondary data. Even television, source of secondary data. Textbooks, magazines, all these are sources of secondary. Have you understood? Moving on, data classification. There are 4 classification. The first one is temporal. What is temporal? It is chronological data. What is temporal data? It is time related data. Chronological or temporal, one and the same. What is that data? Basically it is time related data. So what is time related data? Sales of a company in various years, time related. Production made by a company in various years, it is time related data. So such a data is called as temporal or time related or chronological data. Have you understood? Moving on, spatial or geographical data. Place related, area related. Spatial or geographical data, place related or area related. For example, weather reports of various cities. Let's say in Bangalore, 30 degrees Celsius, in Chennai, 35 degrees Celsius. So all these are place related temperatures of various cities, metropolitan cities. So weather report could be an example for spatial or geographical data. Next thing is qualitative data. So qualitative data is basically about the characteristic or an attribute which cannot be measured. For example, skill of a person, habit of a person, then happiness. How much happiness can you say? I'm very happy, you'll say, but how much happiness? You cannot say. nationality of a person, religion of a person. This cannot have a measure. These are all called what? Qualitative characteristics. Have you understood? Moving on, quantitative data. What is quantitative? Something which can be measured is said to be what? Quantitative data. For example, height, weight, age, marks, all these are quantitative data. Now, statistical data can be quantitative, it can be even qualitative, but 99% of the statistical data are quantitative data only. Moving on, guys, there are two types of data. One is ungrouped. We have already discussed this. What is ungrouped data? A data wherein only observations are there. Such a data is called as ungrouped, raw data, or individual data series. Then frequency distribution also we have discussed. What is frequency distribution? Distribution of a variable along with its frequencies. A variable can be continuous, a variable can be even discrete. If it is a discrete variable, distribution of a discrete variable along with its frequency is called as discrete frequency distribution. We have even continuous frequency distribution. First of all, tell me, what is discrete variable? A variable which takes what sort of values? What is discrete variable? A variable takes only whole number values are said to be what? Discrete variables. For example, number of petals in a flower, discrete variable, because we can't say 2.5 petals. Can you? No. 3 petals, 4 petals, 5 petals, and so on. Number of road accidents. Can you say 3.4 accidents? No. 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 0. Whole numbers only. So such a number of errors in a book, obviously it is discrete. Any variable that takes only whole number values are said to be what? Discrete variable. Now, what is continuous variable? Continuous variable is a variable which takes any possible values. Could be decimal value, could be whole number, in everything. So such variable is said to be what? Continuous variable. Have you understood? The continuous, frequency distribution has got discrete as well as continuous. Continuous has got two types. One is inclusive, the other one is exclusive. Guys, already I have told you what is inclusive, what is exclusive. Yes or no? Clear? Should I explain that once again? Inclusive, exclusive? Already I have discussed this. Guys, very important terminologies. These definitions could be asked in the exam. The first definition is class interval. Guys, please understand, whenever the data the range of a data is very, very large. For example, least data is 0, highest is 1000. When the range of the data is very, very large, what we basically do is we divide that huge range into number of mutually exclusive subranges like 0 to 200, 200 to 400, 400 to 600, and so on. These mutually exclusive subranges are called as class intervals. Whenever the range of the data is very, very large, then what you do, you divide that into number of mutually exclusive sub-ranges like 0 to 200, 200 to 400, and so on. Those mutually exclusive sub-ranges are called as class intervals. Have you understood? Moving on, what is class limit? Guys, any class for that matter, they are specified with the two limits, yes or no, lower limit and upper limit. They are only called as a class limit. Each class interval is specified by the two limits, upper class limit and the other one is lower class limit. Moving on, guys, what is UCB? It is upper class boundary. Guys, UCB is always called as upper limit to the upper class limit, whereas LCB is called as lower limit to the lower class limit. UCB is upper limit to the upper class limit. LCB is lower limit to the lower class limit. For example, guys, if the classes are 10 to 19, 20 to 29, let's say. See, guys, what is the lower limit of this class? 20. 20 is a lower limit. Lower class boundary is not 20, rather it is 19.5. For the second class, lower class limit is 20, but lower class boundary is not 20. Is it not lower limit to the 20? 20 is a lower class limit, 19.5 is lower class boundary. Can I not say lower class boundary 19.5 is lower limit to the lower class limit? Lower class limit is 20, 19.5 is just less than that. Obviously, that is lower limit to the lower class limit. And guys, what is upper class boundary? 29.5. Can I not say 29.5 is upper limit to the upper class boundary? It's just more than 0.5 more than upper class limit. What is 0.5 more than upper class limit? UCB is 0.5 more than upper class limit. If it is more, we say upper limit to upper class limit. Here, lower class boundary, you see 0.5 lesser than lower class limit. We call it as lower limit to the lower class limit. LCB is lower limit to the lower class limit. UCB is upper limit to the upper class limit. Upper limit means right, towards the right. Lower limit is towards the left. 0.5 right is upper limit. 0.5 left is lower limit. 0.5 right, whatever you see, that is UCB. 0.5 left, whatever you see, that is LCB. Have you understood? Moving on, what is class width? Guys, class width is always the difference between the class boundaries. Class width is always difference between the class boundaries. Please understand, guys, if the classes are exclusive, if the classes are exclusive, for example, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, what sort of classes are these? Exclusive classes. What tells you it is exclusive? Upper limit of the first class is same as lower limit of the next class, and so on. They are exclusive classes. What is excluded? 10 is excluded from the first class, second class 20 is excluded. Guys, if it is exclusive classes, class limits and the class boundaries are the same. Class limits and the class boundaries are same. Lower limit of the first class is 0, lower class boundary is also 0. Upper limit of the first class is 10, upper class boundary is also 10. So class limits and the class boundaries are different where in the inclusive classes. So therefore, in general, we will make sure that we take the difference between the class boundaries. We take the difference between the class boundaries to get the length of the class, that is UCB minus LCB is the class width or the class length. Is this clear? It's the difference between the class boundaries, that is UCB minus LCB. Moving on to class mark. Guys, class mark or mid value is nothing but the x. For any class interval, if you want to find the x value, what is it? If I give you 0 to 10, 10 to 50, 20, 20 to 30, if I ask you to find x values for this, what are they? Nothing but the mid value. So that is what is called as class marker. It is a central value of a class interval or mid value of a class interval. Clear? Everybody? Yes or no? Moving on to class frequency. What is class frequency? Number of observation in any class is called as a class frequency. For example, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30. Let's say 5 observations are there in first class, 10 observations are there in the second class, 3 observations are there in the third class, and so on. So these observations in each class are called as class frequency. Have you understood? Moving on to capital N. Guys, you are familiar with what is capital N. It is sum of all the frequencies. Sum of all the frequencies. Now, inclusive class interval, you know, inclusive class interval, what is included? Both the class limits are included. Exclusive class interval means upper class limit is excluded, lower class limit is included. That's it. Guys, next thing is frequency density. Very commonly asked question in the exam, repeatedly asked question. What is frequency density? It is a class frequency upon the length of the class. If you want to find the density of the class, frequency density of a class, it is the class frequency, that particular class frequency upon length of that particular class. They will ask this, they have asked this question very commonly, repeatedly they have asked, what is frequency density? Class frequency upon class length. Moving on to the relative frequency. Relative frequency, even this is also commonly asked question. It is the ratio of class frequency by total frequency. Please understand how to remember this is, for both frequency density and relative frequency, the numerators are same. What is it? Class frequency only. You see here, frequency density also has a numerator class frequency. Relative frequency also has a numerator class frequency. Yes, please understand. Relative frequency means you're comparing two frequencies. Relative frequency. What do you mean by relative speed? You're comparing the two speeds. Relative frequency means you're comparing the two frequencies. One frequency is a class frequency. What would be the other frequency? Obviously, total frequency. So, in relative frequency, both numerator and denominators are frequencies only. One is, numerator is class frequency, denominator is total frequency. That way you can remember, relative frequency is a comparison between two frequencies. What are the two frequency? Class frequency upon total frequency. But frequency density is class frequency by total class length. Class frequency by length of the class. Please remember, numerator for both the definition is the same, which is class frequency only. Only denominators will differ. Have you understood? Guys, moving on, what is the range of this relative frequency? It is between 0 and 1, both exclusive. Relative frequency can never be 0, relative frequency can never be 1. For the relative frequency to be 0, the class frequency has to be 0. Look at the definition of relative frequency. Class frequency by total frequency. For relative frequency to be 0, the class frequency has to be 0. Please understand, guys, any frequency distribution For example, in any frequency distribution, if the class frequency is 0, that class itself is omitted from the frequency distribution because that has got no effect. If any class has got a 0 frequency, that means that class has no effect in the frequency distribution. That has to be omitted from the frequency distribution. That means to say there won't be any class having 0 frequency. If there is no class having 0 frequency in a frequency distribution, is it possible to get the class frequency as 0? No. If the class frequency is not 0, relative frequency can never be equal to 0. And relative frequency to be equal to 1, class frequency and the total frequency both should be same. Then only it will be 1. What do you mean by that? There should be only one class. Guys, if it is only one class, is it a statistical data? Statistical data should help you compare the data. Minimum 2 classes should be there. Then only it is statistical. If only one class is there, it's of no use. So statistical data should help you compare the data. It should facilitate the comparison, data comparison. If there is only one class, what sort of comparison you are making? Definitely no, right? So there can't be any frequency distribution having only one class. If there can't be any frequency distribution having only one class, there can't be a relative frequency which is equal to 1. That means both exclusive. What both exclusive? Relative frequency cannot be 0, relative frequency cannot be even 1. Can be any value between 0 and 1. Have you understood? Having seen relative frequency, what is percentage frequency? It is simply relative frequency into 100. Whatever relative frequency multiplied by 100, that is what is percentage frequency. Is this clear, everybody? Moving on, guys. Basic rules to be observed for any frequency distribution. So these rules you have to understand. Guys, as far as possible, the length of the classes must be same. This is not compelling that all the classes must be same. As far as possible, length of the classes should be same. If the length of the classes are same, data comparison becomes very easy. Data comparison becomes very easy. If the class lengths are different, then you will have to find their frequency densities. Then only you can compare the two classes. The class lengths are same. You need not compute the frequency densities. By looking at the frequencies, you can say which class has got better frequency density. Otherwise, you'll have to compute the frequency density because it is class frequency by class length. If the class lengths are different, you can't compare the data just by looking at the frequency distribution. So why? As far as possible, the lengths of the classes must be same. Length also called as width of the class. Clear? Next, classes must be unambiguously defined. Unambiguously. First of all, ambiguity means what? Confusion. There shouldn't be any confusion whatsoever, ever in defining the classes. So there should not be any ambiguity in terms of the classes which you are going to define it. Right? Next, data must be homogeneous. What do you mean by homogeneous? Guys, if you're talking about the height of a person, to talk about height of another person, you can't say height of one person is 5 feet, weight of another person is 50 kgs. Can you compare height of one person with weight of another person? No. You're comparing height of one person with height of another person. That is what is homogeneous. Have you understood? So data needs to be homogeneous. Have you understood? Then classes must be mutually exclusive. There shouldn't be anything common between the classes. There shouldn't be anything common between the classes. Guys, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, though 10 is common in both the classes, 10 is exclusive in the first class, 10 is included in the second class. That means there is nothing common. Even though it looks like 10 is there present in both the classes, but there's nothing common between the classes. That is what is the meaning of mutually exclusive classes. Have you understood? Moving on, the classes must be exhaustive. Guys, can you have an infinite number of classes? Exhaustive means what? Something coming to an end. So there should be an end to a frequency distribution. Guys, if you have infinite number of classes, can you find a total frequency? You can't find a total frequency at all. If you don't have a total frequency, can you find the mean? No. Can you find the median? No. Are you getting it? There should be an end to any frequency distribution. That means the classes must be exhaustive. These are the basic rules that you have to observe for any frequency distribution. Have you understood? Moving on to LCF and MCF. Guys, LCF, you know how to find out. Yes or no? LCF, you know how to find out. Less than cumulative frequency. Less than cumulative frequency. But MCF is more than cumulative frequency. Let us take some examples to illustrate LCF and MCF. Everybody. Guys, first of all, write down the LCF for this following frequency distribution. Guys, please understand, if you want to write LCF, you have to consider less than boundary. If you want LCF, you have to consider less than boundary. For less than class boundary, you have to consider UCB of each class. For less than class boundary, we shall, for class boundaries, we shall consider what? UCB of each class. What is the UCB of the first class? 9.5. Upper limit of the first class is 9. UCB is 9.5 because the classes are inclusive. Yes or no? Guys, when you write less than, the first less than class boundary is 9.5. Next less than class boundary is 19.5. Next 29.5. Next 39.5. Next 49.5. Guys, now we have to write LCF, less than cumulative frequency. What is the meaning of it? Less than 9.5. How many people are there who are less than 9.5? Clearly 5. So that 5 you're going to write here. Now, how many people are there who are less than 19.5? Less than 19.5. Guys, is it 15 alone? No. Even less than 9 also is less than 19.5. You have to add these two. That means 5 plus 15, 20. How many are less than 29.5? It is, we have to add 20 to what? 10, which is 30. How many are less than 39.5? We have to add this 20 to the previous LCF, which is 50 is the result. If you want to find how many are less than 49.5, you have to add this 50 to 10, which is 60. Guys, always remember the last cumulative frequency will be capital N. In LCF, the last cumulative frequency will be capital N. Clear? Everybody, the last LCF is always capital N. You understood what to consider for class boundary? It is not LCB, it is UCB of each class. You can see for the first class, 9.5 is LCB or UCB? UCB of the first class. 19.5 is UCB. So we must consider for the class boundary UCB of each class. For which one? LCF. For which one? LCF. So the reason why I've given this is because they may give you LCF straight away. They may ask you to find some questions based on that. So how to identify LCF is they'll specify the class boundaries below something, less than something. If they specify the class boundaries as below or less than, you should understand it is LCF. And one more hint point for you to identify that as LCF is the cumulative frequencies are increasing in nature, and the last cumulative frequency itself is the total frequency. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Guys, moving on to more than cumulative frequency. For more than cumulative frequency, you have to again consider the class boundaries, but this time around it is not UCB, it is LCB of each class. It is LCB of each class. And the first cumulative frequency itself is capital N. Here, the first cumulative frequency itself is capital N. There, the last cumulative frequency is capital N. We'll take one example on this. Everybody look here. First of all, we have to write the boundaries. More than boundary or less than boundary? More than boundary. First of all, if you want to write the more than boundary, is it LCB you have to consider or UCB you have to consider? LCB. More than, what is the LCB of the first class? 0. Next, 10. Next, 20. Next, 30. Next, 40. Now you have to write the cumulative frequencies. Guys, how to interpret this? More than 0. How many are more than 0? Everyone is more than 0. Correct? So why the first cumulative frequency itself is capital N. Everyone are more than 0. Therefore, 5 plus 15, 20, 20 plus 10, 30, 30 plus 20, 50, 50 plus 10, 60. Clear? Everybody. Now guys, how many are more than 10? If you want to find how many are more than 10, what you need to basically do is you have to subtract the first frequency from the total frequency N. That means 60 minus 5. 60 minus 5. How much? 55. If you want to get the next more than cumulative frequency, 55 minus 15. How much it is? 40. Next cumulative frequency if you want, 40 minus 10 is 30. Next cumulative frequency if you want to find, 30 minus 20 is 10. Guys, please understand one thing. In MCF, last original frequency and the last cumulative frequency are the same. In LCF, if you have observed something, the first cumulative frequency and the first original frequency are the same. In MCF, the last original frequency and the last cumulative frequencies are the same. In LCF, the last cumulative frequency is capital N. In MCF, the first cumulative frequency is capital N. Have you understood? Say yes or no. Clear? Pakka? Guys, one important note point on this. What is it? The sum of LCF and MCF for a given class boundary is always capital N. Sum of LCF and MCF for a given class boundary is always capital N. Everybody, can you help me writing LCF for this? First of all, class boundary and LCF. What's the class boundary I have to write first of all for this? 10? UCB or LCB? For LCF, UCB you will consider or LCB you will consider? UCB. Second class boundary 20. Third 30. Fourth 40. Next 50. Tell me the LCF. 5. 5 plus 15, 20, 20 plus 10, 30, 30 plus 10, 50, 50 plus 10, 60. This is capital N. Now help me writing MCF. For that, we need to consider what? More than class boundary. What is the first more than class boundary? 0. Next 10. Next 20. Next 30. Next 40. What is the MCF? First MCF is 60. Next 55. Next 30. Next 10. Everybody, consider any one particular boundary. You can take 0, you can take 10, you can take 20. What boundary you want to consider? Consider class boundary. Which boundary you want? Some random value you tell me. Which class boundary? Out of 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, which class boundary you want to consider? 30? Okay. Consider the class boundary 30. What is the LCF for the class boundary 30 and what is the MCF for the class boundary 30? Class boundary 30, where it is class boundary 30, what is the LCF for that? 30. Write down. LCF is 30. Class boundary 30, what is the MCF for that? 30. 30 plus 30 is how much, guys? Isn't it capital N? Capital N is 60. Sum of LCF and MCF for any class boundary is always equal to capital N. Not just 30, guys. You can take class boundary 20 also. Class boundary 20. Tell me, what is LCF for class boundary 20? 20. What is MCF for the class boundary 20? 40. What is 20 plus 40? 60. What is that 60? Nothing but capital N. So that's what the sum of LCF and MCF for any class boundary is always equal to capital N. Have you understood? Sum of the LCF and MCF for any class boundary is always equal to capital N. Have you understood? Say yes or no. Guys, the next concept. They'll give you LCF or they'll give you MCF. They'll ask you to find out a question, I mean, something from that particular data. Guys, tell me, is it LCF or MCF? Look at the data table and tell me, is it LCF or MCF? What tells you it is LCF? Because they have given the boundaries as below. So clearly this is LCF. Clear? Guys, for such questions, you will have to construct the frequency distribution and then find out how many people scored more than 30. This is what you need to find out. But constructing the original frequency distribution will take more time. So I'll give you a shortcut for such questions. Guys, please understand one thing. By giving LCF, is there any doubt how to identify this as LCF? Is there any doubt how to identify this as LCF? What tells you it is LCF? Below boundaries are given, so it is definitely LCF. And look at the cumulative frequencies. They are increasing in nature. The last cumulative frequency is capital N. Guys, once you are given with LCF, definitely in the question they'll ask you to find more than a particular boundary. By giving LCF, they'll ask you to find more than a particular boundary. How to do it? Please understand, more than cumulative frequency CF, more than, greater than a particular class boundary is always equal to CF, or you can take frequency, not CF, frequency greater than a particular class boundary is always equal to capital N minus LCF corresponding to that class boundary. CB here means class boundary. So whenever they give you LCF, they'll ask you to find the frequency more than that class boundary. What they've asked? Frequency more than what? More than 30. Correct? Frequency more than 30 they're asking, which is capital N. What is capital N here? The last cumulative frequency is capital N minus LCF corresponding to which boundary we are talking about? 30. What is the LCF corresponding to the 30? 50. So 100 minus 50 is 50. That's the answer. You need not construct the original frequency distribution and then count. So whenever they ask you to find more than a particular class boundary, what you do? Capital N minus less than. Have you understood? Everybody. So guys, by giving what? More than cumulative frequencies, they'll ask you to find less than. Exactly the ulta you have to find. Frequency lesser than a particular, please make a note of this, a particular class boundary is equal to capital N minus MCF corresponding to that class boundary. Everybody, look at this question. What tells you it is MCF? Above. So this is clearly MCF. Clear? What is that they're asking you? See, less than. By giving MCF, they'll ask you to find less than. What to do? Capital N. What is capital N? The first cumulative frequency itself is capital N, correct? Because it is MCF. It is capital N 50 minus. What is the class boundary they're asking? 40. What is the MCF for the class boundary? 40. 15. So 50 minus 15, it is 35. No need to construct the original frequency distribution. Guys, one more thing I just want to give you. Suppose if they had asked, what is the frequency for a class 20 to 30? What is the class frequency for 20 to 30? What you will do? Look at the MCF for boundary 20. Look at the MCF for the boundary 30. Take the difference between this. That is what is the class frequency for 20 to 30. Please make a note of this also. If they ask class frequency for a particular class is MCF difference between the MCF corresponding to those boundaries. Tell me guys, if they ask you what is the class frequency for the class 30 to 40, what would be your answer? What is the class frequency for the class 30 to 40? What would be your answer? How much? 30 to 40 class frequency they're asking. What to do? Corresponding MCFs you have to subtract. Difference between the corresponding boundary. I said 20 to 30 to 40. Yes or no? So corresponding MCFs you have to subtract. Answer is what? 10. 25 minus 15. Make a note of that example also. For the same data, the class frequency for the class 30 to 40, the class frequency for the class 30 to 40 is 25 minus 15, which is 10. Have you understood? Yes or no? Pakka? More than cumulative frequencies? Yeah, it will be minus. Yes. No. It will not be minus. It will be plus only. Frequency can never be negative. Frequency here is can the number of persons be negative? No. It is the highest minus the lowest. Right? Clear? Shall we move on? Everybody, say yes or no. Clear? Guys, these are exam questions. These are exam questions. If you know this note points, you can get the answer by looking at the question itself. Clear? Say yes or no. Let us move on to the next concept, methods of data presentation. Guys, there are three methods of data presentation. The first one is textual data presentation. What is textual data presentation? Data presented in the form of a text. Guys, for example, report submitted by an inquiry commission. How will they write the report? In the form of a text. For example, personal letter. How do you write the personal letter? official letter in the form of a text. All these are examples for textual data presentation. Guys, this has got a limitation. The thing is, it is not attractive. No, I mean, people will not like text. Then, if it is diagrammatic data presentation, it pleases our eyes. Yes or no? It is attractive. But text we don't like to read. First of all, yes or no? It's boring. Text is boring compared to diagrammatic or tabulation. Yes or no? So that is the limitation of textual data presentation. Moving on to the tabulation. Guys, tabulation is the data arranged in the form of rows and the columns. It's a table basically arranged in the form of rows and columns. It is the best method of data presentation. Why it is regarded as the best method of data presentation, we are going to see later. For time being, you just remember the best method of data presentation is tabular. And the data that is required to tabulate is called as ordinal data. What sort of data can be tabulated? They'll ask what data? Ordinal data. What is ordinal data? 2 into 2 data. 2 cross 2 data we call it as. What is 2 cross 2 data? For example, guys, in a locality, male, female are there. Male and female. And out of this male, female, there are graduates and there are non-graduates. So such data can be easily tabulated. 2 cross 2 data. There are male who are graduates and non-graduate. There are female who are graduates and non-graduates. So such a data is called as ordinal data, which can be easily tabulated. Have you understood? What sort of data can be tabulated? They'll ask. It is ordinal data. Please do remember. Moving on, diagrammatic data presentation. Guys, most attractive method of data presentation is diagrammatic. We're going to see one by one now. Tabulation. Everybody, the textual data presentation, we already saw what it is. Data in the form of a text, reports written by an inquiry commission or personal letter, official letter. All these are examples for what? Textual data presentation. And tabulation, the best method of data presentation. Why it is regarded as the best method, we are going to see now. Guys, tabulation is a systematic arrangement of classified data in rows and columns. Now, advantages of tabular presentation, why it is regarded as the best, that we are going to see now. First of all, it facilitates the comparison between rows and columns. Comparison of the data is possible in tabulation. Complicated data can be also represented with the help of tabulation. And then it is the must for diagrammatic data presentation. Guys, if you want to plot a histogram, you must have a frequency distribution, then only you can plot the histogram, yes or no? So frequency distribution is nothing but what? Frequency table. Frequency table means it's nothing but tabulation only. So tabulation is the must for diagrammatic data presentation. Have you understood? Guys, without tabulation, statistical analysis is not possible, right? Data that can be tabulated is called as ordinal data. Already I have told you, right? Guys, moving on to the parts of tabulation. Guys, I told you about this if you remember. There are, I mean, in the old material of ICAI that mentioned there are 4 parts of tabulation. Now, in the revised material, they have mentioned 5 parts. So you should also follow 5 parts only. Okay, follow 5 parts only. In the old material, footnote is as what? One of the part, that's it. It's not a main part. 4 main parts are these 4 only: caption, box head, stub, and a body. Now they have said even footnote is one of the part now. So number of parts of tabulation is 5. It's no longer 4. Have you understood? Now what is caption? Guys, caption is basically the uppermost part of the table. It is the uppermost part of the table that describes the table, basically, that gives a description about what the table is talking about. For example, guys, for example, you are going to see the consumption of wheat and rice in kgs in various years, 2021, 2022. So what do you write on the top of the table? It is consumption of wheat and rice in various years. This is what is a description that you would provide. Don't you think this wheat and rice are along the columns? It is. Don't you think it is giving the description about the columns? So this is what is the caption. Caption gives you the description about the columns. Sometimes the columns can be divided into sub columns also. Wheat variety 1, variety 2, rice variety 1, variety 2, basmati and what, Sona Masuri, right? Let's say sub columns. That is called as what? Caption. Caption is the uppermost part of the table that gives you description about the columns or sub-columns. It is also regarded as what? Column heading. What is column heading? Caption is called as a column heading or column description. Having seen caption, let's move on to box head. Guys, what is box head? The entire upper part of the table. That means whatever I'm highlighting here now. This is the box head. Entire upper part of the table, which includes, see, caption is one of the part of the box head. And not just that, even columns, sub-columns, not just that, even units of measurement are all parts of a box set. Have you understood? Box set is the entire upper part of the table that includes columns, sub-columns, caption, and even units of measurement. That is what is box set. Moving on to the stub. Guys, if caption is called as a column heading, stub is called as a row heading because it gives you the description about the rows. What are the rows here? The years. Years are the rows, yes or no? The leftmost part of the table describing about the rows is called as stub. What is stub? Leftmost part of the table that describes about the rows, also called as row heading. Caption is the column heading, stub is a row heading. Clear? Moving on to the body. Guys, body is basically the main part of the table that holds the information in the form of the numbers. What we want the consumption of wheat. Let's say 100 kgs in the first variety, 80 kgs in the second variety, and so on. Basically, what are these? Numbers. This is the main part of the table that holds the information in the form of numbers. Moving on to the footnote. What is footnote? It is the lowermost part of the table. Guys, for example, this data I have taken from some website. I am going to mention the address of that particular website. If I have taken it from some reference book, I'm going to mention that the name of that reference book there. That means source of the data needs to be included in the footnote. It is the lowermost part of the table. Any source of the data, if it is taken from some source, that information has to be mentioned. Maybe the textbook, maybe the website, maybe that reference book, whatever it is, that can be written in the footnote. The source of the data can be mentioned in the footnote, lowermost part of the table. Or any missed out information. For example, you have included only 2021, 2022 information. You want to include one more year. That can be even mentioned in the footnote. Any missed out information can be even mentioned in the footnote. That is, these are the parts of the table, 5 parts: caption, box set, stub, body, and a footnote. What is caption? Column heading. It gives you description about columns or sub-columns. Second, box set. Box set is the entire upper part of the table that consists of caption, columns, sub-columns, units of measurement. What is stub? Leftmost part of the table that provides you description about the rows. It is also called as row heading. Clear? And then we have body. It is the main part of the table that holds the information in the form of numbers. And then finally, footnote, lowermost part of the table that gives you information about the source or any missed out information in the table. Clear? Moving on to diagrammatic data presentation. Guys, diagrammatic, as I said, the data will be in the form of graph or a diagram, right? So various graphs or diagrams that we are going to discuss now are, and first of all, the diagrams can be one-dimensional, or it could be two-dimensional, or it could be even three-dimensional figures. Based on the dimension they have asked questions, please do know the number of dimensions of each figure, right? First, to start with, the line diagram, bar diagram, pie chart, histogram, frequency polygon, ogives or ogives or ogives, whatever you call it as, and then frequency curve. Right? So let us discuss one by one the significance of each and every graph. So I have listed some important points on each and every graph. You must know them. Very easy to understand and very easy to remember. If you remember these points, pakka there will be questions from this diagrammatic data presentation. Right? First thing, line diagram. Guys, this is a typical line graph actually. So basically, for example, here the sales in various months has been shown. So for the first month, October, this much is the sales. And for the next month, November, this much is the sales. First of all, you mark the sales using the points, then join those points using the lines. This is a line diagram basically. Now, each point on in the graph represents what? See, which particular here the sales is highest? In the month of June, the sales is highest. Don't you think that point represents the height from the horizontal line? More taller is the, height. If the height is more, that represents what? More sales. Yes or no? Yes or no? So it is giving you only one dimension. Is it giving you the other dimension also? No. Only the height it is giving you. It's not measuring any width. Yes or no? Only the height it is measuring. Only one dimension it is measuring. So line graph is called as a one-dimensional figure. Each point represents what? The height from the horizontal. Height that basically means what? The amount of sales in that particular month. Height represents what? The amount of sales in that particular year. So more the height, more is the sales. So since it is measuring only one dimension, it is called as one-dimensional figure. Have you understood? Moving on to the bar graph. Guys, bar graph looks like this. Guys, even though it looks like a rectangular figure, even though it has a length and a width, we are not concerned with the width of this rectangle. We are concerned with only the height. Why we are not concerned with the width of the rectangle is, look at what is along the width. Comedy, number of people watching varieties of movies, comedy, action, romance, drama, and scientific fiction. Can you measure that comedy? It's a qualitative characteristic, yes or no? But what you can measure is only the height. Height means what? Number of people watching that variety of a movie, yes or no? So even though it has got a certain width, we have got nothing to do with that width. We are not going to measure it because it is a characteristic. What we measure is only the height. Height represents what? The number of people watching that kind of a movie, yes or no? So even though bar diagram looks like a rectangular, it's a closed figure. Please understand, guys, closed figure is always a two-dimensional, but bar graph is an exception for that. Closed figure, if you come across, it is always a two-dimensional because any closed figure encloses an area. Any closed figure will enclose an area. Area means two-dimensional, please remember. But bar diagram is an exception. Why it is an exception? Because I've told you what? The width of the rectangle, we don't consider, only the height. So it is one-dimensional. Have you understood? Justified? Guys, bar diagram, there are two types of bar graphs. One is horizontal, the other one is vertical. Horizontal bar graphs are used to represent qualitative data. Vertical bar graphs are used to represent quantitative data. Okay, they may ask qualitative data if you want to represent using bar diagram. Which bar diagram? It is horizontal, and vertical, it's a quantitative data. And then multiple bar graph and divided bar graph. Based on this also they have asked questions. Guys, multiple bar graphs are used to compare two or more related series, whereas divided bar graphs are used to compare various components of a variable and relating to the different components to the whole. Should I explain this through the figure, or is it okay if I give you this points enough? Should I explain this with a diagram? The meaning of it? That means you can by heart this. What is divided bar chart? How will a divided bar chart look like? I will draw the graph. You should tell me which one is multiple, which one is divided. Can you? Let me say, this is 2015. This is 2016. Let's say only 2 years. And the other one is 2015. And 2016, let's say. Hmm. Which one is divided? Which one is multiple? First one is multiple. So you can compare two or more related series. Let's say there's a sales of a Honda Activa vehicle. There's a sales of, let's say, TVS Jupiter. Sales of Suzuki Axis. So you can compare two or more related series. In what sense they are related series? Two-wheelers only. So sales of various two-wheelers you are able to compare in the particular year 2015. That is the advantage of multiple bar graph or grouped bar graph, we call it as. And then what is divided bar graph? Divided bar graph, you can compare each component among themselves. Let's say this is consumption of rice. This is consumption of wheat. This is consumption of what else? Ragi. Okay. This is consumption of rice, wheat, and ragi, let's say. Guys, please understand, you can compare the consumption of rice with wheat. These are the components of each variable. Yes or no? You can compare the components among themselves. Not just that, you can even compare each component to the total consumption in that particular year. That is the advantage of divided bar graph. You can compare various components. That means you can compare rice and wheat, consumption of rice and wheat in that particular year only. And you can also compare different components to the whole. That means each component, for example, rice, consumption of rice with respect to the total consumption in that particular year. That also you can find out in divided bar chart. But in multiple bar chart, you can compare two or more related series. That's it. You cannot compare one component with the total, because in the graph, by looking at the graph only, you can say, see, you will have the values over here. This is, let's say, 100. This is, let's say, 80. Let's say this is a 40. Let's say, and this is 60, and this is 20. Now you'll be able to say, let's say, for example, rice. Rice is how much? 20 units. Total units are how much? 100 units. So 20 out of 100 is this is what is comparison of a component with the total. Now, if I want to compare the rice and wheat, wheat is 40 units, correct? 40 to 80, 40 units. Rice is 20 units. 20 and 40. Comparison. Among the components, 20 and 40 is the comparison. Component to the whole. For example, rice, 20 out of 100. That is also possible. You need not do the any computation. By looking at the graph only, you'll be able to say. But divided multiple bar chart, you can only compare what? Sales of Honda Activa with TVS Jupiter. That's it. You cannot compare sales of Honda Activa with the total sales in that particular year. If you want to compare the total sale, you have to sum it up, then you have to compare. By looking at the graph, you can't do it. Yes or no? But divided bar chart, it is not so. You can compare various components among themselves. You can compare a component with the total sales also, total consumption also. Have you understood? That is divided bar chart. Moving on to pie chart. Guys, pie chart is also called as circular diagram. Pie chart is called as circular diagram. Guys, it will enclose an area. Yes or no? Pie chart means circular. It encloses an area. Area means definitely it's a two-dimensional figure. If it encloses an area, definitely it is a two-dimensional. So pie charts are two-dimensional figures. So where do we use pie chart? Guys, 5-year planning of a country, various ingredients to prepare a food, and let's say, what else? Family's monthly budget. If you want to represent all this, you can use a pie chart, right? And then in pie chart, they may ask you a question based on the calculation. What is it? Central angle. What is central angle? It is a value of x divided by summation x into 360. For example, guys, rent, food, then transportation, health and education, and so on. Let's say for rent, let's say 15,000 is spent. Food, let's say 10,000 is spent. Transportation, let's say 5,000 is spent. Health and education, let's say 6,000. Let's say 5,000 is spent. Yes, how much is the total amount spent in that 15 plus 10, 25, 25 plus 5, 30 plus 5, 35,000. Total is summation x is 35,000. Now, if you want to find the central angle for the rent, so what is x value for rent? 15,000. So 15,000 is the x value divided by summation x is 35,000 into 360. Why 360? Because total angle in a circle is 360. So this will give you the central angle for that particular variable. Have you understood? It is x by total x into 360. Clear, everybody? Then we have histogram. Pakka repeatedly asked question it is. What is histogram? It is also called as area diagram. It is also called as area diagram. Since it is an area diagram, it is one-dimensional or two-dimensional? It is a two-dimensional figure. Guys, it resembles bar chart, but between each rectangular in bar chart, there is a gap. But histogram, there is no gap. In bar chart, we consider only the height. In histogram, we consider height as well as the width. Clear? It is two-dimensional figure used to measure mode graphically. So histograms are used to measure what? They are used to measure mode. Very commonly asked question. And then, guys, most commonly used graph for a continuous frequency distribution is histogram. For a continuous frequency distribution, which graph is commonly used? It is the histogram. This is also asked in the exam. Most commonly used the graph for a continuous frequency distribution is histogram. And then it can be used, what? Histogram can be used both for classes having equal widths or even unequal widths. It can be plotted for classes having equal widths, even unequal widths. Now, please understand, guys, the vertical y value represents the frequency of each class. The width represents the length of each class. Width represents the length, height represents the frequency. Clear? And they may ask you guys, what is the shape of the histogram? It is rectangular. Shape of histogram is what? Rectangular. Moving on to frequency polygon. Guys, frequency polygon can be plotted with the help of histogram only. So all that we have to do, look at there is a histogram. So for each histogram, plot a midpoints like this and just join those midpoints till the horizontal x-axis. That gives you frequency polygon. Guys, what do you mean by a polygon? Many-sided closed figure. If you see the closed figure which is obtained by joining those points, right? That is what is frequency polygon. So does it not enclose an area? Yes. So it is an area diagram. Definitely it is a two-dimensional figure. Frequency polygon is also two-dimensional figure. It can be obtained with the help of what? Histogram, right? That means to say frequency polygons can also be employed for a continuous frequency distribution, but most commonly used is what? Histogram. Most commonly used basically histogram. And please also remember, whenever the class widths are same, class lengths or class widths are same, the area under histogram and area under frequency polygon are the same. If the lengths are different, they are not the same. For the equal class widths, the area under histogram is same as the area under frequency polygon. Moving on to ogives or ogives or ogives. Ogives are cumulative frequency curves. Guys, there are two cumulative frequencies. What are those? One is less than cumulative frequency. The other one is more than cumulative frequency. Guys, ogives are one dimensional. Let me show you a typical ogive. Which one is less than and which one is more than? Which one represents the less than cumulative frequency? The one which is going lower left to upper right. Because you know LCF frequencies are increasing in nature. MCF frequencies are decreasing in nature. So this is LCF and MCF. The one with the blue color is MCF. The one in the pink is LCF. The point of intersection of LCF and MCF, if I drop that to horizontal x-axis, this point represents the median. That means to say ogives are used to find median graphically, not just median, even quartiles graphically, because you know guys, median is one of the quartile. Which quartile? Second quartile. Have you understood? Everybody say yes or no. So what you must know about ogives? Ogives are cumulative frequency curves. So cumulative frequency curves are dash: histogram, ogive, line diagram, bar diagram. What is the answer? Ogives or ogives. Clear? Ogives are only cumulative frequency curve. You can remember the graph. LCF, MCF. In LCF only cumulative frequency. So that way you can connect cumulative frequencies curves are ogives. Clear? And ogives are one dimensional. How come ogives are one dimensional? Guys, each point on this curve, I mean LCF or MCF, represents what? Height from the horizontal. Yes or no? It measures only the height. It's nothing to do with the width. Therefore, it is one dimensional figure. Have you understood? Moving on to frequency curves. Guys, frequency curves, we have U-shaped, you have inverted J-shaped, also called as S-shaped. They may ask you a question, guys. LCF is which shaped? Don't you think this is LCF? LCF is S-shaped or inverted J-shaped. They may ask you a question, what is the shape of LCF? It is S or inverted J. And you have next bell-shaped frequency curve. Bell-shaped frequency curve. Guys, you have seen this in normal curve, yes or no? Normal distribution. It is used for continuous or discrete? Continuous. It's a continuous one, right? So, bell-shaped frequency curves are the most commonly used frequency curves. It is used to represent a continuous variable like height, weight, age, all this. Whatever continuous variable, you can easily represent the help of bell-shaped frequency curve. Among all these frequency curve, that is U-shaped, inverted J, bell-shaped, and one more is mixed. which has U as well as inverted U, all this. So that is called as mixed frequency curve. Out of these, bell-shaped frequency curves are most commonly used, and frequency curves are one dimensional because each point on the frequency curve represent what? Height from the horizontal. So frequency curves are one dimensional, right? And bell-shaped frequency curves are used for representing what? Profit, height, weight, age, marks, etc. Have you understood? Some two, only one concept remaining. With that, we are done. We have only problems to solve the chapter. And then we have sampling theory also. Before sampling theory, we'll make sure we'll solve these worked examples first. Okay. Everybody? Guys, number of classes they'll ask. What is number of classes? It is range by class length. If they give you the list of observations and if they give you length of the class, if they ask you to find number of classes, it is range by class length. Sometimes, guys, they may give you capital N, that means total frequency. In that case, if they ask you to find the number of classes, it is 1 plus 3.322 log n. Remember this formula? 1 plus 3.322 log n is the formula to be used when capital N is given. Okay, number of classes is 1 plus 3.322 log n. And if they give you the list of observations, if they also give you the length of the class, the number of classes is range by class length. What is range? Highest value minus the lowest value. And guys, suppose if the value is something, let's say 5.2, it is always round up. It is always round up. It's not what more than 0.5 you have to go take it to the highest value, or less than 0.5. No, not like that. Even it is 5.2 also round up. What do you mean by round up? 6. 5.1 also 6 classes. Have you understood? Round up means if it is 5.2, take it as x, means 6. Have you understood? Clear? Say yes or no. Everybody. With this, guys, we are done. Let's solve some worked examples on this chapter. All these are examination questions only. The following table relate to the income of 90 persons. What is the percentage of persons earning more than 2,500? First of all, you have to find out how many people earn more than 2,500. More than 2,500 means these two classes. Yes or no? So 20 plus 25 is equal to 45 are the total number of persons earning more than 2,500. But the question they have asked is not the number of person, it is a percentage. So this 45 persons are how much percentage of total? Total how many are there? 90. 45 by 90 into 100, which is 50%. Are they not 50% of the total? Yes. Therefore, option B is the answer. They have not asked the number of persons, they have asked percentage of persons getting more than 2,500. First of all, we found out total number of persons earning more than 2,500. Then we computed the percentage of them with respect to the total. Have you understood? Guys, next question. This is also one of the examination question. They said the cost of sugar in a month under the heads raw material, labor, direct production, and others are given like this respectively. What is the difference between the central angle for the largest and the smallest component of cost of sugar? Guys, you can do it in two ways. One is identify the highest value, find the central angle for that. Identify the lowest value, find the central angle for that. Then take the difference. That is what they're asking. Otherwise, instead of finding the central angle separately, first of all, find the difference between the largest and the smallest. Then find the central angle to the corresponding difference. That is the difference between central angles. You understood what I said? Instead of finding central angle separately for the largest and the smallest, you take the difference between the largest and the smallest. What is the difference between the largest and the smallest? 35 minus 12, 23. 35 minus 12, 35 minus 12, 23. Now find the central angle corresponding to the difference. Corresponding to difference. How much it is? X upon summation x into 360. Guys, what is x? Difference is only x here, 23. Can you tell me what is total of this? 90 into 360. How much is the angle? That is 92 degrees. Guys, even if you are done separately, central angle for the largest value, central angle for the smallest value, then if you are taken the difference, still you would get the same answer. But this is more faster than that. Have you understood? Guys, they're asking us to find the difference between the central angle for the largest and the smallest. Conventionally, if you solve largest separately, smallest separately, then take the difference. Here what we did, we took the difference first, then we found the central angle. We get the same answer. Have you understood? Say yes or no. Pakka. Clear? Clear? Shall we move on? Guys, the next question. Whenever the question is lengthy, what do? Read the last part of it. What is asked? On the basis of this information, the ratio of female members of trade union in 2000 and 2004. Everybody look here. They're asking about female or male? Female. You should be collecting the information only about the female, and also they should be the members of union. Only female members of union only we should consider. Male information you should not take only. Ratio means numerator by denominator form you can write, yes or no. First of all, go to 2000 information. Year 2000. How many female employees are there? 200. Only women information you have to see. No male information required for this. Are you getting it? How many women are employed? 200. Now what you want out of it? Members or non-members? Members. 175 did not belong to union. That means how many belong to union? 25. So numerator I got 25 is to, in 2004, this year, okay, how many female employees are there? 300. Correct? How many did not belong? 8. Do we require 8 or something else? Something else. What is that something else? 8 did not belong out of 300. How many belong to trade union? 292. So 25 is to 292. Option D is the right answer. This is the best way of solving it, guys. If you read entire question, exam will get over. Read the last part of it. See what is asked. Get the information only regarding that. That's it. Clear? Say yes or no. Pakka. Even this question can also be solved that way. You can solve even using the tabulation. I'll teach you both the methods. First of all, without using tabulation. Second method, with tabulation. You feel whichever comfortable for you. Okay. Read what is asked. What is the number of agricultural workers who had enjoyed World Cup matches on TV? Guys, they're asking about agricultural workers and who watched TV. Yes or no? Agricultural workers who watch TV. Now, first of all, focus on how many agricultural workers are there total. Out of 1000%, 25% are industrial workers. Remaining means 75%. 75% means 750 are agricultural workers. Correct? Correct? Out of the 750 agricultural workers, there could be some people who watch TV. There could be some people who do not watch TV. I'll write watch TV and do not watch TV. Is it that we require watch TV or do not watch TV? Watch TV. Guys, if you can subtract how many people did not watch TV from 750, you'll get the number of people who watch TV. For that, what you have to do, look, next information. 300 persons enjoyed World Cup matches on TV. That means how many did not enjoy? 300 watched the World Cup matches on TV. They enjoyed the World Cup matches. How many did not? Total are how many? Guys, have they said 300 of agricultural workers? No. 300 means out of total only we have to assume. Otherwise, they'll specify 300 of industrial worker or 300 of agricultural workers. Have they said like that? No. 300 people enjoyed World Cup matches on TV. That means out of 1000, 3 watched. How many did not watch? 700 did not watch. Okay. Those 700 include agricultural workers as well as industrial workers. Now for that, 700 agricultural workers, industrial workers. Now everybody look here. 30% of the people who had not watched World Cup matches, how many did not watch? 700. What is 30% of it? 210. Are what? Industrial workers. Out of 700, 30% are industrial workers, 70% are agricultural workers. That means how much is 70% of 700? 490. So we got to know how many of agricultural workers did not watch World Cup matches. Subtract 750 minus 490. How much it is? 260. So option D is the right answer. Guys, this is one way of doing it. If it is not, if you are not comfortable with this method, tabulation can give you the answer comfortably for you. If you're comfortable with this, you can do it. Suppose if it is confusing for you, tabulation method you can do it. Everybody look here. How to solve the question using tabulation. It's a systematic procedure, guys. You will not go wrong there. Okay, everybody. Guys, don't you think it's a 2 cross 2 information? Industrial, agricultural, watch TV, did not watch TV. Clear? It's a ordinal data, yes or no? If it is a ordinal data, have a table with 4 columns and 4 rows. Have a table with 4 columns and 4 rows. Everybody clear first step? Then cross off the first box. It's of no use. Cross off that. So last column is meant for total. Even the last row is meant for total. Clear? Now, it's your wish to take industrial workers and agricultural workers either along the row or along the column. Where do you want to take them? Along the row or along the column? Along the row. Okay. Industrial workers, agricultural workers. You can do the other way around also. Now, other two varieties are what? Watch TV, do not watch TV. Watch TV, do not watch TV. Clear? Now, the first thing that you should be filling is the total 1000. Where to write that? That 1000 should be total along the column as well as total along the rows. So I should be writing that 1000 where? Over here. Clear? Everybody? Now guys, start reading the sentence one by one. 25% were industrial workers. Out of 1000, 25% means 250. Where to write the 250? Industrial workers total 250. How many are agricultural workers? 750. Clear? Next, 300% enjoyed watching World Cup matches. How many watched World Cup matches? 300 watch TV. Where do you write 300? Watch TV total is 300. Do not watch TV total 700. Clear? Just one more information you need. If you get that, you're done. What is it? 30% of the people who had not watched World Cup matches. How many did not watch? 700. Because 300 watched, 700 did not watch. 700 into how much percent? 30%. How much it is? 210. Who are they? Industrial workers. Industrial workers not watching TV are 210. Where to write that? Industrial workers not watching TV. Here is where you have to write 210. Have you understood? Then, guys, 210 plus what is 250 total? Obviously 40. 40 plus what is 300? 260. 260 plus what is 750? 490. Clear? Now, what is the question they've asked? Agricultural workers watching TV. Agricultural workers watch TV. 260. Everybody understood? Say yes or no. Pakka. Clear. 100%. Next question, guys. Guys, is it LCF or MCF? LCF. What is that they're asking? Number of students more than 30. More than 30 means a total minus less than 30. Correct? Guys, LCF given. One liner. If they ask more than 30, total n minus less than 30. Tell me, guys, n is how much? 100. Less than 30, how many? 65. 100 minus 65, 35. Option C is the answer. In two papers, the same question is asked. June 2012 and December 2021. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Next question. A pie diagram is used to represent the following data. What we need to find? Central angle corresponding to income tax and wealth tax. Guys, for income tax, let me find out. What is X value for income tax? 240. Divided by summation X. Guys, the formula is X by summation X into 360. Yes or no? What is X? 240. Total of all these values is how much? 720 into 360. What is the central angle for income tax? 120. Guys, income tax is the first value, correct? There's only one option which starts with 120. That means option A is the answer. Is it required that you find the other value? The first value is income tax, correct? There's only one option which starts with 120. Yes or no? Even if you want wealth tax, what is the value of X for wealth tax? 180. 180 by 720 into 360. How much it is? 90 degrees. Clear? That means option A is the answer. Clear, everyone? Say yes or no? Pakka. Look at the next question, guys. In a class interval 10 to 14, 15 to 19, what sort of classes are these? Inclusive. Then the first class is what? 9.5 to 14.5. Option. Have you understood? Guys, look at the next question. Is it LCF or MCF? MCF. Guys, what they're asking? Number of observations between 250 and 300. That means they're asking frequency of a class 250 and 300. What to do, guys? Subtract the cumulative frequency corresponding to those boundaries. How much is the answer? 23. Have you all understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Pakka. Option B is the answer. Guys, the next question. From the following data, find the number of class intervals if the class length is 5. Length of the class is given and list of observations is given. Guys, whenever the length of the class and the number of observations are given, how do you find the number of class intervals? Number of class intervals is equal to range by what? Class length. Yes or no? Range by class length. What is the range, guys? Highest value minus the lowest value. Among the given observation, what is the highest value? 80 minus lowest value 41 divided by length of the class 5. So it is 39 by 5. How much it is? 7.8. It is always round up. Yes or no? That means 8. Option D is the right answer. Everybody clear? Say yes or no. Pakka. Here is the next question. The following data relate to the marks of 25 students in a class. What are the frequency densities for a class interval 61 to 70? Guys, are they inclusive classes or exclusive classes? How do you say? 61 to 70, 71 to 80, 81 to 90, and so on. Yes or no? They are inclusive classes. That means, should you consider 61 and 70 both? Yes. Correct? Now, guys, what is frequency density formula? Class frequency divided by total frequency or class length? Class length. If it is class frequency by total frequency, what it is? Relative frequency. Correct? Yes or no? What is class frequency from 61 to 70? Guys, use the pencil. Everybody, use pencil and cancel off those values from 61 to 70. 62, 65, 63, 68. Anything else? That's it, no? How many values? 4 values. 4 out of. What's the length of the class? Guys, inclusive class. It is the difference between the class boundaries. Correct? That means 60.5 and 70.5. Difference is how much? 10. So answer is 0.4. The frequency density for 61 to 70 is 0.4. Same like that you can find out from 81 to 90. Use a pencil. 81 to 90, how many are there? 88 is one of the value. 90 is one of the value. 84 is one of the value. Then 85 is one of the value. Correct? 4? 4 only. So again, from 81 to 90 also 4 out of 10, which is 0.4. Option A is the right answer. Is it 4 or 5? 4 only? Pakka? Option A is the answer. Guys, 11th question. It is based on tabulation. I will give you the hint how to solve this question. Read the last part of it, whatever is asked. You just get the information for that. Guys, they have said 1995, male, female, what is it? Commerce and science. Construct a tabulation for this. Construct the tabulation for this. Gather the information because you have to combine 1995 and 2000 information. That way you have to solve it. But when you get a question like this in the exam, don't start with this question. In one of the paper, this was the first question. 1-page question it was. To give so much, definitely almost like a 3/4 of a page was this question only. Don't take such questions in the beginning only. Take it towards the end. Construct the table separately for the year 1995, separately for the year 2000. Then gather the two information. Then you will get the answer for this question. Right? I have solved the question anyway in the notes. You can refer to the solution. Let me not waste the time on that. Clear? Guys, next question. The number of accidents for 7 days in a locality are given below. Number of accidents in a locality for 7 days are given below. What is the question? What is the number of cases where 3 or more than 3 accidents occurred? 3 or more than 3 accidents occurred. 3 or more than 3 means, should I include 3? Should I include 3? Yes, sir. That means these values I should consider. Yes or no? Answer 45. Everybody clear? Say yes or no? Guys, we'll solve even practice questions also because this chapter is very, very important. Theory-based questions are often asked. More questions are asked. Let us have a practice. It will not take much time. Shall we? Look at the first question. Data collected on a religion from the census reports are secondary data. Because census is already done. Reports are submitted. Reports will act like a source of secondary data. From there you are gathering the information. You are not doing the census. Someone else has done the census. submitted the report. From the report, you are taking the information on the religion. That means it becomes a secondary data. Have you understood? Next thing, the chart that uses logarithm of a variable. Please understand, guys, it's a ratio chart. It is ratio chart. It's not there in the syllabus, but still they have asked. Remember, it is a ratio chart. In collection of data, which of the following are interview methods? Personal interview is interview. Telephonic is also interview. That means both A and B. Clear? For constructing histogram, the class intervals of the frequency distribution must be of the following type: equal or unequal. They can be equal or they can be unequal also. Still, you will be able to construct the histogram. Profits made by XYZ bank in a different years refer to. It is what variable? Profit is basically what? A continuous variable. Point of intersection of less than ogive and more than ogive curve gives us median. Where do you find both LCF and MCF? Which curve? Which graph? Which graph would you see both LCF and MCF? Ogives. So ogives are also called as cumulative frequency curves. One dimensional or two dimensional? One dimensional. Frequency density corresponding to class interval is a ratio of what by what? Class frequency to the class length. The answer is option B. Mode of presentation of data. Textual is one of the mode of presentation of data. Tabulation is also one of them. That means both A and B. Mode can be obtained from histogram. The most appropriate diagram to represent the data relating to the monthly expenditure on different items by a family. It is pie diagram or a circular diagram. When two curves of ogive intersect, the point of intersection provides a second quartile or median. The data obtained by the internet are secondary data. Which of the following is not two-dimensional diagram? Line diagram is one dimensional, square is a closed figure, rectangle is a closed figure, pie chart is a closed figure. All of them are two dimensional except a line diagram. Clear? Everybody? Most extreme values which would ever be included in a class interval are called as class boundaries. Guys, the next question. Lengthy question. What do you do? Read the last part of it. What is the last part? Unmarried non-member employee, sorry, on the basis of the information, ratio of married male non-members, ratio of married female non-members. F for female, N means non, M means members. Married female non-members to married male non-members. Clear? That's what we need to find. So you have to focus only on non-member information because both numerator and denominator represent non-members. Guys, look at this. How many non-members are there? First of all, female non-members 50. Female non-members are 50. Guys, this female non-members will have two category. What are those? This female non-members will have two category. What is it? Married and unmarried? Married and unmarried. Guys, if you can locate how many are unmarried, you can get the married people. Yes or no? That we will see later. Everybody. Next. What is the next non-member information? 100 male workers are unmarried non-members. 100 male workers are unmarried non-members. Unmarried non-member employees are 120. Guys, unmarried non-members employees are 120. If 100 are male, 20 are female. Unmarried non-members are 120, they said. In that 100 are male, 20 are female. So we got unmarried female non-members are 20. So married female non-members are 30. We got the numerator information. Have you understood? Next, guys. We have to gather the information about male non-members. Guys, what is that information? Huh? 1,200 are male workers. 60% of the male employees are married. We don't want that. Non-member information you have to gather. How many are non-members? Huh? 1,000 are the members of the trade union. So 200 are non-members of the trade union. But we want married or unmarried? Unmarried. So no, married. Array 100 are unmarried non-members, male non-members. Total non-members are 200. Obviously, total male non-members are 200. They'll have married and unmarried. Unmarried are 100. Obviously, married also 100. Have you understood? Guys, out of 1000 male workers, 1000 are members, 200 are non-members. These 200 male non-members will have married as well as unmarried. They've clearly said 100 male workers are unmarried non-members. Obviously, 100 male workers are married non-members. So 30 by 100, which is 3 by 10. That is 3 is to 10. Option A is the answer. So it's not that you read the entire question, only what you require, that's what you have to gather the information. So it's not that entire thing that you read and waste your time. Clear? Everybody? Moving on. The less than ogive is what shaped? S-shaped or inverted J-shaped. Guys, the central angle corresponding to the largest observation. First of all, what is the largest observation? 200. Correct? So 200 divided by sum of all the values. 350, 530, 700 into 360. How much? 102.85. Are you sure it is 700 only? 720. 20 is, I think you have missed out. 200 divided by 720 into 360, which is 100 degrees. Option A. Here's the next question. From the following data, find the number of class intervals if the class length is 5. What is the highest value? 90. Lowest value? 41. Number, that's the range, right? Number of, class length is how much? 5. So it is 49 divided by 5. How much it is? 9.8. That means 10. 10 is not there in the options. Option D. The best method of presentation of data is tabular. Most attractive is diagrammatic. Most commonly used frequency curve is bell-shaped. Bell-shaped. It's not U. Bell is also called as inverted U. Correct? Guys, this is similar to the question which we have solved. Frequency densities. Solve it in the same way. Let me not waste a time on this. Next question. The number of accidents in 7 days. This kind of question also we have solved. Is it the same? Yes. 45. Next question. Following data relate to the income of 86 persons. How many people earn more than 1500? So how many people earn more than 1500? 36 plus 7, 43. 43 is how much percentage of 86? 50%. Correct? Option A is the right answer. Guys, consecutive rectangles in a histogram have no space in between. True or false? True. They don't have any space, right? Rectangles, they have no space in histogram, but they have space in bar diagram, sorry. Correct? The amount of non-responses is maximum in male questionnaire. In order to compare two or more related series, we consider multiple bar chart or group bar chart. It is option C. The lower class boundary is lower limit to the lower class limit. Option B. Some important sources of secondary data are international and government resources. Option A. In inclusive classification of data, inclusive classification, are they talking about limits of the class or boundaries of the class? Boundaries of the class. If it is limits of the class, both the class limits are included. They're talking about boundaries. Only LCB is included, UCB is excluded. Guys, had they spoken about class limits, both the class limits are lower class limit, upper class limit, both are included. But look at the option. They're talking about the class boundaries. LCB is included. When you convert limits into boundaries, upper class limit is different and upper class boundary is different for inclusive classes. Yes or no? So only LCB is included, UCB is not included. That means option A. Have you understood this? Everybody say yes or no. Yes, guys. Next, sampling theory. It's very easy chapter it is, because the entire concept that we study, we focus on only one particular thing. Please understand, guys, sampling theory basically inferential or descriptive. It's an inferential, because whenever it becomes impractical to do the survey for the entire population, we take a sample, that means subset of that large population, and you do the survey, and whatever results that you get, you're going to infer for the entire population. Probably this is the result. That's what you're going to say. Please understand, guys, the characteristic of a population is called parameter. For example, guys, parameter means population mean for the entire thing. Population means population standard deviation, population variance. Those are parameters. Clear? Here we are not going to discuss about population. We are going to discuss about the sample. So the characteristic of a sample is called statistic. Characteristic of a sample is statistic. Characteristic of the entire population is called as parameter. Characteristic of a statistic is called as a statistic. See, the emphasis in this entire chapter is to bring the difference between the statistic and the parameter to be very, very less. If the difference between the statistic and the parameter is very small, that means your sampling is best. See, your sampling technique or whatever sampling, the result that you have got, it's going to be the best if the difference between the statistic and the population parameter is very small. That means to say, let's say, guys, for the entire population, the mean height is 4.5 feet. Okay. But you did not do it for the entire population because you had a time constraint and the cost constraint. So you took the, out of like 5,000, you took only 500 people, and you got the average height of those 500 people as 4.3 feet. Okay, this is basically the statistic for you. Correct? 4.3, whatever you did for the smaller population, I mean the subset of that large population, that is the statistic. And whatever for the large population, the entire population of a school, let's say the school has got 5,000 students. For the entire 5,000 students, the mean height is 4.5 feet. But you did not do the survey for the entire population of a school. Rather, you took a sample of only 500 students, which is nothing but 10% of the entire population. And you came out with the result that the mean height of those 500 students is 4.3 feet. Now you're going to infer probably the mean height of these students, I mean, all 5,000 students is going to be around 4.3. And you see the difference between these two? Small. There is some error, but it is small. It is not like 3.5 and 4.5. If it is larger, that means your sampling is not a good one. There will be some biasness in which you are choosing the sample. There should not be any biasness whatsoever. I'll talk about the what is unbiasedness. All those things I'll talk about. Please understand, the emphasis in the sampling theory is to bring the difference between the statistic and the parameter as low as possible. What is statistic? The characteristic of a sample. What is parameter? It's a characteristic of a population. For example, you have a school. Overall population of a school is 5,000 students, let's say. You can't do the survey for the entire 5,000 students. Let's say for all 5,000 students, the mean height, the true value is 4.5. But you could not do the survey for the entire population, so you chosen a sample of 500 students, and you got the mean height of those 500 students as 4.3 feet. And true value parameter is how much? 4.5. And the value what you obtained is 4.3. So whatever value you obtain for the sample is called as statistic. And whatever is a true value parameter, that is called as a parameter, which is a value for the entire population. So your sample is said to be the good one if the difference between the parameter and the statistic is smaller. So emphasize is to bring the difference as low as possible. Have you understood what is sampling? So whenever it becomes impractical to do the survey for the entire population because you have a time constraint, you have a cost constraint, you go with the sampling. Have you understood? Have you understood? Clear? Now, when you do the sampling, there are certain things that you have to do. That is, you have to define the population. As I said, guys, a school has a population of 5,000. That's a population for you. And choose a sampling method. What is the method of sampling that you're going to choose? Guys, there are two methods. One is random sampling. The other one is stratified sampling. What is random sampling? Out of 5,000 students, you're going to randomly pick 500 students. That is random, simple random sampling method. Simple random sampling method means out of 5,000 students, randomly you pick 500 students. Please understand, in random sampling, what happens? The probability of choosing each and every individual is the same. Each probability of picking each and every individual is the same because it is probabilistic sampling. It is simple random sampling is basically probabilistic sampling because probability of choosing each and every individual is same because we assume it is unbiased, right? Have you understood? That is simple random sampling. But the problem with simple random sampling is, guys, you may end up, though the probability is very small, but still there's a possibility that all 500 students belong to one class. Though it is very minimal, but still chances are there. Though it is very low, chances are there. Guys, let's say for example you picked a uh, sample from class 2. All students belong to class 2 only. Class 1, class 3, class 4, class 5, you are not considering them, only class 2. All 500 students belong to class 2 only. Will you get the value which is desired? We are finding the average height, guys. Only class 2, chill 2 pull 2s. You're not considering those taller guys at all. Yes or no? So how do you get the average height? You're not going to get. Yes or no? That's the problem with simple random sampling. So simple random samplings can be overcome by stratified sampling. What happens? I ask you to pick 500 people in a overall population of 5,000. That's a random sampling. But random sampling has a problem. You may end up choosing a thing from one particular class, right? So that can be minimized using stratified sampling. What we do in stratified sampling is we divide the entire population of a school in various classes: class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4 first. And then a random sample of students have to be chosen from each class. Random sample of students are chosen from each class. If you do it this way, what will happen? There's no chance that you end up choosing all the students from one class because you're choosing students from each and every class, correct? That means there's no possibility that you end up choosing all the students from one class or two classes. That means you're giving equal importance to each and every class. Are you understanding? So stratified sampling is basically, what is strata? You're dividing the entire population into number of groups. Each of those group is only called a strata or a stratum. And from each of the groups, you are going to choose a random sample. Let's say 50 from the first class, 50 from the second class, and 50 and 50, 50 and 50 from the 10th class. Total 50 into 10 is 500 students. Whatever you want, you got it. Have you understood? That is what is stratified sampling. Have you understood? See, with the help of stratified sampling, you get the overall estimate and you get the estimate for each and every group. You get the average height of the first standard. Separate segments also, you get the average height. Not just that, you get the average height for the entire school. Because first standard, you're going to take the sample, you're going to measure the average height. So you're going to infer first standard average height is so much. Finally, all standards average height you find out, you sum it up, divide by 10. That is the overall average height for the school. So you, with the help of stratified sampling, you get the overall estimate for the entire school. Not just that, you get the estimate for each and every strata. That means each and every segments. That's the advantage of stratified sampling. Have you understood? Guys, moving on. Then you select the sample. As I said, out of 5,000, you select 500 people. Let's say out of 1,000, you select 100 people. You decide upon what's the sample size. So choosing the sample size, you are flexible. Please understand one thing. More the sample size, the better will be the result. More the sample size, the better is the result it's going to be. Have you understood? Next, collect the data from the sample. What you want to measure the average height. So you have to measure the height of each and every student of that sample size. Then you are going to infer this is what is the average height, could be the average height for the entire population, right? And then make the inference. That's what I said. The inference is what? For my sample, the average height is found to be 4.3. possibly or probably for the entire population also it's going to be 4.3. That's what you're going to make the inferences. Have you understood? Guys, moving on, the criteria for an ideal estimator. The first thing is unbiasedness. Guys, there should not be any biasness whatsoever in picking the sample. For example, I spoke about the school, right? You divided the school into like there are first standard, second standard, third standard, fourth standard, and so on till 10th standard. Guys, first of all, you are lazy and you are not allowed to use the lift. Basically, you have to choose a random sample from each and every class. You are lazy to go up to 10th floor. You choose a student only from the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. That's it. So is it biased or unbiased? It's a biased one. Unbiased means each and every class has to be given equal importance. Have you understood? So it should be unbiased. More unbiased it is, better accuracy you will get in terms of the results. Have you understood? What do you mean by accuracy, guys? The difference between the characteristic of a sample. What is the characteristic of a sample is called as statistic, and characteristic of population is called as parameter. The difference between these two, if it is less, more accurate is your results. Have you understood? That's the idea of this. Guys, next it is consistency. Now, what is the consistency, guys? Guys, consistency basically tells you estimator is said to be consistent if the sample size increases. As I already said, more the sample size, the better is the result. More convergence happens towards the true value parameter. Have you understood? More the sample size, more convergence will be towards the true value parameter. Which one will converge towards the true value parameter? The statistic will converge towards the true value parameter. That is said to be consistency. Now moving on to efficiency. Guys, efficiency will tell you about the quality of the estimator who is doing the survey. Yes or no? It tells you about the quality of the estimator, like how efficiently he is doing the survey, how efficiently is making the people participate in the survey. It depends upon him. Guys, some people may not respond to the question that he asked. It depends upon how he presents himself, yes or no, right? So it depends upon his quality, right? If some people do not respond, obviously, first of all, he is choosing a sample of, let's say, 100 people out of 1000. Let's say because of the way he asked the question, people did not like it, they did not respond. Let's say out of 120 did not respond, only 80 responses you got, right? So as I said, more the sample size, better is the result, yes or no? So first of all, he has chosen a sample size of 100 and 20 did not respond, only 80 participated. Obviously the results is going to be not the best one. Have you understood? So he has to better present himself and also get the better results out of the people whom he is surveying. That is what is the efficiency talks about. Next thing is sufficiency. Guys, what is sufficiency? First of all, you have a limited resources. What is limited resources? You have a lesser sample size and amount of time. Within that frame, you have to work and get the best results. The limitation is what? You are not going to do the survey for the entire population. You are going to do the survey only for the 10% of the entire population. Sometimes it may be even lesser than that. So with that available resources, you should get the best result. That is what is sufficiency. First of all, it is not sufficient. With the available resources only, you should get the best out of it. That is what is said to be the sufficiency. Have you understood? Guys, moving on to law of statistical regularity. What does law of statistical regularity says? It says the large sample drawn at random will always, on an average, it will always converge towards what? The true value parameter. More the sample size, large sample drawn at random from the population would always possess the characteristic of the population. What do you mean by it possesses the characteristic of population? The results that you obtain from the sample will be very closer to the results of the entire population. That's what they say. Law of statistical regularity means large sample drawn at random will possess the characteristic of the population on an average. Guys, next thing, basic principles of sampling survey. Guys, these are all general points. Let's discuss one by one. Law of large numbers. Guys, what is law of large number? The same statistical regularity only it is. More the sample size, the better is the result. More convergence happens towards the true value parameter. That is what is law of what? Large number. More the sample size, the better is the result. More convergence will happen towards the true value parameter. What do you mean by convergence? The difference between the statistic and the parameter is very small if the sample size is more. Guys, it's not just the sample size, let me tell you. It's not just the sample size, it also depends upon what type of the sampling method that you are using. There are few things involved. Sometimes it may lead to errors. Errors in the sense like it could be a processing error. While taking the data, you read it's let's say 4.5 feet, but while entering you make a mistake by entering 5.4. There are a lot of things involved. Okay, it's not just the sample size. Of course, better the sample size, better is the results. But again, there are a lot of parameters on which your estimate depends upon, right? Moving on, principle of inertia, it's also called as non-response bias. Guys, as I said, let's say you have chosen a sample of 100 people, 20 people did not respond. Are you going to get the best result of it? No. Right? So, how do you make them participate? That's very important. It tells you about the quality of the estimator, efficiency of the estimator. The efficient estimator will make all of them participate and he gets the best results out of it. So, non-response bias basically means what? Out of the chosen sample, if people do not respond to the questions that you ask in the survey, obviously it leads to what? Bring the difference towards, I mean, it makes the difference more. Which difference more? Difference between the parameter and statistic more only if the responses are less. Have you understood? Next thing is principle of optimization or efficiency. Guys, it is basically the balance that you have to maintain between the three things. What are the available resources, guys? You have a sample, first of all, a very small sample, and you have a time. I mean, limited amount of time. Within that only you have to perform it. You have a time constraint. You have first of all you have a smaller sample, and the cost is less. You have to maintain the balance between the cost, time, and the sample size. This is what is called as principle of optimization. So, principle of optimization will tell you it involves finding the balance between the sample size, resources like time, and cost. Have you understood? Next thing is principle of validity. So, when is your sample is said to be valid? When the difference between the two is very, very small. When the statistic converges towards a true value parameter, then it is said to be more valid. Have you understood? How accurately your sample is going to measure, that is what is. How accurately you're going to get the result out of your sample, that is what is the validity. More accurate is your result, more valid it is the sample. Is it clear? Moving on, guys. Comparison between sampling survey and complete enumeration. Guys, let's talk about in terms of a definition. What is sampling survey? So whenever it becomes impractical to do a survey for the entire population, then you go for what? Sampling survey. And when you have a limitation in terms of the time and the cost, definitely you have to go for sampling survey. You can't do the do it for the entire population. And then what is the scope for it? Guys, what is the scope for it? Whenever it becomes impractical, then go for a sampling survey. That's the scope actually. And complete enumeration, when do you use? For example, population census, you cannot leave any individual. You have to include each and every individual. So that is the scope for complete enumeration. So population census, government related programs like population census, you have to include each and every individual. So complete enumeration is essential there. Have you understood? Moving on, guys, time and cost. Which one takes more time? Population census. That means complete enumeration takes more time. Even cost involved is more. Whereas coming to the sampling survey, it takes lesser time and lesser cost because less number of people are employed for doing the survey, and obviously time is also less. And moving on to the accuracy, which is more accurate. Complete enumeration is more accurate because you are not leaving out any individual out of the total population. But here, this is not going to be more accurate, right? In terms of accuracy, complete enumeration shows better accuracy than the sampling survey. Moving on to representativeness. Guys, what do you mean by the representativeness of the sample? Your sample is said to be the better representative if the difference is small. Your sample is said to be the better representative if the statistic converges towards the true value parameter. So which one is better representative? Is it the sampling survey or the complete enumeration? Complete enumeration. Because whatever the true value parameter, same thing you will get because you are not excluding any individual out of the total population? Yes or no? So that is more, that is better representative than sampling survey. Guys, moving on to the flexibility. Guys, can you play with the number in terms of complete enumeration? You have to do survey for each and every individual. It's not a flexible one. Sampling, you can always play with the number. So which one is more flexible? Sampling survey is more flexible. Applications, complete enumeration is used for what? Population census. And the sampling survey is used for what? The social services. For example, project you want to do. Can't do a complete enumeration, so definitely it should be a sampling survey. The market research, right? Social services, all these things we do only sampling survey. Have you understood? Sampling survey, I'm sorry. Guys, moving on to errors in sampling. There are various errors. One is sampling error, the other one is non-sampling error. Guys, what is sampling error? It is the error that you commit during the process of sampling itself. That means process of choosing the sample itself. That is what is sampling error. Non-sampling error means after you choose a sample, when you do this survey, after you collect the data, processing the data, measuring the data, when you do the errors, that is called as non-sampling. What is sampling error? Sampling error, you have got random sampling variability. Yes, what is random sampling variability? As I said, guys, simple random sampling has a disadvantage. What it is? What it is? Though chance of picking each and every individual is the same, but you may end up choosing a sample from same class. Correct? Will that give a better result? No. Have you understood? So that is a random sampling variability that can be overcome by which method? Stratified sampling. By dividing the entire population to number of classes, that is called as stratified sampling, and from each class you are going to choose a random sample. Understood? So that random sampling variability can be minimized by stratified sampling. Guys, moving on, systematic sampling bias. What is systematic sampling bias? If there is a pattern in which you choose a sample, if there is a pattern in which you choose a sample, let's say people are standing in front of you. There are people standing behind who are shorter people. You did not notice. You only took the taller people. So there is one pattern. What is the pattern here? All are tall people. Shorter people you did not consider only. So that is what is called as systematic sampling bias. There's one pattern in which you choose a sample. That is called as systematic sampling bias. Have you understood? Moving on, guys. Control, as I said, if you want to minimize that random sampling variability, you have to replace the simple random sampling by stratified sampling. Guys, moving on, non-sampling error. What are the non-sampling error? After you choose a sample, whatever you do, measurement and processing, during the stages, you might do some mistakes or the errors. That is what is non-sampling error. Non-response bias. Guys, first of all, you have chosen a sample. You're going to do the survey. People did not respond. Out of 100 people, 30 people did not respond. Are you going to get the better result out of it? No. So that is one of the error. That leads to error. Yes or no? What is the error? Difference between the statistic and the parameter. Yes or no? The next thing is measurement error. While you measure, so measuring instrument may have a problem. Measuring instrument may have a problem. That may lead to what? Error. And then processing error. While you enter the data after measurement, while you enter the data, instead of let's say 5.4, you entered as 4.5. It's a processing error. Have you understood? And then coverage error. Coverage error means you might miss out a particular class. You may not cover a particular class. You're lazy to go climb up to the 10th floor. You missed out. You did not cover that group itself. So that is coverage error. Have you understood? Now, total survey error. What is total survey error? Sum of all sampling error and non-sampling error is said to be total survey error. Guys, let us now move on to types of sampling. Okay. Guys, there are various methods of sampling. One is random sampling. Random sampling has got two types, simple random sampling and stratified sampling. Already I told you simple random sampling means what? Probability of choosing each and every individual is the same, but it might introduce a random sampling variability. What is it? You might end up choosing all the people of the sample from one class. That can be overcome by stratified sampling. What do you do in stratified sampling? You divide the entire population into number of subgroups. Each of those group is only called a strata or a stratum. Now, what do you do with that each group? You choose a random sample from each group. So as a result of that, you get a complete estimate for the overall overall sample. Not just that, you get a estimate for the each and every segment also. For each and every class also, you get the average height. For overall school also, you get the average height. That's what the, what is it? Stratified sampling all about. Moving on, Neimann's allocation in stratified sampling. Guys, what does Neimann's allocation in stratified sampling says? Please understand, guys, as the population size increases, your sample size also should increase proportionally. That means, guys, let's say for thousands population, if you choose 100 people, it's okay. Let's say 10%. If the population size become 2000, you can't still choose a sample of 100. Proportionally, it has to increase. Are you getting it? As the population size is more, sample size also should increase proportionally. That means sample size is proportional to the population size. This is Neimann's allocation in stratified sampling. They may say, what does Neimann's allocation in stratified sampling mean? Is sample size is proportional to population size. Now, next thing is non-random sampling. What is non-random sampling? There are various non-random sampling methods, which is convenience sampling. Guys, you do a sampling based on your convenience. For example, guys, you have gone to a shopping mall. You're going to do the survey on those people who are available then at that particular point of time. You have gone to a shopping mall. Let's say some Reliance Fresh. Let's say Reliance Fresh. You have gone. Whoever are available there, you're going to survey. You're not going to wait for the people who are going to come after half an hour or 1 hour or so. So convenience sampling means you're there, available resources only you're going to use and do the survey. That's it. That is what is convenient sampling. Have you understood? Then purposive sampling. Because convenience sampling may not give you the better results. Yes or no? Because of convenient sampling, because of your conveniency. One more example let me give you. See, since you wanted the information now about some category, let's say, you collected the information now only. You might have missed out people who are visiting the shopping mall in the evening. They would have contributed better for your sampling. Yes or no? Because of your convenience sampling, that may introduce some error. Have you understood? Moving on to, guys, purposive sampling. You're doing a sampling for a particular purpose. So what could be the purposive sampling? Guys, if you what could be the purpose? For example, if you want to see the effect of inflation on the middle class people, what's the purpose? You're not going to analyze the effect of inflation on all the class of people. Your purpose is to only to analyze what? To do a research on what? People suffering from inflation. Which people? Only middle class people. Purpose is what? Only the middle class people, how they are affected due to inflation. That's the purpose. And based on purposive sampling, guys, they may ask you a question. It is subjected to discretion of the sampler. What is discretion of the sampler? The freedom of the judgment is given to that particular person. Freedom of judgment is given to that particular person. What is that judgment? I want to do a analysis. What it is? How inflation affects that particular group only. So discretion of sampler, it is, which one is subjected to discretion of sampler? They'll ask. It is purposive sampling. What does discretion of sampler means? Freedom of judgment is given to the sampler. Have you understood? Next, quota sampling. What is quota sampling? Sports quota, rural quota, right? So basically what it is similar to the stratified sampling only. What are we going to do in stratified sampling? Entire population you are going to divide into subparts, subgroups or classes. Yes or no? Here also, entire population you are going to divide into sub quotas. Subgroups only called as quotas. But in stratified sampling, what did you do? Randomly you choose a sample from each and every subgroup. But here it is not so. You are going to choose a particular quota. Let's say you have a rural quota, you have a Kannada medium quota, you have, let's say, sports quota, NCC quota, all this thing. You want to study only sports quota. But in stratified sampling, it is not. Each and every group, you are going to choose a random sample. That is stratified sampling, yes or no? But here, quota sampling, of course, you are going to divide the entire population into number of groups as number of quotas. But whichever quota you want to study, only that quota you are going to consider. Have you understood? Clear? So what could be the example? Social media use. What could be that? Researchers might set a quota to ensure they have enough participants from the specific age group, maybe such as young people or adults and etc. You're going to do the survey only about those people, young people or maybe adults, that particular quota only, right? Moving on to systematic sampling. Guys, what is systematic sampling? Guys, systematic sampling is basically affected by periodicity. Which sampling gets affected due to periodicity? They ask. That is systematic sampling. Guys, what we do in systematic sampling, let me tell you an example for this. Guys, you are in a shopping mall. You're in a shopping mall. You have set up periodicity in the sense that every 10th customer who comes in, that particular person you are going to survey. Every 10th person who is going to enter into the shopping mall, that person you are going to survey. Right. Now, what is the starting point? It depends upon you. You can define any starting point. So you arrived at the shopping mall at 7 o'clock. And you are the first person to enter into the shopping mall, let's say, for example, after the shopkeepers and all, right? So you may start any starting point. Maybe you may leave out the first customer. You may start from the fifth customer. Let's say you're starting from the fifth customer, but you're setting the point there. From the fifth customer, the next to 15th customer, you have to wait. That means every 10th customer is what you're going to consider. That is a systematic sampling method. So it depends upon the periodicity. So once you set it is every 10th customer, it's done. You can't do a variation there. Have you understood? So that is basically a systematic sampling. They may ask you a question, which method of sampling is affected by periodicity? It is definitely systematic sampling. Have you understood? Yes, the systematic sampling can be also employed in quality check. Yes, do you think in a factory, if they want to check the quality of the product that has been manufactured, is it that for the entire, all the number of units they check? No. Randomly they'll check. Maybe they may set every 50th unit I'm going to check. It depends upon them where they start with. So this will not be disclosed to the people, working people. If they know they started from the first only, so it will become what? They'll not be careful. So starting point is decided by the person who is doing the quality check. So the working people will not know which one is the 50th. Right. So there they use systematic sampling there. Have you understood? Yes or no? Next, the cluster sampling. What is cluster? Again, entire population is divided into number of clusters here. Number of groups are a cluster. Guys, you are going to choose one cluster randomly. But in in quota sampling, did you choose a quota randomly? No. You wanted to study that particular quota only. You have chosen that. You have lifted that quota. But here, cluster itself is chosen randomly. Out of, let's say, 5 clusters you have. Cluster means what? Group. Out of 5 cluster, 1 cluster is chosen randomly. Once you choose 1 cluster randomly, you are going to consider each and every individual in that cluster. You're not going to again do the random sample. Each and every individual in the cluster has to be surveyed, has to be studied. Have you understood? That is what is cluster sampling. Now, what is this cluster sampling? If you want to know the student opinion on a new school policy, let's say there are various schools, okay? There are various schools. Let's say in your locality there are 10 schools. Each school becomes a cluster for you. So you can't do a survey for each and every school, yes or no? You're going to choose one school as a cluster. But that school, you have to do the survey for each and every individual of that school. That is cluster sampling. Have you understood? You want to study the student opinion about the new education policy of the country, let us say. There are various schools available in your surroundings. You're going to Each and every school will be a cluster for you. You are going to randomly choose a cluster. That means randomly choose a school. Once you randomly choose a school, you are going to study each and every individual in that school. It's not a random sample again. Have you understood? That is what is cluster sampling. Moving on, snowball sampling. A snowball sampling is interesting one. Let's say this, you have chosen a sample of size 100. Okay, you are doing the survey. You know, while doing the survey, there's a possibility that there may be non-responses. Because of non-responses, it might introduce some errors. Accuracy will get affected. So what we can do is we can introduce the snowball sampling. What is it? People who have participated in your survey, they may get what impressed by the question that you asked, may get impressed with the survey process. So they may introduce their friends or their relatives to you, that you can survey them. That is chain referral system, we call it as. Because of this referral system, what happens? Those 220 responses, non-responses, whatever happened, that introduce what errors, that can be compensated. Have you understood? Have you understood? Yes, let us say there is some flood happened in North Karnataka, let's say. I mean, 2 3 years ago, I mean, there was a flood in North Karnataka. I mean, almost during rainy season, North Karnataka gets flooded, yes or no? So people will move from that place to some other place to get the shelter, yes or no? No. Is it possible to locate where all the people are? All the people may not be at one particular place. Correct. Let's say some people have taken a shelter at one particular place. So you go and meet them. Right. So you want to know I mean, how many of them have lost their relatives? How many of them have lost their properties? All those things you want to study. So you will go and meet them, and you'll also come to know that where are their relatives placed, in which shelter they are placed in. That is what is. They may introduce them. Maybe their relatives are staying in some other shelter nearby. So they will introduce them. So you go and meet them, right? So people will get added into your sampling. That is snowball sampling, chain referral system. Have you understood? Clear? Everybody? Pakka? Say yes or no? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Right. The last one is multi-stage sampling. Guys, what is multi-stage sampling? Understand this example, guys. Let's say in US, okay, there is one policy introduced. What is the policy? Policy could be anything. Let's say instead of 30% tax, it is 40% tax on your income. That's a rule made by the government. Bill passed by the government. 40% tax from now on. Okay. You want to know the opinion of each and every individual. Of course, you can't do the survey for each and every individual. So what do you do? United States of America, various states are there. Those various states you reduce into one state. Many number of states randomly choose one state. In that state, many cities are there, randomly choose one city. In that cities, many local places are there. You choose one local place and study that local place. You are basically narrowing down the entire population into a smaller sample. Yes or no? Ultimate goal is what? You want to know the opinion of people about this new tax system, right? So you are basically getting that sample in various stages. What is that? The states, you're choosing a random sample of the state, and then randomly picked city, and then randomly picked one area. So this is basically a multi-stage sampling. So multi-stage sampling has got a flexibility. At various stages, you have a flexibility. Which sampling method has got flexibility? They'll ask. Multi-stage sampling is having more flexibility because at various stages you can do sampling. Clear? Which method of sampling has more flexibility? Is multi-stage sampling. Which method of sampling get affected due to periodicity? It is systematic sampling. Which one is subjected to discretion of sampler? Purposive sampling. Right? Everybody clear? Everybody clear? Now tell me, out of quota sampling and cluster sampling, which method of sampling involves the surveying of each and every individual of the group? Quota or purposive? I mean, cluster. Cluster sampling. It's not a quota, it's a cluster sampling. Once you choose a cluster at random, you have to include each and every individual in that cluster for the survey, for the study, right? Guys, next things that you have to discuss is important terms associated with the sampling, some definitions. First of all, sample you already know. What is it? It's a subgroup or a subset of the large population, right? Parameter, characteristic of population. Statistic, characteristic of sample, right? And then statistics already we have discussed. Guys, I'll give you an example for parameter. Parameter means what? Is it related to population or a sample? Population. So population mean is one of the parameter. Guys, you know the mean formula, right? What is it? Summation x by n. The same formula. Xi by n, it is written I is equal to 1 to I is equal to n. What is it? I is equal to 1 means first xi means x1, first observation. X2 means second observation. Xn means last observation. Sum of all the observation by number of observation, nothing but the mean. Mu is basically mean of population. Guys, population variance. You know variance formula? X minus x bar divided by n. X minus x bar whole square divided by n. Correct? Guys, x minus x bar whole square divided by n. If it is under root, it is standard deviation. If it is without the root, it is variance. Same formula. Then standard deviation, if it comes with the root, it is called as the standard deviation. Clear? Next thing is sampling distribution and standard error of a statistic. Sampling distribution and standard error. Now guys, please understand, what tells you about the standard error is the standard deviation. Standard deviation gives you the measure of precision. Standard error or standard deviation gives you the measure of precision for the sample. What do you mean by measure of precision? How accurate is your statistic? How do you know your statistics is accurate? If the difference between the statistic and the parameter is lesser, that means error is lesser. Correct? Error is lesser. So obviously it is more precise. It's basically standard error gives you the measure of precision. So to find the standard error, you need the standard deviation. Find the standard error, you need to measure basically standard deviation. How do we measure? We will see it. Everybody, standard error of a mean. Standard error of a mean is given by sigma by root n. Sigma is called as standard deviation and n is number of observations in the sample. N means number of observations in the sample. Capital N is number of observations in the population. It's basically population size. You can say capital N is population size. Small n is sample size. Small n is sample size. Capital N is population size. Guys, this is for sigma by root n is for the simple random sampling with replacement. I'll talk about what is replacement and without replacement. Now, suppose guys, if they say without replacement, the formula is sigma by root n as it is, but the multiplying factor will come capital N minus n divided by capital N minus 1. Capital N is the population size, small n is the sample size, and sigma is the standard deviation. So using this formula, you can compute standard error of a population mean. Guys, they had asked one question in the previous paper, that is Jan paper. They had given the question. You can take an example based on this without replacement. Everybody take the question. What was asked in the last paper? I just want to discuss that. Last paper means the Jan paper, right? The question was population size is 1000. Sample size is, it was given in terms of wordings. I'm giving in terms of the short form of it. Sample size is 100, and they are given Something else. What is it? Yeah. Standard deviation is equal to 10 centimeter. 10, let's say 10. Let's not give a unit of it. Standard deviation is 10. Question is, find standard error for mean. Standard error of mean without replacement. Without replacement. Everybody, without replacement means, with replacement means sigma by root n. Without replacement means sigma by root n into root of capital N minus n by capital N minus 1. Guys, what is sigma given? 10. This is standard error. 10 divided by, what is root n? N is 100. Small n is sample size. Capital N is the population size. So root 100 is how much? 10 only. Root of 1000 minus 100 divided by 1000 minus 1. Take your calculator, guys. 1000 minus 100 is 900 divided by 999. Press equal, press the root. Press equal, press the root into 1. How much is the answer? 0.95 approximately. 95 approximately. I think in your option 9.95 was there, was not there, 1 was there. 1 was the nearest answer. So 0.1 you have to take. I think same question was asked, but in the option 0.95 wasn't there, it was 1. So nearest answer is 1 only for 0.95. Everybody understood? Clear? Pakka? Done? Copied? Guys, please take this. The number of samples with replacement. If they ask you to find how many samples you can derive by giving population size and the sample size, it is capital N power n. This is with replacement. Number of samples without replacement, it is capital NCN. Capital NCN is the number of samples without replacement. I'll give you an example to illustrate this. Everybody look here. Say, guys, the population has this 1, 2, 3 are the individuals of the population. You need to take the sample size of 2. Sample size is 2. How many samples that you can derive out of this three things without replacement? First of all, with replacement we will see. With replacement, as per the formula, what's the population size? 3. What's the sample size? 2. So 3 power 2, 9. I'm going to give you what are those 9 samples of size 2 you can derive. It could be 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. Every time I'm taking the sample of size 2 only, two things only, right? It could be 1, 2 or 2, 1. With replacement they have said, so I can repeat the same number, right? 1, 2, 2, 1. But in without replacement, 1, 2 if I write, I cannot write 2, 1 also. Have you understood? Everybody. Then 2, 3, 3, 2. Then 1, 3, 3, 1. How many samples so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are those 9 samples for with replacement. What is the population size? 3. What is the sample size? Have you understood? Have you understood? Now, guys, let me give you one example for without replacement. The same sample I shall consider. 1, 2, 3 is the population. N is equal to 2. Now, without replacement. Guys, without replacement, as per the formula, what is it? 3C2. Yes or no? What is 3C2 in the simplest form? 3C1. What is 3C1? 3. Clear? 3C1 is 3. Now tell me, guys, what are those 3 samples that you can draw? 1, 2, 2, 3, and 1, 3. I can't write 1, 1. Repetition it is. 2, 2 also I cannot write. 3, 3 also I cannot write. 2, 1 also I cannot write. Why? 1, 2 is already there. 2, 3, 2 also I cannot write because that comes under repetition. So these are the only 3 samples that I can draw. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no? Clear? Guys, please take down sampling distribution. Sampling distribution. Everybody, what is sampling distribution is? It is the distribution of a statistic along with the probabilities. It is the probabilities distribution, probability distribution of a statistic. What do you mean by a statistic? Sampling distribution is nothing but a probability distribution of a statistic. Statistic means sample mean, sample standard deviation, and so on. So all these are statistics. So x and p of x, what is x actually? It is sample mean. It could be sample standard deviation. It could be sample variance. It could be anything. So this distribution is called as a sampling distribution. You know, frequency distribution, distribution of x along with the frequencies. You know, probability distribution, distribution of x along with the probabilities. Sampling distribution is also distribution of x along with the probabilities, but x is nothing but what? A statistic. Here, x is nothing but a statistic. Have you understood? Yes, let us see some worked examples on this and then practice questions. Everybody, population comprises the following units M, N, O, P. What is capital N value? 4. And draw all possible samples of size 3. What is N equal to? 3. Without replacement. Guys, without replacement, what's the formula? NCN. Correct? Without replacement, the formula is NCN. What is N? 4. 4C 3. What is 4C3? 4C1? 4C1 is 4C1 is 4. Now, can you tell me what are those 4 samples? I can draw M, N, O, P. Correct? N, O, P, M. Correct? O, P, M, N. Possible? Sample spaces? Oh, sample size is 3, correct. I'm sorry. My bad. Sample size is 3. What are the 4 samples? It could be M, N, O. Correct? Or N, O, P. Or O, P, M. Or P, M, N. Or I can't start with M, N again because it's the same repetition M, N, O. So these are the 4 samples of size 3 that you can draw. Have you understood? First time I'm going to pick MNO as the first sample of size 3, then NOP, then OPM, then OPM, then PMN. Again, if I want to write, it will be MNO only, which is same as the first. So I should not write that because it is without repetition. So these are the 4 samples that you can draw for this condition. Have you understood? Can you tell me about this? Population comprises of 3 members. What is capital N? 3. Draw all possible samples of size 2. Draw all possible samples of size 2. That means N is equal to what? 2. N is equal to what? 2. Everybody please concentrate here. First of all, number of samples we have to find out. Number of samples we have to find out with what? Replacement. With replacement means what is it? Capital N power N. Capital N is 3. 3 power 2 is how much? 9. Right. Now, P. Without replacement. Without replacement means NCN, which is 3C2, which is 3C1, which is 3. Now, can you tell me those 9 samples in the first case? Guys, because why we should find out those 9 samples is because they're asking find the sampling distribution of the sample mean. Sampling distribution of the sample mean. So first of all, X is nothing but sample mean and P of X. Everybody look here. I'm going to construct the table for you to understand better. Guys, what are the various samples that you can draw? 1, 5, 1, 1. Let me write all. For the first case, I'm writing 1, 1 possible. 2, 2 possible. Sorry, 5, 5 possible. 1, 1, 5, 5, 3, 3. Then 1, 5, 5, 1, then 1 3, 3 1, and then 5 3 and 3 5. These are the 9 samples. Now guys, they have said sample mean. So if I write the mean for this, 1 plus 1 by 2 is how much? 1 only. The first mean is 1. 5 plus 5 by 2 is how much? 5. 3 plus 3 by 2 is how much? 3. 1 plus 5 by 2 is 3. 5 plus 1 by 3. 1 plus 3, 4. Oh, 4 by 2 is 2, right? 3 plus 1, again 2. This 8 by 2 is 4. Oh, sorry, it's not visible. I Tell me, guys. 3 plus 5 by 2, it's 4. Clear? Now, what are the possible means that you have? You have mean 1. You have mean 2 also. You have mean 3 also. You have mean 4 also. You have mean 5 also. Can you tell me in how many cases the mean is equal to 1? Only one case. Out of how many cases? 9 cases. How many cases you have got mean is equal to 2? 1, 2 cases. So 2 out of 9. In how many cases you got mean is equal to 3? 3 cases. So 3 by 9. How many cases you got mean is equal to 4? 2 na? 2 by 9. How many cases you got mean equal to 5? 1 by 9. So this is what is probability or a sampling distribution of mean for the first case. Understood? Second case also you can do it the same. Can I give it as an assignment? Second case without replacement. Write the samples, find the mean and construct the sampling distribution. Clear? Everybody, say yes or no. Guys, quickly we shall solve this practice question. Takes only less than 10 minutes. Complete this off and go for the break. Everybody, sampling can be described as a statistical procedure. What's the right answer? To infer about the unknown universe from the knowledge of random sample drawn from it. Which one is correct? Or to infer about the unknown universe from the knowledge of any sample. Is it random sample or any sample? Random sample. Which one is correct? Option C is correct. The law of statistical regularity states that. What does law of statistical regularity states? More the sample size that you draw, it possesses all the characteristic of population on an average. Which one is the right answer? Option C. A sample survey is prone to sampling error as well as non-sampling error. That means both A and B. A population of roses in a Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is a place basically. Number of roses is infinite population. Oh, an infinite population. Sorry. Sampling distribution is probability distribution of a statistic. Standard error can be described as it's nothing but what? Standard deviation only. What is standard error, guys? Sigma by root n. It's directly proportional to what? Standard deviation. Yes or no? So it is standard deviation of a statistic. The measure of precision is obtained by the sampling is given by standard error. As the sample size increases, the standard error sigma by root n, correct? Sample size ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆದ್ರೆ value ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. So it decreases. Option B. Guys, look at the 14th question. From the population with this 25 members. So what is capital N? 25. Random sample without replacement of 2. That means N is equal to how much? 2. It is without replacement or with replacement? That means is it N power N or NCN? It is NCN. N is 25. C2. 25 C2 means 25 into 24 divided by 2, which is 300. Clear? 15th. A population comprises of 5 members. So N is equal to 5. The number of all possible samples of size 2 with replacement. That means N power N or NCN? N power N. N is equal to 5. Small n is equal to how much? 2. Answer is 25. Simple random sampling is very effective. Simple random sampling is very effective when the sample size is less and also it is homogeneous. So both the conditions should be satisfied. That means both not very large and population is not much. heterogeneous. Must be homogeneous. That means both A and B. So in your ICA material, they have given only population is not very large, but it should be homogeneous also. That's wrong actually. Simple random sampling is, it's a probabilistic sampling. According to Neiman's allocation in stratified sampling, what it is? Sample size is proportional to population size. What's the right answer? Option A. Which sampling method provides separate estimate for the population mean for the different segments and also an overall estimate? Stratified sampling. Very good. Next, which sampling adds flexibility to the sampling process? Multi-stage sampling. Which sampling is subjected to discretion of the sampler? It is purposive sampling. It's asked as one of the questions in the previous exam. I think, yeah, Jan only. Jan or September? Jan ಬಂದಿತ್ತಾ ಇದು question? September, I guess. Okay. Which sampling is affected most if the sampling frame contains an undetected periodicity? Systematic sampling. In random sample of size 2 with replacement is taken from, with replacement guys. With replacement means n power n, ncn, n power n. What is the size of the population? 3, right? So n power n, which is 3 power 2, which is 9. Guys, first option, second option goes out of the picture. There should be only 9 samples. Which option is right answer? C or D? Sure, why not D? 1 is twice the same sample it is, right? So it's not option D, it should be option C. 24th. If a random sample of size 2 is taken without replacement from the population containing the units A, B, C, D, how many things are there in the population? 4. Capital N is equal to 4 and small n is 2. Is it with replacement or without replacement? That means NCN, correct? That means 4C2, how much it is? 6. Option A cannot be the right answer. Option B cannot be the right answer. What's the right answer? Option D. Why not option C? Option B, sorry. C it is, sorry. What repetition? A, B and BA, repetition. AC and CA, repetition. So that definitely option D is the right answer. Clear? Everybody? Sampling easy? Difficult? With this, 17 chapters are done. Only differential and integral calculus. I'll take maximum 1.5 hours. That's it. Maximum 1.5 hours. Guys, not much formulas you have to discuss. 6 standard formulas, if you know, that's more than sufficient. All shortcuts I will discuss and the previous question paper questions. That's it. Fine. You should be able to solve them comfortably. Clear? Various methods and a shortcut for each method. I'll discuss. Right? I'll make you practice first of all those 6 standard formulas. Okay. It's 5:07. We'll be back by 5:37 sharp. Yes, guys. Let's begin with the next chapter. Very important chapter. Weightage of this chapter is 13 to 14 marks. Yeah. Measures of central tendency dispersion. See, the concepts may look vast. I mean, the topics, like there are 6 measures in measures of central tendency, but you can relate one formula to another formula. I told you, if you remember, if you know arithmetic mean, you can easily get the formula for GM. You can easily get the formula for HM. Shall we discuss that first of all? Guys, AM formula for ungrouped data is summation x by n. What is summation x by n? X1 plus x2 and so on till xn by n. This is what is AM formula. Guys, if I want to get the HM formula for ungrouped data, it's the exact reciprocal, isn't it? That means n goes up, but denominator also should get reciprocal. X1 will become summation 1 by x1 plus 1 by x2 and so on. Simply it is summation 1 by x. Rather than writing summation x, summation 1 by x. So reciprocal is twofold here. One is reciprocal for the formula of AM and even the reciprocal is required for summation x. Is that clear? So that's how we get the HM formula. Now, how do you get a GM formula? Guys, sum becomes what? Product. In GM, sum becomes product. That means x1 into x2 and so on till xn. And this 1 by n is actually multiplied, right? 1 by n is multiplied. Whatever is multiplied in AM, that becomes power in GM. But this is not the formula that we use for GM. We eliminate this 1 by n by taking this on this side. So 1 by n becomes n. So GM power n is what? Option power product of observation. I'm sorry. Option power n is product of observations. So first you take the product of observations and hit the option, raise the power to number of observation, you get a GM. Guys, once you get the formula for AM, GM, HM for ungrouped data, getting the formula for group data is very, very easy. What is that difference, guys? Small n is replaced by capital N. So first of all, I'll write the formula for AM for a group data. This is for ungrouped data. And here I'm going to write grouped data. Everybody, group data means a data in which there is a frequency, yes or no. Now, what's the modification? The small n is replaced by capital N. Numerator summation x will be there along with that fx. Now, in case of a HM, guys, small n is replaced by capital N. Here also 1 by x will be there in the denominator, but it is f by x. And in case of a group data GM, what is it? GM power capital N is equal to x1 power f1 into x2 power f2 and so on, xn power fn. If you know the formula of AM, you can get 6 formulas, just the modifications. Have you all understood? Everybody. So AM, GM, HM clear? Right. So in terms of formula, it shouldn't bother you much. Yes or no? May look so many formulas, but it is not so, right? Everybody, let's begin. What is central tendency? It is a single value that represents the entire set of observations. Yes or no? Now, it is the single value around which most of the observations get clustered or concentrated. So that is what is a central tendency. Now, measures of central tendency, we have various measures: AM, GM, HM, median, mode, right? And we have harmonic mean, and so on, even partitions also. So let's discuss AM. I am not going to discuss formula for AM, which we already discussed for ungrouped data. Guys, we are going to discuss some important properties about AM. Very, very important. Guys, AM for observations having equal spacing. If there is a common difference between the observation, would you take the average of all observations? No. Rather, you take the average of extreme observation whenever there is a equal spacing. Have you understood? For example, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, let's say, and even 60. There is an equal spacing between the observations. There's an equal spacing between the observation. Would you take the average of all observations? No. Rather, you take the average of extreme values. 10 plus 60 divided by 2 is 35. That's the arithmetic mean. Whenever there is an equal spacing between the observation, you need not take the average of all observation. Rather, take the average of extreme values or AM of extreme values. The next property is very, very important. Each observation is added or subtracted or multiplied or divided by a common number k. AM also gets added or subtracted or multiplied or divided by a common number k. For example, if AM of 20 observations is 50 and each observation is added with 3, find the new AM. Find the new AM. Guys, each observation is added with 3. AM also gets added with 3. So the new AM will be 50 plus 3, 53. What if that said each observation is multiplied with 3? 50 into 3, 150 would have been the mean. If each observation is divided by 5, 50 by 5, which is 10. Have you understood? Ready? Right. The next thing is combined AM. Guys, what's the necessity of combined AM? When uh, two or more than two groups have to be combined, and we want to represent that combined group by a single mean. That mean is only called as a combined mean. Guys, what is combined mean for two groups? N1 x1 bar plus N2 x2 bar divided by N1 plus N2. Guys, I'll discuss the formula of combined HM now only, because if you know combined mean, combined HM should be very easy. What is it, guys? Reciprocal of combined AM. First of all, N1 plus N2 divided by. Reciprocal is taken in twofold. First of all, numerator, denominator get interchanged, and reciprocal must be even taken for observations. That means it is what? N1 by x1 bar plus N2 by x2 bar. Of course, x1 bar, x2 bar can be replaced by h1 and h2, where h1 is a harmonic mean of first group, h2 is a harmonic mean of second group. Have you understood? Just with the reference of combined AM only, you can get the formula for combined HM. Have you all understood? Right. Now, guys, on combined AM, there are two varieties of questions. Sometimes, guys, they'll ask you to find the combined AM itself, wherein you'll have to find XC bar. Sometimes they'll ask you to find AM of remaining observations. AM of remaining observation. Whenever you come across AM of remaining observations, you will be given with combined mean in the question. I'll give you two questions now, two examples to illustrate this. Please take down. Please take down. The AM of 50 observations is 30, and that of another 20 observations is 40. Find the AM of combined group. Guys, how many set of groups are there? There are two groups. One group having 50 observation, second group having 20 observations. This one will be N1, this one will be N2. This is what? X1 bar, this is X2 bar. What are we asked to find? Combined mean. So what is combined mean? How many groups are there? Two groups. So it is N1 X1 bar plus N2 X2 bar divided by N1 plus N2. Quickly, N1 is 50, X1 bar is 30, M plus 50 into 30, M plus 20 into 40, M plus MRC divided by N1 plus N2. How much it is? 70. The resultant is 32.85. This is the combined mean. It's a straight question, guys. In the last part of the question only, they say find the combined arithmetic mean. So it's a easy question. Now, second type is also easy. You just have to follow whatever I say now. No need to write anything on the paper. Guys, please take the question. The average weight, of 100 students, of a class is 55 kgs. If the weight of average weight of first 30 of them is 60 kgs, that of another 40 of them is 55 kgs, then find the average weight of remaining students. Guys, whenever they ask for remaining, please understand, I gave you one line procedure without writing anything on the paper. What did I say, guys? Whenever you see remaining, please understand the first pair you multiply and press M plus. First pair is always XC bar and total observation that you have to multiply and press what? M plus. Then second pair onwards, you have to multiply but keep storing as M minus. There's one more pair, guys. 40 into 55. Press what? M minus. Are we done with all the pairs? Yes. Press MRC. Once we are done with all the pairs, press what? MRC. Now you have to divide by number of observations. Tell me, guys. First group is 30 observation. Next group is 40 observations. So total 70. But available number of observations are 100. How many are remaining? 30. Divided by 30, you get the mean of remaining observations. How much it is? 50. So you need not write anything on paper. First pair you multiply M plus, all the other pairs you multiply M minus. Once you're done with the pairs, MRC divided by remaining observations. Have you all understood? Everybody? Right. That's about combined mean. Guys, in combined mean, there's one more variety wherein we use what? The allegation concept. When do we use allegation concept? Whenever they ask the number of observations of one of the groups. When number of observations of one of the groups is asked, what do we use? N1 is to N2 is equal to what, guys? X2 bar minus Xe bar is to Xe bar minus X1 bar. This is the one liner that we use for when one of the group's observations is asked. Shall we have an example quickly? Please take down. The average marks of 50 girls, average marks of 50 girls is 60. That of some boys, that of boys you can take, that of boys is 50. If the average marks of all students is 55, then find the number of boys in the class. Guys, I have given an easy question, but still, I'll explain how to use the allegation concept for this. Everybody look here. What is the allegation concept? N1 is to N2. What is N1? Number of observation in the first group. N2 is number of observations of the second group. So it is X2 bar minus Xe bar. First of all, what is X1 bar? Number of observations of the first group is X1 bar. Sorry, mean of first group is X1 bar. Mean of second group is what? X2 bar. And then Xe bar is what? 55. Now use this allegation concept. X2 bar minus Xe bar is to Xe bar minus X1 bar. Everybody, what is X2 bar? 50 minus, what is Xe bar? 55. So you get minus 5. Correct? Xe bar 55 minus X1 bar 50, which is minus 5 only. Is it? Yeah. So minus minus cancel. It is 5 is to 5, which is 1 is to 1. Guys, you know what? N1 or N2? N1 is 50. So guys, this 1 is equivalent to 50. Obviously, this one will be also equivalent to 50. So there are 50 boys, 50 girls. Have you understood? Everybody, say yes or no? Guys, the next concept. The concept is whenever an observation is included or excluded. What's the shortcut, guys? When an observation is included or excluded or wrong observation replaced by correct observation. Whenever there's a question talking about this, new observation added, observation is removed, correct. Wrong observation is replaced by correct observation, then you have to make use of x bar new. X bar new is equal to x bar old into n old plus or minus x divided by n new, isn't it? This is the one liner that we have to use. Can we have one question on this? Everybody take this. The average weight of 6 students and a teacher is 60 kgs. 60 kgs. On excluding teacher, the average weight reduces by 1.5 kgs. 1.5 kgs. Find the weight of the teacher. Everybody, have a look at this. What is n old? What is n old? Students and a teacher put together is 7. What is x bar old? 60. And guys, what is n new? NU will be 6. Why? A teacher is excluded. Yes or no? Teacher is excluded. What is X bar new? 60 is the original mean. it reduces by 1.5, it becomes 58.5. We know everything. We just have to plug in the calculator, not on the paper. Everybody, should we add x or subtract x? Why subtract? Because exclusion means minus x it is. Take your calculator, 58.5 into 6, m plus. 58.5 into 6, m plus. 60 into 7, if it is taken on this side, becomes negative m minus mrc. How much it is? Minus 69 is equal to minus x. Minus minus cancels. X is equal to what? 69. Have you understood? First of all, we cross multiply these two. We are sending everything else except the x on the right hand side. So x new bar into n new. So 58.5 into 6, m plus, because that stays positive only. Now x bar old into n old, after multiplying, it has to go on the other side. It gets subtracted. So negative it is. So m minus. Then MRC, you get minus 69. What is there on the right hand side? Minus x or plus x? Why minus x? Because you are excluding the observation, so it should be minus x. If you are including the observation, it should be plus x. Have you all understood? Yes or no? Pakka? 100%? Right. Guys, with this, we are almost done with arithmetic mean for ungrouped data. Now, group data formula already I have discussed, so I need not discuss much about it. Guys, next concept is median. So what is median? The middlemost observation, provided the observations are sorted. Now guys, what is the rank of median? Rank of median for odd number of observation. For n is equal to odd, rank of median is n plus 1 divided by 2. This is what is the rank of median for n is odd. Rank of median for n equal to even. Tell me guys, am of n by 2 and n by 2 plus 1, or n plus 2 whole divided by 2, also one and the same. Have you all understood? Guys, should you use the formula to find the median? No. Figure out the two middle values and take the average of it. Have you all understood? Guys, about the median, very important thing that you have to remember is median is regarded as positional average, and it is an appropriate measure of central tendency for open-end classes. It's an appropriate measure of central tendency for open-end classes, and it is positional average. And does it get affected due to extreme values? No, because it is the middlemost observation. Guys, AM and median both are rigidly defined measures. Why it is rigidly defined measure? Because it will give you a single value. So it is rigidly defined. Guys, the only measure of central tendency and dispersion if you take, which is not rigidly defined, is what? Mode. Mode is the only measure which is not rigidly defined. Have you all understood? Guys, next thing is median. Guys, median procedure and the partition procedure is the same. Procedure for median and partition is the same for group data and even ungrouped data for that matter. Yes or no? Right. First of all, what do you do for group data? If it is discrete or a continuous, the very first thing that you should do is find the LCF. Find what? LCF. I'll give you one example. Through that example only I shall explain. Find median. Guys, how do you know it's a discrete group data? X values and the frequencies are given. That is what is a discrete group data. Find median. Find out 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. And the frequencies are 5, 10, 5, 10, and then 20. Everybody look at this. You want to find out what? LCF first of all. Why? Because it's a group data. First LCF is same as the first frequency. 5 plus 10, 15 plus 5, 20 plus 10, 30 plus 20, 50. What is this? Capital N. What is the reference value for the median for a group data? N plus 1 by 2, the whole value. Guys, 50 plus 1 is 25, 50, 51. 51 by 2 is 25.5th value. Guys, we have to take CF just more than 25.5. Which CF is just more than 25.5? 30. So corresponding X value is median. So we must take the CF just more than that n plus 1 by 2. N plus 1 by 2, what we got? 25.5. CF should be just more than that. Have you all understood? Everybody? And the value of X corresponding to the CF should be median. So this is how you compute what? Median for a discrete group data. So you can look at this, find the less than cumulative frequencies first. Last cumulative frequency is capital N. You find out N plus 1 by 2, which is a reference value for median. Then mark a CF just more than capital N plus 1 by 2. So clearly 25.5 is capital N plus 1 by 2. Value of CF, which is just more than 25.5, is 30. Corresponding X value is clear, everybody? Want to solve one more, or we'll move on? Okay. Take continuous group data. Guys, what is the median for continuous group data? L1 plus N by 2 minus CF upon F into C. Now, one example, CI and F. 10 to 19, 20 to 29, 30 to 39, 40 to 49, and 50 to 59. These are the class intervals, and the frequencies are 5, 10, 15, 5, and then 10. Guys, first of all, what we need to find out is the LCF. Be it discrete, be it continuous, we find the LCF. 5 plus 10, 15 plus 15, 30 plus 5, 35 plus 10, 45. Guys, the reference here is the formula. In the discrete group data, CF should be just more than the reference value capital N plus 1 by 2. Here, you can look at this. N by 2 is positive, CF is negative. So N by 2 is the greater value. Have you understood? Now look at this. This is capital N. Find out N by 2, which is 22.5. Now CF should be just less, because CF is negative, it should be just less than that. What is it, guys? 15. So the class next to the CF, the class next to the CF will be what? The class next to the CF will be median class. What is the median class here? What is the median class here? 30 to 39 is the median class, because the class next to CF is the median class. So 29.5 and 39.5 are the class boundaries. 29.5 is L1, 39.5 is L2. Guys, the reason being the classes are inclusive classes. If they are exclusive classes, class limits and the class boundaries are same. Have you all understood? Now guys, moving on. We have to plug in the value. So what is C actually? L2 minus L1, which is 39.5 minus 29.5, which is 10. Plug in the values in the calculator, guys. First of all, within the bracket, N by 2 is how much? 22.5 minus CF is how much? 15 divided by, first of all, what is F? F is the frequency corresponding to median class. What's the median class here? 30 to 39. The frequency corresponding to median class is F. Divided by 15 you do. Into C. What is C? 10 plus L1. L1 is how much? 29.5. The result is 34.5 is the median. Have you all understood? How much? 34.5 only? Right. Have you all understood? So what's the procedure for continuous group data? You have to find the LCF first. You have to find the LCF first. And then after finding out LCF, you need what? N by 2. You have to mark a CF just less than N by 2. Then class next to CF will be what? Median class. Median class. Frequency of median classes. Frequency of median class is taken as what? F. F is required for the formula, right? L1 is LCB of the median class. L2 is UCB of the median class. If the classes are exclusive, boundaries and the limits are same. If the classes are inclusive, then the boundaries and the limits are different. Have you understood? Everybody, yes or no? Now, guys, the next measure is mode. Guys, what is mode? It is the most repeated observation provided the what? Most repeated observation. If there is no repeated value only, there is no mode. Mode is ill-defined if there is no repeated observation. So mode is also regarded as what? It is not a rigidly defined measure, right? Only measure among central tendency and dispersion, which is not rigidly defined as what? Mode. Right. Now, if you take this observation 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, what is the mode? No observation being repeated, so there is no mode for this. There is no mode for this. It is ill-defined. Look at this set of observation. What is the mode? 10 and 20 both are modes because they are equally repeated. How about this, guys? Find the mode for these observation. 10, 10, 10. 10 is repeated 3 times, but 20, even though it is repeated, highest repeated observation is what? 10. So mode is 10 for this. Have you all understood? Now, guys, moving on. Mode for grouped data. Guys, how do you find the mode for group data? It is this formula z equal to L1 plus F1 minus F0 by 2F1 minus F0 minus F2 into C. What is F1 here? Highest frequency among the given frequencies in the frequency distribution. F0 is frequency just before F1. F2 is frequency just after F1. Guys, always F0, F1, F2 will be in this order only. If this is F1, frequency just before is F0, frequency just after is F2. Now, what do you solve first of all? Solve the denominator, take it up, or otherwise store it. Solve the numerator divided by MRC into C plus L1. Shall we have an example? Everybody, please take down. Find mode. What is the mode? We need to find out. Classes are 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. What sort of classes are these? Exclusive classes. And now we need to find the mode. 10, 20, 25, 10. Yes, everybody look at this. What is the first thing that you have to identify? One second, one second. This is 30. Guys, highest frequency over here is what? 30. Identify the highest frequency, that is to be marked as F1. The frequency just before that is F0. Frequency just after that is F2. The class corresponding to the highest frequency, the class corresponding to the highest frequency is always modal class. The class corresponding to the highest frequency is called as what? Modal class. In case of a median, the class next to CF is the median class. Here, the class corresponding to the highest frequency is the modal class. Guys, here class boundaries and class limits are same. Why? Exclusive classes. L1 is 20, L2 is 30. So we got everything that is required as per the formula. Please take your calculator. 2F1, 2 into 30 minus F0, 20 minus F2, 5. Guys, store it by pressing M plus. Now go to numerator. F1 minus F0, 30 minus 20 you do. Divided by MRC into C. C is what? 10. Because L2 minus L1 is 30 minus 20, which is 10. Plus L1 is how much? 20. How much it is? 22.857. Have you all understood? So that's mode for you. Now, most important thing, relationship between mean, median, mode. Guys, symmetrical distribution means mean, median, mode, all the three are equal, which is mid value of the middle class. You know how to identify a symmetrical distribution? Guys, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, let's say 40 to 50. Frequencies 5, 10, 15, 10, 5. Look at the highest frequency. Around the highest frequency, the frequencies are same. At equidistant, around the middle frequency, the frequencies are same. You see 10 and 20, 10 are equidistant from the middle frequency, which are equal. And even 5 and 5 also are equidistant from middle frequency, they are equal. Such a distribution is a symmetrical distribution. When you get such questions, if they ask mean, median, mode, don't use the formula. Rather, mid value of the middle class. What is the mid value of 20 to 30? 25. That itself is mean. That itself is median. That itself is mode. If it is symmetrical distribution like this. Have you understood? A symmetrical distribution, mean, median, mode, all the three are same, which is nothing but mid value of middle class. Guys, for positively skewed distribution, which is the highest? Mean is the highest, mode is the least, median is the in-between value. How do you identify a positively skewed distribution? highest frequency comes before the middle class. More observations towards the highest frequency, lesser observations towards the highest frequency. For example, 0 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. Now, let's say frequencies are 5, 30, 10, 5, 20. Now, see, more observations are towards the right of the highest frequency. If so, such distribution is right skewed, also called as positively skewed. For such distribution, mean is the highest, mode is the least, median is in between value. Now, guys, negatively skewed distribution is exactly ulta of it. Highest frequency comes after the middle class and more observations towards the left of the highest frequency, lesser observation towards the right. Such a distribution is called as left skewed, also called as negatively skewed. The moment you see negatively skewed distribution, mode is the highest, mean is the least, median is the in between value. Have you understood? And this is very, very important. Often they have asked questions in the exam. Relationship between mean, median, mode for a moderately skewed distribution. There are two relationships, two formulas, the same formula only, but two different ways. Whenever they give you difference between mean, median, if they ask you to find difference between mean and mode, you have to use the first formula. How do you remember that? So, guys, I told you to write mean equal to mean. Mean equal to what? Mean. And after writing mean equal to mean, what you have to do? Subtract a median on one side, subtract mode on other side. It is your wish where you want to take median, where you want to take mode. I'll take mode here. I'll take median here. I would have done the other way around also, but still, please understand what you have to remember now. After you write median, whichever side you have median, that particular side has to be multiplied with 3. Suppose if I had written median on the left hand side should have been multiplied by what? Have you understood? So this is the relationship between mean, median, mode for moderately skewed distribution, and especially this formula we have to use for what? Whenever they give you difference between mean, median, mean, a difference between mean and mode is asked, you can use this. But out of three values, if they give you any two, if they ask you to find the other one, it is the second one. Mode is equal to 3 median minus 2 mean. Based on this, very often they have asked question. Mode is what? 3 median minus 2 mean. Have you understood? Guys, some important note points about this mean, median, mode and all. AM gets affected by extreme values and sampling fluctuation because AM depends upon each and every observations, yes or no. But median does not get affected due to extreme values and sampling fluctuations. But mode may or may not, we cannot 100% say mode will get affected or it will not get affected, because mode is a repeated value, yes or no. If the repeated value is along extreme values, then it may get affected. If it is not among the extreme values, it may not get affected. So mode you cannot say, but definitely mean will get affected due to extreme values. Median will not get affected due to extreme values. Because of that reason only, median is most suitable for open-end classes. Along with median, even partitions also. Have you understood? And guys, the next important point, the sum of the deviation taken from arithmetic mean, very repeatedly asked question, is always 0. Summation x minus x bar equal to 0. If you don't remember, take two observations, guys. Let's say 5 and 10. What are these? X values. Find out x bar. What is x bar for this? 7.5. Find out x minus x bar for this. 5 minus 7.5 is minus 2.5. 10 minus 7.5 is 2.5. What are we asked to find? Summation. Minus 2.5 plus 2.5 is 0. If you're not sure, you can always do this. Everybody clear? Yes or no? And the next important point, sum of the absolute deviation when taken from median is only the least. I have proved this in the regular class. Yes or no? Absolute means modulus. Even when the deviation is negative, we take it as positive. When it is taken from median only, it is minimum. Guys, capital N is a representation for median, Z is a representation for mode, and X bar is a representation for mean. Is it clear, everybody? Guys, the next thing is the partition. Partition is not something new for you. So median, if you know the procedure, the same procedure we have to use for partition as well. For median, we have to sort the data. Even for partitions also, we have to sort the data. Remember the fact, for median, observations can be in ascending order or descending order. For partition, it has to be in ascending order only. Now, what are partitions, guys? When you divide the given set of observations into number of equal parts, each of the equal parts are said to be what? Partitions. If you divide the given set of observations into 4 equal parts, each of those equal parts is said to be quartile. If you divide the given set of observations into 10 equal parts, each of the equal part is said to be decile. If you divide the given set of observations into 100 equal parts, each of the equal part is percentile. Have you understood? Now, guys, moving on to quartiles. Number of partitions in quartiles are 4, but number of partition points are only 3. What are they? Q1, Q2, and Q3. Deciles. Number of partitions are 10, but partition points are only 9. What are they? D1, D2, and so on till D9. Percentile. Number of partitions are 100, partition points are 99. They are P1, P2, and so on till P99. Is it clear? Now moving on, guys. For ungrouped data, buy one, get two. As simple as that. It's not buy one, get two, buy one, get five. Because whatever is the formula for ungrouped data, same, almost the same, the formula for discrete group data also. Modification is what? Small n is replaced by capital N. And please understand, the template for be it quartile or decile or percentile, let's say quartile for that matter, I into n plus 1, the whole value is a template. If it is decile or percentile or quartile, if it is a quartile, you have to divide it by 4. If it is a decile, you have to divide it by 10. The template remains the same, I into n plus 1, the whole value only. If it is percentile, the denominator becomes 100. That's the modification. Have you all understood? I by 10 for quartile, I by 10 for decile, I by 100 for percentile, and n plus 1 is a common thing. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Shall we have an example on ungrouped group data? And I told you without writing anything on paper how to solve it. Hope you remember it. I'll explain that the same again. Everybody please take down. Find Q3 and P6. They'll not ask 2 questions. They'll ask only 1 question. It's for your practice. I'm giving 2. Right. Question is 30, 20, 60, 90, 10, 40. Guys, these are the observations. Everybody, the biggest mistake that you guys do is arranging the data in ascending order. Please don't do it. Please, of course, you have to do it, but you are not going to do because you are different. You are different. You are not going to sort the observations and waste your time. What do you do, guys? First of all, see what is asked. Q3, correct? What is Q3, guys? 3 by 4 into n plus 1, the whole value. Guys, you know it is 3 by 4 into n plus 1. Why do you write on the paper? Please don't write that on paper. If you can visualize what you know, don't write on the paper. Straight away in the calculator. How many observations are there, guys? 6. 6 plus 1, 7. 7 into 3, you do in the calculator. 21. Divided by 4. 5.25 value. Everybody look at this. You need 5.25 value. You know 5.25 lies between 5th and 6th. Everybody look at this. You just have to see the last 2 observations. Highest observation is 90. One less than that is 60. 90 and the 60 are the 2 observations which we need to focus on. Your answer will definitely lie between 60 and 90. If there is only one option which lies between 60 and 90, you take that as the answer. If there are multiple options between 60 and 90, then you have to work it out. How you have to work it out? Take the difference between these 2 values. How much it is? 90 minus 60. Multiply that with this decimal part, 0.25. All these should happen in the calculator. Add this with what? The least value among the 2, 60. So that gives you the answer, 67 point. Have you all understood? See, normally what they'll give you only one option between those 2 values. You can easily take. But for your bad luck, If they give more than one option, then you will have to work it out like this. Take the difference between the two highlighted values. You understood how I highlighted those two values? Fifth and sixth are those two values. Is it required that you arrange all observation? Please don't do it. Please don't do it. So 60 and 90 are fifth and sixth. The answer will lie between 60 and 90 only. So how do you find that out? It's definitely more than 60, definitely less than 90. So how much more than 60 we have to find? How do you find how much more than 60? Take the difference. Take the difference. And how much more than 5? 0.25. Multiply with 0.25 and then add with the least value 60. That is what is the answer. Now, similarly, guys, they're asking even D6. How do you find D6? 6 by 10 into n plus 1. I don't expect you to write this on paper. Guys, 7 into 6, 42 by 10 is 4.2, the whole value. 4.2 means fourth and fifth. Guys, fifth I already have 60. Fourth is which one? 40. So 60 and 40 are my highlighted value. Definitely, I know the answer is lying between 40 and 60. Guys, I should take the difference between the two. How much? 20. Multiply with 0.2, which is what? 4. 4 plus 40. The answer is 44. That's it. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Guys, moving on to group data. Moving on to group data. For discrete group data, first of all, we shall take same formula for ungrouped data, but the modification is what? Small n is replaced by capital N. For quartile, divided by 4. For decile, divided by 10. For percentile, divided by 100. Guys, same like median, be it discrete group data or a continuous group data, you need what? LCF. So you have to find out LCF. Correct? Everybody? Same procedure as that of the median. One example we shall take. Find P46. Find what? P46. X and F are given. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Frequencies are 10, 15, 5, 10, and 20. Everybody, what's the first thing that you have to compute for partition? LCF. 10, 25, 30, 40, and then 60. What is 60? Capital N. Guys, what are we asked to find? P46. That means 46 by 100 into capital N plus 1. The whole value is the reference value. Correct? Tell me, guys. Capital N is 60. 60 plus 1 is 61 into 46 divided by 100. How much it is? 28 points. You remember the median? The reference value we should take, then CF should be just more than this or less than this? Just more than that. Here also CF should be just more than 28.06. Which one is just more? 30. The corresponding X value is only the required partition P40. As for discrete, CF should be just more than the reference value. For continuous, CF is just less than the reference value. Hope you remember this. Right? Pakka. Guys, for continuous group data, formula is same as median. You remember what is median? L1 plus n by 2 minus CF divided by F into C. Guys, what is the modification for partitions? This n by 2 is replaced by in by 4 for quartile, in by 10 for decile, in by 100 for percentile. Procedure is same as median only. Procedure is same as median. Guys, one thing you remember about the partition, partitions will take middle 50% of the observations only for the computation. I'll repeat, partitions will take middle 50% of the observations only for the computation, where first 25% and the last 25% are ignored. That means, can they be used for open-end classes? Yes. For open-end classes, the suitable averages are partitions and median. Please do remember, please make a note of this. Quartiles take quartiles or any partitions. Take what? Middle 50% of the observation for computation. Now, guys, what is median when the quartiles are given? It is the average of upper and lower quartile. Q1 is the lower quartile, Q3 is the upper quartile. Is it clear, everybody? Guys, the next thing is geometric mean. Guys, geometric mean, even though we have a formula for group data, they haven't asked a question based on a group data. We'll just take the questions on ungrouped data and we will uh, proceed. Have you understood? Now, about geometric mean, what you should remember is, see, guys, it is the appropriate measure of central tendency for percentages and ratios. I'll tell you one thing, please remember. If they ask, what is an appropriate measure of central tendency for percentages and percentages, if they say percentages, see, please understand, for both percentages and ratio, GM and HM are suitable. GM and HM are suitable. In the option, GM, HM, both GM and HM, and none of this. If they say both GM and HM, you should tick both GM and HM. But if they say suitable average for percentages, AM, GM, HM, and partitions, if they say GM only, you have to prefer. Even though HM is there in one of the options, only in the case where GM and HM is given, that you have to take. But for percentages, particularly GM. But if there is an option both GM and HM, you have to take GM and HM. For ratios, it is HM. Even though GM is also regarded as percentage and ratio averages, but for ratios, HM you have to take if you don't have both GM and HM. Have you understood? If there is only one option given, both GM and HM is not given, in that case, which case you have to take HM? For ratios. Which case you have to take GM? For percentages. When both HM and GM as one of the option is present, then you have to take that for both percentages and ratios. Have you all understood? Guys, GM of product of two observations x into y is always GM of x into GM of y. GM of x by y will be GM of x by GM of y. Remember this, geometric mean, log of geometric mean of observations is arithmetic mean of log of observations. Guys, arithmetic mean of observation is summation x by n. Arithmetic mean of log of observations means this. X is replaced by log, that's it. So when you have log of geometric mean of observation, it is arithmetic mean of log of the given set of observation. Just remember the property, that's it. Guys, geometric mean of any two observations is what? Root of A into B. Already we have discussed in what? AM, GM, HM. Geometric mean of group data, guys, I have discussed this formula already, but problems are never asked. They have not asked so far in the history of CA/CPT and CA Foundation. Shall we have an example on GM? Everybody, please find the GM of 6, 8, 10, 12, and 15. Option. Let me give you option because you have to do option hitting method only. Correct? Yes, sir. Option A, 8.711. Option B, 9.711. Option C, 7.711. Option D, 10.711. Guys, what is the first thing that you should do for finding out GM? Option power n equal to product of observation. First of all, find the product of observations. How much it is? 86,000? 4 not? 400. Now, option we have to hit. Raise the power to what is n? 5. Which option power 5 gives you 86,400 approximately? 9.711 power 5 only gives you approximately 86,400. If not exactly equal, approximately. Why it is giving approximately? Because we are rounded off only to 3 digits after decimal point. Have you all understood? Guys, next thing is harmonic mean. I'm not going to discuss about the formula. Already I have discussed that in relation to what? AM. Right. Harmonic mean, when it is preferred, whenever the observations are in terms of percentages and ratios. But if they ask the question, which is the most suitable average for ratios? Option A, GM. Option C, HM. Option A, AM. Option B, GM. Option C, HM. Option D, partition. It is HM. If there is an option both GM and HM, you have to take GM and HM. If there is no option both GM and HM, for ratios, HM. For percentages, GM. You understood? You want an example on HM? Formulas I've already given. One example you can take. Find HM of 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everybody. How do you find HM, guys? For ungrouped data, remember the AM formula only, summation x by n, reciprocal. N goes up, summation x becomes summation 1 by x. Solve what first? Denominator. 1 by 6 m plus, 1 by 7 m plus, 1 by 8 m plus, 1 by 9 m plus, 1 by 10 m plus. Then MRC. Divide equal to take it up and multiply with what? N. What is N? 5. Into 5 you do. How much? 7.744. That's the HM. Have you all understood? Clear? Combined HM formula already I have given. Yes or no? If they ask you to find combined HM, solve the denominator first. Use the memory of your calculator. Keep the values in the memory only. Solve the numerator divided by MRC. Instead of taking it up, you can always do this. Let the values be in the memory only. Then solve the numerator. Then divide by MRC equal to you get the answer. One example on this. Please take. There are two groups having 30 and 20 observations with respective HMs being 40 and 70. Find combined HM. Find combined HM. Guys, solve the denominator first. First of all, what is N1? 30. N2? 20, sorry. H1? 40. H2 is 70. Solve the denominator. N1 by H1. 30 by 40 m plus. N2 by H2. 20 by 70 m plus. Let the values be in the memory only. Solve the numerator now. 20 plus 30 divided by MRC equal how much? 48.275. That's the HM, combined HM. Have you understood? Now guys, HM of any two observations A and B is 2AB divided by A plus B. What is GM of any two observations A and B? Root AB. What is AM of any two observation A and B? A plus B by 2. Have you all understood? Yes, this formula 2AB divided by A plus B is regarded as average speed formula. Whenever they give you two different speeds, when they ask you to find the average speed, especially when the distances traveled is the same, then we have to use 2AB divided by A plus B, where A and B are the two different speeds given in the question. Have you all understood? There's one last concept, relationship between AM, GM, HM. Guys, for equal and positive observation, positive and equal observation, AM, GM, HM, all the three are equal, which is equal to the observation itself. Which is equal to observation itself. If they say 10, 10, 10, 10, find the GM, HM, and AM. All of them are equal to 10 only. Have you all understood? Now, for observation being positive but distinct, what is the greater value? AM is the greater value. HM is the least value. GM is in between value. Guys, the next thing is very, very important. Very often they have asked questions on this. For any two observations A and B, relationship between AM, GM, HM is GM is equal to root of AM into HM. How do you remember? Guys, you know GM for two observations is root A into B, correct? Apart from GM, what are the two measures? AM and HM. Replace A and B by AM into HM. That way you can remember this relationship between AM, GM, HM. Guys, these AM, GM, HM possess mathematical properties. The reason being they take all observations into consideration. Guys, out of all the measures of central tendency that we had discussed, most commonly used or best measure of central tendency is which one? AM. Most commonly or best measure of central tendency is arithmetic mean, because it is easy to compute. It always takes all observations into consideration. It gives importance to each and every observations. Therefore, AM is regarded as the best measure or the commonly used measure of central tendency. But for percentages, GM. Percentages and ratios, if there is an option GM and HM, you have to tick both GM and HM. Particularly GM, if the options are AM, GM, HM, Which one? GM. Particularly ratio, if the options are AM, GM, HM, HM you take. If there is an option AM, GM, HM, both HM and GM, then you take both GM and HM. Have you all understood? Guys, weighted AM, it is same as group data formula. Capital N is summation F. You just have to replace F by W. You get what? Weighted AM. Same with weighted HM also. What is the group data formula for HM? Capital N means summation F divided by summation F by X. Just replace F by W. You get the weighted HM. And weighted GM, it's not there in the syllabus. Just for the formality, I have listed. One last concept about central tendency, very commonly asked question and very important. Every paper you may see such questions. Guys, they'll give you what? Central tendency of X. They'll ask you to find central tendency of Y by giving one equation ax plus by plus c equal to 0. One example. If X and Y are related using 6x plus 7y is equal to 50. Mean, or let's say median of x is 20. Find median of y. Guys, first of all, you have to understand the given measure, is it central tendency or a dispersion? Look at median. It is a central tendency measure. If you want median of y, please understand the entire equation you have to use. For central tendency measure, guys, entire equation you have to use. So that means you have to plug in x value as the given median of x, which is that 20 plus 7y is equal to 50. Just that we have to substitute x value as given central tendency of x. Whatever y value so obtained, that is what is central tendency of y. It could be mean, it could be median, it could be mode, or any measure of central tendency. You can apply this method. Have you all understood? Just that you have to substitute x value as given central tendency of x, which is 20 in this case. Just tell me, 6 into 20, 120. 120 minus 50, 70 is equal to 7y. What is y equal to? Right. So median of, oh sorry, my bad, minus 7y. So median is minus 10. Median is minus 10 because 50 comes this side, becomes minus, sorry, minus 50. 120 minus 50 is 70, yes, but 7y becomes minus 7y. Y is equal to minus 10. That means whatever y we got, that is what is median of y. Have you all understood? Such questions are often asked in the exam. Guys, I just want to give you another question on this. Please take down. If let's say GM of x is 15, then find GM of 5 minus 5 plus 2x. Everybody look at this. Guys, have they given an equation here? No. What is missing in this expression? Y is missing. So what we need to do is let y itself is the required expression 5 plus 2x. Now I got an equation. Now what I need to do in place of x, substitute what? Given central tendency. Don't you think GM is central tendency measure? Yes. So GM of x I can plug in 15 into 2. 30 plus 5, 35. So whatever y we got, that is what is GM of y, which is 35. Sometimes y may be given, sometimes y may not be given, as in this case, we have to let that itself as y. Have you all understood? Yes or no? As with this, we are done with what? Measures of central tendency. Now let's move on to the dispersion measures. What is a dispersion? Basically, dispersion is the amount of deviation in the data from the measure of central tendency. Please understand, you need a reference value for dispersion. The reference value here is central tendency. Please understand, you don't require any reference value in case of central tendency. So why? Central tendency measures are regarded as first order measures, whereas dispersion measures are regarded as second order measure. Why? Because it is a two-step procedure. What is the first step? Find the measure of central tendency. From there, you have to find the deviation. That is 2 steps. So why? Dispersion measures are second order measures. Have you all understood? Now guys, measures of dispersion, we have two types of measures. One is absolute measure, the other one is a relative measure. Out of these two measures, which one is unit dependent? Absolute measure of dispersion is unit dependent, relative measure is unit independent. Absolute measure of dispersion is unit dependent, whereas relative measure is unit independent. Now let us see the absolute measures that we have. Guys, there are four absolute measures. One is range, mean deviation, standard deviation, and quartile deviation. Okay. So what are the measures of absolute measures of dispersion? Four are there. One is range, mean deviation, standard deviation, quartile deviation. And the corresponding relative measure. If range is the absolute measure, coefficient of range is the corresponding relative measure. If mean deviation is the absolute measure, coefficient of MD. And then standard deviation is the absolute measure, CV is the corresponding relative measure. CV means what? Coefficient of variation. Quartile deviation, corresponding relative measure is coefficient of QD. Is that clear? Let's discuss one by one. Guys, range is the only measure. Range is the only measure where it takes only two measures into two observations into consideration, and not just that, the formula for ungrouped data and a group data is the same. What is it? L minus S. L minus S means largest observation minus smallest observation. Guys, what is coefficient of range? L minus S divided by L plus S into 100. That's range. Example you want? Sure. Okay. Let's see examples on the remaining measures. Guys, mean deviation. What is mean deviation? Guys, buy one, get many kind of a formula it is. Everybody. Deviation means what? How x values are deviated from the measure of central tendency. If you want MD about mean, x should be deviated from what? X bar. And you want the average deviation, so you have to divide it by n when you take the summation. And remember always, deviation is always absolute value. It cannot be negative. So why it should be modulus. Guys, this will give you the numerator, will give you the total deviation. If you want the average deviation, you have to divide it by n. So this is what is mean deviation about mean. If you know mean deviation about mean deviation about median, replace x bar by median. Replace x bar by A to get the MD about assumed mean. Have you all understood? Guys, if you know formula for ungrouped data, getting the formula for group data is simple. What is it? Small n should be replaced by what? Capital N, and summation mod x minus x bar common here, but what comes out? Frequency should be multiplied. But they've never asked a question on group data so far on mean deviation. So we'll focus only on ungrouped data. In the regular class, I have done how to solve such questions. Yes or no? Right. Having seen mean deviation about mean, median, and assumed mean, or even mode for that matter, what is the coefficient of mean deviation? Everybody remember, for any coefficient, the numerator is always absolute measure of dispersion. Guys, what is the absolute measure of dispersion here? MD about mean. So that is in the numerator. Denominator for any relative measure, that means for any coefficient, should be the reference central tendency value. What is the reference central tendency value here? X bar. So X bar should be in the denominator. Numerator is always absolute measure of dispersion, which is MD about mean in this case. And denominator is always reference central tendency measure. What is the reference value we have taken here? X bar into 100. That is coefficient of MD about mean. And coefficient of MD about assumed mean, reference central tendency value is A here. And coefficient of MD about median, numerator is absolute measure of dispersion, which is MD about median, and denominator is reference central tendency value, which is median, into what? 100. One example which we'll take on this. Shall we? Please take down. I'll give you two examples, in fact. Please take down. Find MD about mean, MD about mean for the observations 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Everybody have a look at this. What does mean for these observations? Observations are equally spaced. Do you find the mean for the Mean for all the observations? No. What do you do? What do you do? No, take the average of extreme values. 5 plus 25, 30. 30 by 2. Guys, what do you want? Mean deviation about mean. Guys, deviation about mean means x minus x bar. It should be an absolute deviation, so it should be modulus. It's only for one observation. We have multiple observation. What do? Take the summation. Guys, remember the logic. You need not by heart the formula. Deviation means x minus something. About mean means x minus x bar. Deviation should be always positive, so it should be a modulus value. This is only for one observation. I want for all observation means summation. This is total deviation. I want the average deviation. What I'll do? Divided by n. So there's a logic. There's a logic to remember the formula. No need to by heart it. Everybody understood. Now tell me, guys. Absolute means what? Irrespective of x minus x bar, whether it is positive or negative, you should always take the positive value. So what I would suggest you is don't do x minus x bar. Rather than that, among x minus x bar, whichever is greater minus smaller you type. Guys, look at the first value of x, 5. X bar is 15. So would you do 15 minus 5 or 5 minus 15? Because greater minus smaller will always give you what? Positive value. We want positive value only. 15 minus 5, m plus. 15 minus 10, m plus. No need to do 15 minus 15 because it is 0. 20 minus 15, m plus. 25 minus 15, m plus, MRC. Divided by how many observations are there? 5 observations. The answer is the mean deviation about MD about mean is 6. What if they had asked and also its coefficient? If they had asked this, what is coefficient, guys? Guys, tell me for coefficient, what is the numerator? MD about mean. Denominator is mean into 100. What is MD about mean? We got 6. What is mean we have? Into what? The result is 40, na? That's it. Guys, one more thing I want you to take. Find MD of 10, 20, 10, 20, 10, 20. Everybody have a look at this. Please understand. Look at observation. So what you normally do, you find the average, right? You find the average, that is AM, then take the deviation of each and every observation, isn't it? That's what you do. That's the biggest mistake that you will do. You will waste a lot of time. Understand one thing, 10 and 20 have repeated equal number of times, sir. 10 and 20 have repeated equal number of times. Whenever the observation repeat equal number of times in the given set of observation, you can take observation. The observation reduces to only 2 observation. The distinct observations are what? 10 and 20. You just have to find MD of 10 and 20. Guys, only 2 observations means if you want to find MD and SD, it's the same procedure. Be it MD, be it SD. As MD or SD for 2 observations is range divided by 2. What is range of these observations? 10 divided by 2. The answer will be 5. Even if you solve it conventionally, you will get 5 only. Guys, you may be thinking, so what if there are 3 distinct observations which are equally repeated? You just have to take those 3. No, you can't do 3 divided by 3. You just have to take those 3 observations, find the mean deviation for only 3 observations. Shall I give you an example on that? Please take. Have you understood this? See, these set of observation got reduced to only 2 observations because they have repeated equal number of times. Whenever they repeat equal number of times, 10 and 20 are the distinct observation. You can just take 10 and 20 only. So for 2 observation, be it MD or SD, they are always same, which is range by 2. Take one more. Find MD about mean, MD about mean for 10, 20, 10, 10, 20, 30, 10, 20, 30. Look at this. 10 occurred twice, 20 occurred twice, 30 also occurred twice. So the resultant observations will be what? 10, 20 and 30. Instead of finding mean deviation for all observation, we reduced what? Observations into only 3 observations. What is mean for this? 20. Find x minus x bar modulus divided by n for this under summation. Guys, 20 minus 10, 10. 20 minus 20, 0. 30 minus 20, 10. 10 plus 10, 20 divided by 3. How much? 6 point. That is mean deviation. Have you all understood? Array x minus x bar, guys. X bar is 20. I told you, greater minus smaller. 10 and 20, greater is 20. So 20 minus 10 is how much? 10. Plus 20 minus 20 is 0. Plus 30 minus 20 is 10. So it becomes 20 divided by what? How many observations? Don't take 6. We have reduced 6 into 3. So divided by 3 you have to do, which is 6.66. Have you all understood? Yes or no? Akka, clear. Let's begin with standard deviation now. Guys, standard deviation. What is standard deviation? It is the best measure of dispersion. Best measure of central tendency is AM. Best measure of dispersion is standard deviation. Why? It takes AM as the reference central tendency measure. Guys, formula, how do you remember? Buy one, get one, guys. Especially, guys, when summation x, when summation x square or x bar is asked, summation x square or x bar is asked, you will have to use the first formula of SD, which is root of summation x square divided by n minus x bar whole square. I think I gave you the shortcut how to find summation x square. Guys, if you use this formula, if you want to find summation x square or x bar, it will take a lot of time. So what is the shortcut to find summation x square when the SD is given? It is what? S n outside SD the square plus x bar the square. This is a shortcut to find summation x square. Whenever SD and x bar and n are given, if they ask you to find summation x square, this is the one liner. Suppose if they ask you to find x bar by giving what? Summation x square and the standard deviation. What is x bar? It follows the same formula, but SD and x bar positions are interchanged. That means root of summation x square by n minus SD the whole square. Guys, please do remember, you can save a lot of time in the exam. If they ask you to find SD by giving all observations, it is the second formula you have to use. I'll give you examples based on this now. Can I? Please take down. If SD of 20 observations, SD of 20 observations is 5. SD of 20 observations is 5, and the mean is equal to 20. Find the sum of the squares of the observations. Guys, whenever SD and x bar are given, if they ask you to find summation x square, what is that one liner I gave? Summation x square is n into SD square plus x bar square. Everybody please do this. SD is how much? 5. Is means first one. 5 square 25 plus x bar 20. Please do this. 5 into equal m plus 20 into equal m plus MRC into how many observations? 20. The answer is 8,500. Guys, when to use this? When summation x square is asked by giving SD. Take one more example. If SD of 100 observations, if SD and summation x square for 100 observations are 5 and 10,000. 5 and 10,000. Find x bar. What is that one liner I said? X bar is equal to root of summation x square by n minus, instead of x bar, SD the whole square. That's it. Everybody take the calculator. Summation x square is 10,000 divided by n is 100. M plus SD is 5 into equal m minus MRC. Press the root. 8.666. This is what is mean. Have you all understood when to use this kind of formulas? When SD is asked, when SD itself is asked, what do you do? Root of summation x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Shall we take one example on this? Is it clear, everybody? So please take. Find SD of 5, 6, 9, 12. Guys, first of all, what is the reference central tendency measure for SD? X bar. Tell me quickly. 5 plus 6 plus 9 plus 12 divided by how many observations? 4 observations. So tell me how much? 8, huh? Okay. Now, guys, what is SD with when all observations are given? Root of summation x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Guys, you need not take greater minus smaller because it is not modulus. Now, 5 minus 8 minus 3 whole square means what? 9. Do you require calculator for that? 5 minus 8 is minus 3. When you square it, it becomes 9. Type 9 plus 6 minus 2. 6 minus 8 is minus 2. Whole square is what? 4 plus 4. 9 minus 8 is 1. 1 square is what? 1 plus 1. 12 minus 8 is what? 4. 4 square is how much? 16 plus 16 divided by how many observations? 4. Press equal. Press the root. 2.7386. This is the standard deviation. Have you all understood? Everybody. Ah. Guys, having seen standard deviation, let's now move on to variance. Guys, what is variance? It is square of standard deviation. Square of standard deviation. Whenever the variance is asked, they ask you to find the standard deviation. Whenever variance is asked by giving standard deviation, square it. What is SD then? When the variance is given, root of variance. Root of variance. Now, next concept, very, very important, very often asked in the exam. What is it? That is CV, coefficient of variation. Guys, what is the coefficient of variation? Basically, it is the statistical tool that helps in comparing what? Consistency of the data. To find consistency of data, we use what? CV. What do you mean by lesser CV? Better consistency, na worse consistency? Lesser the CV, better is the consistency. Vice versa and vice versa. Is it clear, everybody? Now, what is CV formula, guys? CV is SD by AM into 100. Very often they've asked questions on. Everybody clear? Guys, having seen CV, let's see properties of SD. What is property of SD, guys? Guys, you know the fact that AM gets affected due to shift of origin and even change of scale. But standard deviation does not get affected on shift of origin. What is shift of origin, guys? Adding or subtracting each observation by a common number, SD doesn't change. What is shift of origin? Adding or subtracting each observation by a common number means shift of origin. What is change of scale? Multiplying or dividing each observation by a common number is called as change of scale. SD remains unaffected on shift of origin. Shift of origin means what? Plus or minus. But changes on change of scale. What is change of scale? Into or divided. Guys, same is the property for MD, QD, and even range. SD doesn't get affected on shift of origin. The same with MD, the same with QD, the same with range. SD will change with change of scale. The same with QD, same with MD, and same with range. Have you understood? Second thing, SD of any two observations. It is range by 2. Already we have discussed in MD concept. MD and SD are the same for any two observations. That is the next one. SD of first n natural numbers. First n natural numbers are n consecutive natural numbers. N consecutive natural numbers, the formula is same. What is it? Root of n square minus 1 by 12. Often they have asked questions on this, guys. They'll ask, what is SD of first 25 natural numbers? What is that we have to do? Put n is equal to 25. SD of first 25 natural numbers. What do you do, guys? Put n is equal to 25 where? In the formula. Type 25 into equal for squaring minus 1 divided by 12. Don't forget to press equal. Then the root. How much it is? 7.21. That's what is SD of first 25 natural numbers or n consecutive. First, 25 consecutive natural numbers also the same answer. Everybody clear? Yes or no? These are the properties of SD. One last thing about SD that we need to discuss is combined SD. What is combined SD, guys? Root of n1 s1 square plus n2 s2 square plus n1 d1 square plus n2 d2 square divided by what? N1 plus n2. What are n1 and n2? Number of observations of both the groups respectively. S1 and S2 are standard deviations. N1 and N2 are number of observations. But what is the unknown here? D1 square and D2 square. Everybody, what is D1 square, guys? X1 bar minus XC bar the whole square. X1 bar minus XC bar the whole square. What is D2 square? X2 bar minus XC bar the whole square. What do you understand by this? Whenever a combined standard deviation is asked, you need to first of all know what is combined mean. Without combined mean, you can't compute d1 square and d2 square. Without that, you cannot find combined SD. So, what is combined mean formula, everybody? N1 x1 bar plus N2 x2 bar divided by N1 plus N2. Is it clear, everybody? Guys, don't write the formula on paper and waste your time. Remember, it's in a cyclic order. N1 S1 square plus N2 S2 square plus N1 D1 square plus N2 D2 square. Is it clear? Everybody, say yes or no. Whenever, whenever SD of second group is asked, I'll give you the one-liner to solve this. Otherwise, it's the lengthiest question that would be ever asked in the exam. But if you use this one-liner, you should be able to solve it within 1 minute at least in 1 minute. Otherwise, it will take 4-5 minutes easily if you don't use this. Whenever SD of one of the group is asked by giving combined SD everything, what you have to do? S2 is equal to root of everybody. It is combined SD. SC means combined SD into N1 plus N2 means total observations is SC square, sorry. SC square into N1 plus N2 minus rest of the things have to be subtracted. What is it? N1 S1 square minus N2 S2 square minus N1 D1 square minus, oh sorry, N2 S2 square should not come because we are finding out S2. So N1 S1 square, N1 D1 square, N2 D2 square. That's it. Divided by, what is this here? S along with S2, what is multiplier? N2. So N2 should come over here. So this is that one liner which you have to use whenever they ask S2. Whenever they ask S2, this is that one liner you have to use. Can solve this in what? In one step in the calculator, provided you know all the values. Everybody? There are. Say yes or no. Ka. Can I solve one question on combined SD? Shall I? Okay. I'll solve two questions. Questions from the ICA material only I shall solve. Is it fine? Okay. Guys, look at ninth question here. If two samples of sizes 30 and 20 have the means 55 and 60, everybody look here. 30 is N1, 20 is N2. Means X1 bar is 55, X2 bar is 60. Variances they have given. That means this is S1 square, S2 square. Because they are not standard deviation, they are the square of standard deviation straight away. Now, what would be the SD of the combined sample of size 50? Combined SD we have to find out. Let's to find combined SD, first of all, what you need to find out is combined mean. No need to write the formula. For your reference, I'm writing. Quickly find it out, guys. N1 X1 bar 30 into 55 M plus 20 into 60 M plus MRC divided by 50. How much? 57. Quickly find out D1 square and D2 square. What is D1 square? X1 bar minus XC bar the whole square. How much it is? 4. X2 bar minus XC bar the whole square. How much? 9. So we got D1 square, we got D2 square. Just that we have to use the formula. What is combined SD? Guys, I don't suggest you to write the formula of combined SD in the exam on paper. Formula N1 S1 square plus N2 S2 square plus N1 D1 square plus N2 D2 square divided by N1 plus N2. Take your calculator, use the memory of your calculator. N1 into S1 square. N1 is 30, S1 square is 16. You need not square because that is S1 square straight away. So it is 30 into 16 M plus 20 into what? 25. 20 into 25 M plus N1 D1 square 30 into 4 M plus, don't square it because D1 square itself is 4. N2 D2 square 20 into 9 M plus MRC divided by what is N1 plus N2? 50. Press equal, press the root. That means 5.06. Everybody clear? You have to be very, very fast. Right? Don't write the things unnecessarily on paper. You keep writing everything, it will take a lot of time. Especially I don't expect you to write the formula in the exam. Remember the formula, you can visualize it, feed the values as per the formula. That's it. For writing the formula only, it will take some seconds. Yes or no? So every second matters. Please don't do that. Everybody clear? Say yes or no. Pakka 100%. Now, I want you to take up this question. The mean and SD of a group of 100 observations are 65 and 7.03. Guys, this 100 observations only are total observations. That means N1 plus N2. The corresponding SD will be SC. What does this corresponding mean? Combined mean. Tell me, guys. First group, 60 is the number of observations, and SD of the first, mean of the first group is X1 bar. Mean of the first group is X1 bar. SD of the first group is S1. What is that we need to find? SD of remaining 40 observation. That means second group. S2 we need to find. Guys, to compute S2, what and all you need to have? T1 square, T2 square, everything else, and everything else we know. But to find T1 square and D2 square, you must have a combined mean. Combined mean is there, but you don't know what? X2 bar. Yes, I told you the shortcut to find X2 bar without writing anything on the paper. First pair you have to multiply. What's the first pair? Total into combined mean. Multiply, press what? M plus. Second pair, 60 into mean of first group is 70. M minus. Are we done with all the groups? No, done. There's only two groups, right? So MRC you press, MRC divided by how many observations remaining? 40. How much is X2 bar? 57.5. Guys, you understood, right? First group you multiply, total observations you multiply with what? Combined mean, M plus, and first group into mean of first group, M minus. And if there is other groups also, you have to do that. There's only one group given here. So MRC you press divided by remaining observations of what? 40. So you get X2 bar as 57.5. Quickly find out D1 square and D2 square. D1 square is X1 bar minus X2 bar the whole square. XC bar the whole square. X1 bar is how much? 70 minus XC bar is how much? 65. So it is 25. Yes, sir. D2 square. D2 square is x2 bar minus xc bar. So 57.5 minus 65 the whole square. How much it is? 56.25. So we got everything and use that one liner which I gave you. What is S2 guys? Root of n1 plus n2 into sc the square minus n1 s1 square minus n1 d1 square minus n2 d2 square divided by, why are we not writing n2 s2 square? Because unknown itself is s2 has gone that way, divided by n2. I want you to do the computation quickly. What is n1 plus n2? 100. Guys, wait, don't do 100 because SC has to be squared. SC is how much? 7.03 first. Type 7.03, square it into equal into 100 m plus. Done? Now, N1 S1 square. What is N1 guys? 60 observation. S1 square is 9. 60 into 9 m minus n1 d1 square. N1 is how much? 60. d1 square is 25. So 60 into 25 m minus n2 d2 square. N2 is how much? 40. d2 square is how much? 56.25 m minus mrc divided by n2 guys, 40. Press equal, press the root. How much? 4.0. 37. That means option C is the right answer. Guys, because of this one line formula I have given, you're able to solve it faster. Even though it looks what little lengthy, but if you solve everything conventionally, exam will get over. At least you are able to solve this in 1.5 minute time. If you solve it in a conventional way, it will take 4-5 minutes easily, and you're not sure whether you get the correct answer or not. Are you clear? Right. Guys, the last concept of this chapter is what? Quartile deviation. Guys, quartile deviation is the easiest of all. What it is? Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. You all know how to find third quartile, how to find first quartile. Take the difference divided by 2. That is what is quartile deviation. Guys, also know that Q3 minus Q1 is called as interquartile range. What is it called as? Interquartile range. What is quartile deviation called as? Half of that which is semi-interquartile range. They can ask a question. Interquartile range is dash times QD. Option A 2 times, option B 3 times, option C 1 by 2 times, option D none of this. Guys, how to figure it out? Don't with confusion, don't take the answer. Don't do inky pinky ponky. Right? What is QD formula? You write down. What is it? Q3 minus Q1 by 2. We have to keep what on one side? Interquartile range. What is interquartile range here? Q3 minus Q1. I'll send this here. So 2 into QD. Isn't it 2 times QD? Yes, sir. That is how you have to do it. Is it clear, everybody? Now, guys, the next thing is coefficient of QD. Guys, if you know coefficient of range, the same is a coefficient of QD. In range, it is L minus S divided by L plus S. What do you mean by L? Largest observation. What do you mean by largest quartile? Q3. What do you mean by S? Smallest observation. What is the smallest quartile? 1 divided by Q3 plus Q1. L plus S becomes Q3 plus Q1. This is coefficient of QD. Guys, there is one more formula for coefficient of QD. When QD and median are given, it is QD by median into 100, where M is median. Have you all understood? And they may ask in the exam, guys, which one is the appropriate measure of dispersion for open-end classes? Appropriate measure of dispersion for open-end classes is quartile deviation. Appropriate measure of dispersion for open-end classes is quartile deviation. Appropriate measure of central tendency for open-end classes is median and partitions. Guys, one last thing. Relationship between SD, MD and QD. Relationship between what? SD, MD and QD. Guys, how do you remember? Write down SD equal to MD equal to QD. Affix 2 with SD. Increment the value by 0.5. So 2.5 Increment the value again by 0.53. This is the relationship between SD, MD, and QD. Among SD, QD, and MD, which is the greater value? SD is the highest. Whichever is having the least multiplier, that is what is the highest, because they're all equated. So SD is the highest value, QD is the least value. Have you all understood? I'll give you an example based on which the question could be asked. Everybody take here. MD is dash root of SD into QD. They may ask you a question like this. What we need to do is express everything in terms of what? Express everything in terms of either SD or MD or QD. What do you want to express everything in terms of? We have MD here. We will express everything in terms of MD. Let me take this as X. Whatever the unknown, we'll take it as what? X. Now everybody, MD will remain as it is. X into, what is SD in terms of MD, guys? SD is 2.5 divided by 2, because 2 will go to the other side. It becomes 2.5 divided by 2 MD. What is QD in terms of MD, guys? No. QD in terms of MD is 2.5 divided by 3. 3 will go. Correct? So it is 2.5 divided by 3 MD is QD. Because these two we have to equate. QD only we have to return on one side. 3 will go to the other side, gets divided. Everybody, what you have to do is MD into MD is MD square. Under the root, it becomes MD. So both the side MD will get cancelled. Everybody take your calculator. 2.5 divided by 2 into 2.5 divided by 3. Press equal. Press the root. Have you pressed the root? Now you know you need to find the value of X. This value, whatever we have, has to go on the other side, gets divided. But we don't divide, we multiply by taking its reciprocal. Divide equal to, you do 97? 97. That's the answer. Everybody clear? They have asked questions like this in the exam. Have you all understood? Have you all understood? Can I give you one more on this? Let's see. Guys, QD is equal to X into root of MD into SD. I want you to find the value of X. I want you to find the value of X. 0.555. Check. Guys, you kept everything in terms of QD or SD? QD only? Okay. What is MD in terms of QD? 2.5 will go that side. 3 divided by 2.5. What is SD in terms of QD? 2 goes that side. 3 divided by 2. Into what? QD. It's also QD. QD gone. 3 by 2.5 into 3 by 2 equal to root. And this has to go on the other side, get reciprocal. Divide equal. So what is X? 0.745. Have you all understood? Yes or no? Last thing. Guys, what is it? X and Y are the two variables related as AX plus BY. We have seen same concept in central tendency as well. Yes or no? We have seen the same concept in the measures of central tendency as well, but that is for only central tendency. What do we do there? We substitute the X as the given central tendency of X. Whatever Y value you find, that is central tendency of Y. But for this, in case of dispersion, we don't use the entire equation. We just take A value and B value. And that is dispersion of Y is mod A by B into dispersion of X. What is A? Coefficient of X. What is B? Coefficient of Y. Have you understood? One example, please take. If X and Y are related as 5x plus 2y is equal to 10. SD of X is 5. Find SD of Y. Everybody have a look. SD is a measure of dispersion or measure of central tendency? Measure of dispersion, so we have to use this concept. So SD of y is mod A by B into SD of x. Dispersion is replaced by what? SD. What is A value here? Guys, don't worry about the signs because it is mod, it becomes positive only. 2 into SD of x is 5. So 12.5. That is SD of y. But guys, if they give you SD of x, if they ask you to find variance of y, please understand. Or if they give you variance of x, they ask you to find variance of y. You can't use a dispersion concept. For that, I have given a shortcut. If you remember, variance of ax plus b is a square into variance of x. Please make a note of this. One example, when the variance is given, you can't use a dispersion concept. You have to make use of this shortcut. Of course, you can solve it using dispersion by converting variance into standard deviation. First of all, you convert variance of x into standard deviation of x. Use the dispersion concept, find the standard deviation of y, then square it. It will take a lot of time. So rather than that, you can use this one-liner. One example. If variance of x is equal to 10, find variance of 10 minus 3x. Everybody. Guys, what is a value here? Coefficient of x is only a value. Guys, variance of ax plus b is a square into variance of x. Therefore, variance of 10 minus 3x is, what is a value here? Guys, don't take it as 10. Coefficient of x is a, which is minus 3 the whole square into variance of x is 10. So 9 into 10 is 90. Have you understood? One more example. Take one more. If not standard deviation, QD of x is 12.5, find QD of 10 plus 3x. Everybody look here. Is there an equation given here? What do? We let this as y because we need both x and y, correct? Therefore, we let the given expression as. You may be thinking, sir, why we did not let this as y? Because we have a shortcut for variance. Variance of ax plus b is a square into variance of x, isn't it? 3x. Now tell me, guys, what happens is QD is a dispersion measure. So obviously, QD of y is mod A by B into QD of x. Tell me, what is A value? Coefficient of x is 3. What is B value? Coefficient of y, nothing means 1 into QD of x, 12.5. The answer is 37 point. Have you all understood? Sometimes, guys, they may give you QD of y. They may ask you to find QD of x. What do? Ulta. This a by b will go to the other side, becomes b by a into QD of y. You'll get QD of x. Have you all understood? Everybody, this concludes the chapter number 14. Everybody clear? Yes, sir. All what concepts we have covered and problems on each concept we have covered. Yes or no? Clear? Everybody. Which chapter we shall take now? Yes, guys. Let's discuss index numbers. What's the weightage of this chapter? 3 to 4 marks. Everybody, please concentrate. Index numbers. What is index number, guys? It's a statistical tool that helps in comparing price of a commodity in 2 different years. Not just price, quantity, not just quantity, even value for that matter. What is value, guys? Price into quantity. Clear, everybody? Now, what are the averages used for the construction of index number? AM and GM. Best is GM, most commonly used AM. Why AM is most commonly used? Because it is easy to compute. Theoretically, GM is the best, but most commonly used is AM because it is simple to compute. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Classification of index numbers. Guys, index numbers are classified into two: simple index number and weighted index number. Guys, in simple index numbers, there are two. In simple index number, there are two. One is simple aggregative price index, SAPI. What is SAPI? Guys, as the name itself says aggregative, we take the aggregative of all current prices and all base year price. Summation of all current year prices, summation of all base year prices, we divide into 100. What is P1? 1 for current year price. P1 is current year price. P naught is base year price. Sometimes, guys, this current year price can be even given as PN. PN also is a representation for current year price. Is it clear? 1 or N representation for current year, 0 for base year. Everybody clear? Simple relative. Guys, in aggregative, we take the sum of all current year prices separately, sum of all the base year prices separately, then we divide. In relative, first we divide and we take the summation later. For each commodity, we take the current year price by base year price and we keep adding it, divided by N into 100. What is N here? Number of commodities. In relative, remember, we divide first, then we take the summation. In aggregative, you remember, we take the summation, then we divide. Is it clear? Guys, very important note, SAPI, simple aggregative price index, is unit dependent, whereas SRPI is unit independent. Commonly asked question in the exam. Now guys, weighted index numbers, what do you mean by a weight? Weight is a quantity. Now, first of the weighted index numbers is Laspier's. How to write the formula? How to remember the formula? The base is simple aggregative. What is it? Summation P1 by summation P0 into what? 100. Remember, for Laspier's, you multiply both numerator and denominator with Q0. This is Laspier's. What is Q0, guys? Base year quantity. 0 for base year, Q is quantity. So this is Laspier's index. Guys, if you know Laspier's index, getting Paschis is also very easy. Guys, once again, even for Paschis, the reference is what? Simple aggregative only. But multiply both numerator and denominator with current year quantity. Laspier's is base year quantity. Paschis is current year quantity. Everybody understood? Now, guys, Bowley's index. What is Bowley's index? It is the arithmetic mean of Laspier's and Paschis. It is L plus P by 2. Should I have into 100 here? No. In Laspier's itself, into 100 is there. In Paschis itself, into 100 is there. Then we have a Fisher's index, root of L into P. Fisher's index is a geometric mean of L and P. Pauli's is AM of L and P. Is it clear, everybody? Then we have the last index, that is the Marshall's index. Guys, how to remember this? Everybody. First of all, simple aggregative price index only into what? 100. Multiply this with Q0 plus Q1. Q0 plus Q1. Everybody, they may ask, which one is based on the average of base year and current year quantity? It is Marshall's. Which one is based on the average of base year and current year quantities? It is Marshall's index. These are the formulas. Have you all understood how to get the formula? Guys, how do you solve Laspier's, Paschis, and even Marshall's for that matter in one step? For denominator, we use memory. For numerator, we use equal to GT divided by MRC and into 100. That is how you do. Even for Marshall's also the same procedure. And guys, some important points regarding Laspier's and Paschis. Whenever, please take this, if the prices or quantities or both price and quantities say change in the same ratio, if the price or quantity or both price and the quantity change in the same ratio, Laspier's index will be equal to Paschis index. Please remember, very important point. Guys, regarding Fisher's index is a geometric mean of Laspier's and Paschis. Geometric mean of Laspier's and Paschis. Please understand, guys, don't use Fisher's. Even if they ask Fisher's index, don't find Fisher's index, because Fisher's index requires more time to computation. Rather than Fisher's index, you find Marshall's index. Because Marshall's index and the Fisher's index are approximately the same for any given data. For any given data, Marshall's is a good approximation to Fisher's index. Rather than finding Fisher's, you find the Marshall's. For Fisher's, you'll have to write something on paper, whereas for Marshall, nothing is required to be written on paper. In one step, you can compute it. Have you understood? Don't find out Fisher's. Even if they ask Fisher's, find out Marshall's. And that's a good approximation to what? Fisher's index. Have you all understood? And very important, Marshall's index is a good approximation to what index? Fisher's index. Everybody clear? Shall I give an example on Laspier's, Fisher's, and Paschis also? Please take down. One data, all measures. Shall we do that? Yes. Please. Find L, P, F, P, and M. Laspier's, Paschis, Fishers, Bowleys, and Marshalls. Okay. P naught, P1, Q naught, Q1. P naught is 10 rupees. P1 is 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Q naught, 2, 5, 3, 7, 4, 8. Everybody look. This is the given data. Base year price, current year price, base year quantity, current year quantities are given. Everybody take the first one. Last year's. How to remember last year's? Simple aggregative. Multiply what with both numerator and denominator? Q naught. Q naught. Solve what first, guys? Denominator. Using what? Memory. Everybody take your calculator. P naught into Q naught. First and the third column. 10 into 2, M plus. 20 into 3, M plus. 30 into 4, M plus. Done? Let the values be in the memory only. Now, numerator. P1 into Q naught. Which two columns? Second and third. 15 into 2, you can't do M plus, equal. 15 into 2 equals 25 into 3 equals 35 into 4 equals. How do you get the result? GT divided by denominator where it is in the memory. How do you recall? MRC into 100. How much? 122 point. Everybody understood? Now Paschis index. Summation P1 by summation P0, the reference. Multiply what? Q1 and Q1. Everybody, for denominator, what would you do? Memory. Right. P0 Q1 means first and last column. Everybody, 10 into 5, M plus. 20 into 7, M plus. 30 into 8, M plus. Let the values be in the memory only. Guys, now what to do? Numerator. P1 Q1 means second and fourth. 15 into 5 equals 25 into 7 equals 35 into 8 equals GT divided by MRC into 100. How much? 123.25. Now guys, Bowley's index is very simple. L plus P divided by 2. Add the 2 and divided by 2. 122.875. Got it? Now let's move on to Fisher's. Fisher's also very simple now. Root of L into P. Root of L into P. How much it is? 122.874. Now guys, Marshall's index. Everybody look here. We are going to see Marshall's and Fisher's are approximately equal. Guys, what's the formula? Summation P1 by summation P0. Q0 plus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into 100. Everyone look here. For denominator, we use a memory. Correct? First of all, do Q0 plus Q1. Everyone. 2 plus 5, 7. 7 into P0, which is 10. M plus. 3 plus 7 into 20. M plus. 4 plus 8 into 30. M plus. Let the values be in the memory. Now look at the numerator. Q0 plus Q1. 7 into 15 equal to 10 into 25. 10 into what? 25 equals 4 plus 8, 12 into 35 equals dt. Divided by what, guys? MRC into 100. 122.23 pointer. That means this is not 122.874. Fishers, please do fishers, guys. 122.5 into 123.25 equal to root. Huh? 122.87 only. 123.01. Marshals, 123.01. Guys, 87 and 01 are approximately zero point 0.9, and this one is 123. Approximately they are same. So you can approximate Fishers and Marshalls. Even though they ask Fishers, you find Marshalls because they are approximately equal. Approximate value only you can take. Is it clear, everybody? Yes or no? Pakka. Now, guys, the next thing, consumer price index. What is consumer price index? Also referred as cost of living index. What does CPI tells you about? Guys, CPI tells you about how the prices have increased over a given period of time for the basket of goods and services that you get. Consumer gets a basket of goods and services. What are goods and services? Consumables, non-consumables. Services means education, hospital, transportation. All this comes under services, right? For goods and services, if you take over a given period of time, the prices have increased. Last year and this year, definitely the prices have increased. That is only is given by CPI. CPI will tell you about how the prices have changed for the basket of goods and services the consumer has to pay over a given period of time. That is what is CPI. It is also regarded as a cost of living index. Guys, for cost of living index, since it is for a consumer, we take what? Retail prices. Retail prices are considered for CPI, not the wholesale prices, because for a consumer, it is the retail prices which is applicable. Is it clear? CPI helps in finding what? Rate of inflation, because CPI tells you how the prices have changed. That means how the inflation has affected the prices. Have you all understood? Now, there is no defined formula for a CPI. It could be sometimes last year's. It could be sometimes even simple relative price index. It could be even PASHIs, depending upon the given data. Sometimes if they give you group index and the weights, it is summation IW divided by summation W, especially when the group index and weights are given. This is what is CPI. Guys, what is deflated value? It is a counteract for inflation. It's a counteract for inflation. If the price goes up, the demand comes down. So retailers and service providers don't want the demand to go down. What they'll do, they'll maintain the same sticker price. They'll not increase the price, but they'll reduce the quantity. That is what is called as deflation. Deflation of a value occurs when the retailers and service providers cut their cost and sell the smaller packages, give out the smaller portion, or generally provide the less for the same price. They'll not increase the price because the prices increase. If they increase the price, what will happen? You'll not buy it. They'll keep the same price, but they'll reduce the quantity. That is what is deflation. But what is asked in the exam is this definition, guys. Please do remember, deflated value is current value by current year CPI. Very, very often asked question. Sometimes in the options, guys, they may give you into 100. You should not take that option. Deflated value doesn't come with 100. What is deflated value? Current value by current year CPI. Have you all understood? Now, splicing of index number. Guys, what is the significance of splicing of index number? When you want to add a new commodity into the list of existing commodities, we use splicing. And what is the meaning of splicing basically? If there are two index number series, if you want to get a single continuous series on the basis of a common base, we use splicing. That is what is called as splicing. Splicing means construction of one continuous series from the two different index number series on the basis of common base. When you want to add a new commodity into the existing list of commodities, again, we use what? Splicing. Have you understood? Now, shifted price index definition, again, very important. What is shifted price index? If you want to shift your index number to any particular year, it is the original price index divided by price index of the year to which it has to be shifted into 100. It is an index, so into 100 will be there. Only deflated value will not have a into 100. Please do remember. Chain index number. Guys, whenever the price changes are by large, you can't have a fixed base. You'll have to use a variable base, change in base. Please understand, in chain index number, for every year, the base year will be immediate preceding period. For example, 2017, the base year will be 2016. For 2018, the base year will be 2017, and so on. So there will not be a single base in case of CIN, chain index number. Base keeps shifting. Base year for any given period will be the immediate preceding period. This is different from fixed base concept. And the formula they have often asked, guys, what is CIN? It is link relative of the current year into CIN of the previous year divided by 100. Very, very important. This definition is often asked. The formula. What is link relative means? Price relative. Guys, moving on to purchasing power of money. Guys, purchasing power of money means for a same price, if you are able to get more, your purchasing power of money is more. So that means to say, more the price, lesser is the purchasing power of money. More the CPI, lesser is the purchasing power of money. So it is the reciprocal of price index. It's 1 by price index. Please understand, whenever they give you current year CPI and base year CPI, if they ask you to find purchasing power of money, it's 1 by K. Remember, what is K? Current year CPI by base year CPI. Current year CPI by base year CPI is K. So 1 by K is purchasing power of money. Here, everybody. Real wages, very important for the examination point of view. What is real wages? Real wages is always comparable with what? Base year wages. It is always, write down, it is always comparable with base year wages. Guys, with the help of real wages, you will come to know whether your salary has actually increased or decreased. With the help of real wages, we will know whether the wages has increased or decreased. Wages are increased or decreased. With the help of real wages, we will know whether the wages has increased or decreased. Now, guys, what is the formula for real wages? Guys, it is current wages divided by K. Current wages divided by K. Already I have told you what is K. What is K, guys? Current year CPI by base year CPI. Find the value of K, take it up, multiply with current wages. Shall we have an example on this? Everybody take this. I'll give you the formula once again. What is real wages, guys? Real wages is current wages divided by K. What is K? Current year CPI divided by base year CPI. Now, guys, let's say, for example, if the CPI has increased, the CPI has increased from 120 to 210, and the salary is also increased from 25,000 to 47,000. Find the real wages and also say whether The employee is in gain or loss? Employee is in gain or loss. Everybody look at this. What is the base year salary? 25,000. Current year salary is 47,000. Base year CPI is 120. Current year CPI is 200. So what is the real wages formula, guys? Real wages is equal to current wages divided by K. What is K? Current year CPI by base year CPI. Please compute that. 210 divided by 120. Take it up. How do you take it up? Divide equal and multiply with current wages. What is current wages? 47,000. How much it is? Now, I said real wages is comparable with what? Base wages. What is base wages, sir? 25,000. Is it more than 25,000? Yes. If it is more than 25,000, is in gain. He is in. Because it's more than. Real wages is more than base wages. Have you all understood? Sometimes on real wages, they'll ask percentage increase in real wages. Let's have one question based on that. Everybody take down percentage increase in real wages. Percentage increase in real wages. So what is the formula for percentage increase in real wages? It's 1 minus 1 plus percentage increase in price divided by 1 plus percentage increase in wages, whole thing into 100. One example we shall take on this. The prices have increased from the prices have increased by 15% and the salary is increased by 18%. Salary is increased by 18%. Find the percentage increase in real wages. Please understand the fact that percentage increase in real wages is always the lesser than the difference between these two. Percentage increase in real wages is always lesser than the difference between these two values. That means it's going to be definitely less than 3%. If there are options 3%, more than 3%, less than 3%, no need to compute. You can take less than 3% only because difference between these two values is what? 3. It will be definitely less than 3%. Percentage increase in real wages is always difference between less than the difference between percentage increase in price and percentage increase in wages. The difference is how much? 3. It's definitely going to be less than 3%. But if they ask you a value, you have to compute it. What is the formula? Here it is. Now, what is percentage increase in price? 15%. What is 1 plus 15%? 1.15. Type 1.15 divided by 1 plus 18% means 1.18. Clear? Make it negative. How do you make it negative? Plus or minus. Add 1 to it into 100. How much it is? 2.54%. Everybody clear? This is what is percentage increase in real wages. Everybody, yes or no? Yes, we have next tests of adequacy or consistency, commonly asked questions in the exam. Guys, there are 4 tests of adequacy or tests of consistency. First among them is unit test. Please understand, for any index number to pass this unit test, it must be free of unit. Any index number which is free of unit will pass this unit test. The criteria is should be independent of unit. The only index which is dependent on the units is SAPI, simple aggregative price index. Only simple aggregative price index doesn't satisfy unit test. All other index numbers will satisfy unit test. Only simple aggregative price index doesn't satisfy unit test because it is dependent on units. Clear? All other index numbers will satisfy unit test. Now TRT, time reversal test. You have to remember the statement. What is it? P01 into P10 is equal to 1. This is a mathematical statement that should be satisfied for any index number to what? Pass time reversal test. Guys, time reversal means, you see, in place of 0, 1. In place of 1, 0. 0 become 1, 0 becomes 1, 1 becomes 0. So why it is called as time reversal test. Now, also remember P01 means second number should be read first. It's basically 1 on 0. If I say P10, it is 0 on 1. Second number should be read first, followed by the first number. Have you all understood? Now, guys, which index numbers satisfy TRT? It's Marshall and Fisher's index. Both satisfy TRT. All other index numbers do not satisfy TRT. Now, factor reversal test, guys. Factor reversal test, if what is the statement for factor reversal test? Please understand P01 into Q01 is equal to V01. The fact that price and quantity, if you multiply, what do you get? Price and the quantity are multiplied, you get what? Value index. This is called as true value ratio. Called as what? True value ratio. What is V01, guys? It is summation P1 Q1 divided by summation P0 Q0. P1 Q1 gives you current year value. P0 Q0 gives you base year value. V1 by V0 is V01. Have you understood? So this is a statement you have to remember for uh, factor reversal test, FRT. Have you understood? Only Fisher's index will satisfy FRT because Fisher himself has given this test. Definitely Fisher's index must satisfy this, this test. Last test that we have is circular test. How to remember the mathematical statement for circular test is draw the circle like this. Start 0, 1, 2. Start from a 0, go in clockwise direction. P01, then 1 to 2, P12, then 2 to 0, P20 is equal to 1. This is the statement for circular test. Now, if it is only two time durations, it will be what? P01 into P10 is equal to 1. It is as good as what? Time reversal test. So, can I say circular test is extension of time reversal test? Yes, it is an extension of time reversal test. Now, even Fisher's fails to satisfy circular test. Guys, please understand, Fisher index will satisfy all other tests except what? Circular test. Since Fisher satisfy most of the tests of adequacy or consistency, it is regarded as ideal index number. Which is the ideal index number? Fisher's. The fact that it satisfies most of the tests of adequacy or consistency. Yeah. And which index number satisfies circular test? It is simple GM of price relatives and weighted aggregatives with fixed weights. Please remember the names. Simple GM of price relatives and weighted aggregatives with fixed weights. Satisfy circular test. Guys, last two concepts are the problematic concept. Very often they ask questions on these two concepts. Everybody, let me explain that by writing it through examples only. Everybody, please understand. When base year salary, base year CPI, and current year CPI are given to find what? To find current year salary and TA, dearness allowance. The procedure is, everybody look at this. Guys, if you want to find current salary, it's just that base salary into K. Base salary needs to be multiplied with K. You all know what is K? Current CPI divided by base CPI. Clear? Current CPI by base CPI. Guys, when base CPI not given, is not given, then take it as 100. When base CPI is not given, take it as what? Now, One example on this. And before that, what is DA we have to take? What is DA? DA is current salary minus base salary. Current salary minus base salary. That is DNS allowance, also called as additional salary to be given to compensate for the increase in price. Have you understood? Shall we have an example on this? Everybody, please take down. The salary of an employee was rupees 50,000 in the year 2020. In the year 2020. The CPI of the year 2020 is 130. It rose to 190 in the year 2025. What should be his salary in the year 2025 so as to compensate for increase in price? How much? 70,000? 73,000? First of all, what is base salary? 50,000. So what is current salary, guys? Current salary is base salary into K. What is K, guys? Current year CPI by base year CPI. 190 by 130. If base year CPI not given, take it as 100. So 190 by 130 into base salary 50,000. The answer is 76.92. This is what is current salary. What if they had asked also find DA? 23,076.92 because DA is current salary minus base salary, which is 23,076.92. Is it clear, everybody? Yes or no? One last concept. With that, we are done with index numbers. Shall we discuss that? Guys, what is that last concept? Everybody take this. They'll give you how the prices have changed. They'll ask you to find what is the current year CPI. Given increase or decrease in price to find current CPI. Everybody, I'll explain this through the question itself. The prices have rose by 25% from base year. What will be the current CPI? Guys, have they given the base year CPI? If not given, what do we take it as? 100. This is base CPI. Guys, from base year CPI, how the prices have changed? Increased by 25. So plus 25 we have to do, which is 125. Have you understood? Everybody. Guys, I'll give you another question, slightly a twist one. Okay. Kebab mein haddi question. The prices of commodities have increased by 1.35 times from base year. Find the current CPI. 235, huh? Very good. Everybody, what is base year CPI? 100. What have they said? Increased by means plus. How much? 1.35 times. Times of what? Reference value is 100 only. That means 135. So we have to add how much? 135 to 100, which is, so this is current year CPI. Everybody understood? Yes, sometimes they'll give you current year CPI. They'll ask you to find how the prices have changed, increased or decreased. Shall we solve some questions based on that? Given current CPI, to find what? To find what? Changes in price. Everybody. Question is, the current CPI of a place is 185. 185. Then find the increase or decrease in price. Increase by 85 or decrease by 85? Guys, base year CPI, is it given? 100. It is not given, so we take it as 100. Current year CPI is given of 185. What's the change? Increase by 85. Understood? Everybody, say yes or no? With this, index numbers done. All the concept we have dealt with. Yes or no? 10:10 will be back by 10:40. Yes, guys, let's start with the chapter correlation and regression. Weightage of this chapter is 4 to 5. Weightage of this chapter is 4 to 5. Correlation and regression. Guys, what is correlation? Correlation tells you what is the association between the two variables x and y. If I change the value of x, how the value of y is going to change. That is what is correlation, right? Now, in correlation, there are two theory concepts that you should know. Conditional distribution. Guys, please understand, number of conditional distributions of a bivariate table of having what? P and Q rows and columns respectively. Then number of conditional distributions will be always P plus Q, where P is the number of rows and Q is the number of columns. Always remember, number of conditional distributions will be P plus Q, where P is the number of rows and number of columns. What is number of marginal distribution? Number of marginal distribution, irrespective of number of rows and columns, is always 2. And now, correlation is always defined for a data which is bivariate data. What is bivariate data? Data having two variables, which is x and y. Is it clear, everybody? Now, how many cells are there in a bivariate table? Bivariate table will have P into Q cells, where P is the number of rows, Q is the number of columns. Number of cells in a bivariate table is P into Q. Conditional distributions, P plus Q. Number of cells is P into Q. Number of marginal distributions is 2. Have you understood? Say yes or no? Right. Guys, moving on to correlation coefficient. You know what is correlation? Correlation coefficient will tell you what is the degree of association between the two variables. Is it a high degree? Is it a low degree? Is it a moderate degree? That you will know with the help of this value. Guys, correlation coefficient we represent by the letter small r. Now, by looking at the value of this, we can say what is the degree of correlation. Is it high, low, or moderate degree? We will be able to say. Now, guys, range of R. R always lies between -1 and +1. Both are inclusive. Could be -1, could be +1, could be any value between -1 and +1. If the value is +1 exactly, it is perfect positive correlation. If the value of R is -1, it is perfect negative correlation. If the value of R lies between 0 and 0.25 positive side, it is low degree. If it is between 0.25 to 0.75, it is moderate degree positive. If it is between 0.75 to 1, high degree positive. Same thing is applicable for the negative side also. Right. If the value of R is 1, I mean 0, it is said to be no correlation or zero correlation. Moving on to spurious correlation. Guys, what is spurious correlation? If there is no causal relation between the two variables. For example, height and weight. Is there a causal relation between height and weight? Can you always say taller people will be more heavier? Can you always say taller people will be more leaner? No, there is no causal relation between the two variables, such two variables. Such variables are said to be spuriously correlated. For example, age and height, even height and weight are spuriously correlated variables. Moving on to scatter diagram. Guys, what is scatter diagram? Scatter diagram is a diagrammatical representation of the correlation between the two variables. You can only see the nature of correlation between the two variables. You cannot measure the R value using the scatter diagram. Guys, first of all, how to represent a perfect positive correlation? If it is perfect positive or perfect negative, the moment you see perfect, it will be a straight line. The moment you see perfect, it is always a straight line. Please understand, if it is a perfect positive correlation, it is a straight line extending from lower left to upper right. If it shows a straight line trend which extends from lower left to upper right, it is perfect positive. If it is a straight line that extends from upper left to lower right, it is perfect negative correlation. Suppose if it shows a curvilinear relation which is extending from lower left to upper right, it is not perfect, it is just a simple. See, please understand, always lower left to upper right is positive. If it is curvilinear, simple positive. If it is a straight line, perfect positive. Upper left to lower right is negative. If it is straight line, perfect negative. If it is a curvilinear, it is perfect negative. That's what simple negative correlation means. It is from upper left to lower right, which is curvilinear association. Now, finally, no correlation or zero correlation. Please understand, if it shows a non-linear symmetrical association, you see, up to certain point, the value of y is increasing, correct? Then from there, it is decreasing. Both increase as well as decrease are happening in the same curve, so it is non-linear. Linear means it should go only in one direction, that is linear. If it goes in both the directions, it is said to be non-linear. It is non-linear as well as symmetrical. So it shows zero correlation. It could be even this way also. It is zero correlation, symmetrical and non-linear. Guys, moving on, measures of correlation coefficient. Guys, there are three measures of correlation coefficient. One is Carl Pearson's, also called as product moment correlation coefficient. When to prefer Carl Pearson's is whenever there is a linear association between the two variables, the best is Carl Pearson's. Please remember, Carl Pearson's is the best whenever there is a linear relation between the two variables. Now, Carl Pearson's, there are three different formulas. First of all, KPCC, the first variety of the formula. I mean, whenever they give you a covariance of x comma y and standard deviation of x and standard deviation of y, Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient is given by covariance of x comma y by standard deviation of x into standard deviation of y. Please understand, R value is positive or negative or zero based on the value of covariance. If covariance of x comma y is positive, implies R is positive. If covariance of x comma y is negative, then R is negative. If covariance of x comma y is 0, then R is 0. So R value depends upon the covariance of x comma y. The sign of R depends upon covariance of x comma y. Have you understood? Because standard deviations are always positive, they cannot be negative because they are absolute values. Are you getting it? Yes or no? Right. So this is KPCC, the basic formula. Now KPCC in terms of expanded formula, guys, it's easy to remember if you know numerator. You know numerator, easily you can build the denominator. The numerator is n into summation xy minus summation x into summation y. Just the numerator you must know. Denominator, there will be two square root terms. There will be two square root terms. The first square root term same as the numerator, but replace y by x. Replace y by x. Guys, tell me, if I replace y by x, x into x becomes what? X square. If I replace y by x, summation x into summation x becomes what? Summation x the whole square. For the second term, same thing it is. Replace x by y. It will become what? N into summation y square minus summation y the whole square. So this is what is KPCC for bivariate data. If they give you x and y values, you have to make use of this formula. If they give you covariance of x and y, they ask you to find what? R value. This is what the formula you have to use. Have you all understood? Guys, the next thing, whenever they give you, what is that? Deviations taken from arithmetic mean. Deviations taken from AM. Whenever they say deviations taken from AM, Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient R will be summation dx into dy divided by root of summation dx square into summation dy square. This is the formula for Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient whenever the deviations are taken from arithmetic mean. Or when they give the standard deviation, it is summation dx dy divided by n into sx into sy. When they give standard deviation, use this formula. When they don't give standard deviation, use this formula. Now, first of all, you must know what is summation dx. First of all, summation dx means sum of, dx means deviations in x. Sum of deviations in x. What is summation dy? Sum of deviations in y. Everybody, what is summation dx square? How do you read it? Sum of the squares of what? Dx. Dx means deviations in x. Deviations in x. Summation dy square is sum of the squares of deviations in what? Y. Deviations in y. How do you read summation dx into dy, guys? Sum of what? Product of two things. So product of what? Deviations in x and y. So why am I saying all this is because in the exam they'll give you in terms of wordings. You should be able to interpret what exactly it is. Everybody clear? Say yes or no? Can I give you some questions based on these? Everybody? Say yes or no, pa? Okay. I'll give the questions later, maybe after discussing the properties of correlation coefficient. Right? So please take down properties of correlation coefficient. Guys, what is property of correlation coefficient? R value remains unchanged in terms of magnitude, but may or may not change in terms of sign. R value will remain always same in terms of magnitude if you do shift of origin and change of scale. What is shift of origin, guys? Adding or subtracting each observation by a common number. Change of scale means multiplying or dividing each observation by a common number. So R value in terms of magnitude, it doesn't change, but may change in terms of sign or may not change. Have you all understood? Guys, based on this, I want you to take one example. Everybody, if if Rxy, please copy this. If Rxy is equal to 0.8, if Rxy is equal to 0.8, Rxy is equal to 0.8, find correlation coefficient correlation coefficient between u and v given 2x plus 4u is equal to 10, 3x minus 3y minus 4v is equal to 20. Everybody look at this. They have given two equations relating x and u and v and y. What you guys have to do is separate u from this equation, separate v from this equation. Make sure both u and v are positive on separation. Guys, u is positive here itself. 4u. Take everything else on the other side, 10 minus 2x. In this equation, 4v is negative here. If I take it to the other side, it will become positive because we wanted to make v positive. It's 3y minus 20. So guys, on segregation, you have to see the sign of y and sign of x. Opposite or same? Signs of x and y on segregation is opposite. Opposite means RUV will be negative of RXY. RXY is how much they have given? 0.8. So minus 0.8 is the answer. Guys, this is very, very important question, often asked in the examination. So they'll give you two equation, one connecting u and x, the other one connecting v and y. All that you have to do is separate u when in the first equation, separate v in the second equation. Make sure u and v are positive. And then you see the signs of x and y. If they are same, rxy and ruv same in terms of magnitude as well as sign. If they are opposite, opposite in terms of sign. Have you all understood? One more example on this property, guys. Please take down. If rxy is equal to minus 0.7, find correlation coefficient CC between x by 3 and 5y plus 3. Guys, everybody look at this. They have given off RXY. They have given off RXY. They're asking us to find CC between U and V. You have to interpret. What is my U? X by 3. What is my V? 5y plus 3. Should I segregate U and V now? Already been segregated. U itself is x by 3. V itself is 5y plus 3. Look at the sign of x. Positive. Look at the sign of y. Positive. Signs are same. So RUV is equal to RXY, which is equal to minus 0.7. Suppose if they are given, find the CC between x by 2 and 3 minus 6y divided by 6. What would have been your answer? RUV will be negative of RXY. Why? Sign of x and sign of y are opposite or different. Therefore, RUV will be minus RXY. Have you understood? Yes or no? As some examples based on correlation coefficients, Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient. I want to take up these questions, exam questions these are. For the set of observations, guys, what are these pair of observations basically? X and Y values. These are X and Y values. We need to find Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient. Guys, whenever they give you X and Y, what is Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient? N into summation XY minus summation X into summation Y. I told you how to remember the denominator. Two terms will be in the denominator with the root. So what is that? Numerator only, replace y by x. I get what? N into summation x square minus summation x the whole square. Second term, replace x by y. N into summation y square minus summation y the whole square. So prepare what and all we require as per the question. Guys, summation xy is required. That means x into y, 1 into 2, m plus, 2 into 5, m plus, 3 into 7, m plus, 4 into 8, m plus, 5 into 10, m plus, MRC. How much? 1? 115. Summation x square you find out. Each value of x you have to square. What are x values? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 square is 1 plus 2 square is 4 plus 3 square is 9 plus 4 square is 16 plus 5 square is 25. How much? 55. Summation y square you find out. 2 square is 4 plus 5 square is 25 plus 7 square is 49 plus 8 square is 64 plus 10 square is 100. How much? 242. So we got everything, even summation x we want. All x values you add. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. 15. All y values you add. 2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 plus 10. 30. Yes, we got everything, just that we have to feed that in the calculator. N into summation xy. N is how many pairs of observations? 5. N is equal to 5. N into what? 115 press m plus. Now, 15 into 32 m minus MRC. How much it is? 95. Everybody solve this. N into summation x square. N is 5. Summation x square is 55. 5 into 55 m plus Summation x is 15. 15 into equal m minus mrc. How much it is? 50. Solve the second term. N is 5 into summation y square is 242. 5 into 242 m plus summation y the whole square. 32 into equal m minus mrc. How much? 186. Guys, solve these two. Hey, is it 50? You have not taken the root. Both are under the root. 50 into 186 equal to root. 50 into 186 equal to root. Take it up, divide equal, multiply with 95. 0.985. Option D is a right answer. Let's look at the next question. Covariance between two variables is what? Either 0 or positive or negative. Guys, correlation coefficient between x and y is 0.5. Covariance is 16. Find the standard deviation of SD of y is find SD of y given what? SD of x. Guys, what connects covariance, standard deviation and correlation? R is equal to covariance of x comma y divided by sx into sy. What is the unknown? Sy. Take this sy here, r over here. Just the cross multiplication. Everybody, solve covariance of x comma y divided by sx into r. Solve this sx into r first of all. Variance of x is 16 means standard deviation of x is 4 means what is it? 4 into 0.5. Yes or no? 4 into 0.5. Take it up. Into covariance of x and y is 16. How much it is? So sy is 8. Option B is the right answer. Next question. Covariance of x comma y is given, sx is given, sy is given. Laddu question. What is it? R minus 2.15 divided by 1.3 into 2.5. How much? Minus 0.666. Option A. Guys, the next question. The sum of the squares of deviations of x and y taken from the respective AMs are 144 and 169. What is 144? Sum of the squares of deviations of x. That means summation dx square. Correct? And 169 is summation dy square. Product of deviation means summation dx into dy. What is that we are asked to find? R. Guys, what is R? Summation dx into dy divided by root of summation dx square into summation dy square. Solve the denominator first. 144 into 169, press equal, press the root, take it up, multiply with 120. 0.769. Option B. Everybody, the correlation coefficient between x and y is 0.6. Relationship between u and x and y and v are given. What do? Segregate u from this. 10 minus tx. Segregate what from this? V. Y minus 5 is equal to 3v. Look at the sign of x. Negative. Sign of y. Positive. Opposite means ruv is minus of rxy, which is minus 0.6. Option B is the answer. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Guys, to find the nature of R when x and y are related by an equation ax plus by plus c equal to 0. When an equation is given to you, when they ask you to find what sort of correlation, please understand it's a straight line equation. Guys, when the relation is straight line, it could be perfect positive or perfect negative. Guys, in linear inequalities, I have explained you the concept. Whenever x and y signs in ax plus by plus c equal to 0 are same, the nature of the line always from upper left to lower right. When x and y signs in ax plus by plus c equal to 0 are same. When x and y signs are opposite, how the nature of the line is going to be? Like this. When x and y signs are opposite in ax plus by plus c equal to 0. It will be like this, lower left to upper right. Guys, is it a perfect positive or perfect? Which one is perfect positive? First one is perfect negative. First one is perfect negative. Second one is perfect positive. because lower left to upper right is only perfect positive, upper left to lower right is perfect negative. Now you should tell me, look at the signs of x and y, opposite, nature of the line will be from lower left to upper right, it is perfect positive. Because straight line means always perfect, could be perfect positive or perfect negative. The signs are opposite, it is lower left to upper right, perfect positive. Signs are same, upper left to lower right, perfect negative. Everyone understood? There's the next concept, that is Spearman's rank correlation coefficient. Guys, Spearman's rank correlation coefficient is to see an extent of what? Agreement or disagreement in what? Assessing the qualitative characteristic by two judges. Let's say, for example, a singing competition, there are five singers. How two judges give marks based on the singing performance? Can you measure the singing performance? No. Singing is basically qualitative characteristic. They are going to award the marks based on that performance, right? You are going to quantify the qualitative characteristic through what? Marks. And marks is converted into rank. That's what happens in Spearman's rank correlation coefficient. Guys, in Spearman's rank correlation coefficient, it is easy to compute compared to KPCC and formula. Guys, look scary, but not. Actually, not. Remember, Spearman's correlation coefficient for without tie. Without tie formula is 1 minus 6 into summation d square divided by n cube minus n. This is without tie. With the tie means you have to open the brackets after 6, add this with summation t cube minus t divided by 12. So this is what should be added along with summation d square. With the tie, what will be there? Summation t cube minus t divided by 12 added with what? Summation d square. Without tie, this will become 0. Have you understood? What is t here? Length of the tie. Length of tie. If two people score the same marks, length of the tie is 2. If three people score the same marks, length of the tie is 3. Have you all understood? Now, what is d square here? Summation d square means xr minus yr, the whole square. xr is rank in x, yr is rank in y. Already formula for without tie we have discussed. One example on this. Look, for a group of 10 students, how many students are there? So n is equal to 10. Sum of the squares of rank differences is 60. What do you mean by sum of the squares of rank differences? Summation d square is 60. What is the value of rank correlation? Formula is, guys, there is nothing about uh, tie. We have to use without tie only. It is 1 minus 6 into summation d square divided by n cube minus n. Everybody take your calculator, solve the denominator. N cube means 10 cube. 10 into equal to twice minus 10. Take it up. How do you take it up? Divide equal. Multiply with 6 and multiply with 60 because rank difference square is 60. Make it negative, plus or minus. Add 1. How much it is? 63. Option A is the right answer. Everybody understood? Guys, the next question. Spearman's correlation coefficient is used to check what? Agreement or disagreement? Basically, relation between two variables. Yes or no? Relation between two variables. Everybody look at this question. If find the rank correlation between the what? Ranking followed by 6 students in 2 subjects. Everybody, are these ranks or marks? They are marks. So we have to award, let me take this as X, this as Y. Guys, is there a tie in X? No two students have scored the same marks, so there is no tie. So whoever has got the highest, that student gets the first rank. Second highest, second rank. Third highest, third rank. Fourth highest, fifth highest, four. And sixth is this. So ranks I have awarded. Now for Y, highest is 1, first rank. Second, 2, 8 is 2, and 6 is 3, 4 is 4, and this is 5, and this is 6. So we have awarded the ranks. Now what we need to find out is summation d square xr minus yr the whole square. Guys, 6 minus 3, 3. 3 square is how much? 9. Type 9. 4 minus 4 is 0. No need to do it. 2 minus 1, 1. 1 the square is 1. Type 1 plus 1. 5 minus 2 is 3. 3 square is 9. Add 9. 3 minus 6. 3 minus 6 is minus 3 square is what? 9. Add 9. 10. Sorry. 1 minus 5 is negative 4. Square is what? 16. How much it is? 44 is rank difference square. Now guys, what is n? 6. 6 pairs of observation. So R is 1 minus 6 into summation d square divided by n cube minus n. Solve the denominator first. N value is how much? 6. 6 into equal to twice for cubing it minus 6. Take it up by dividing and equal to. Divide equal into 6 into 44. Make it negative. Add 1. How much? Minus 0.25. Have you all understood? This is what is Spearman's rank correlation. Not often asked, so let's not waste our time in with the time, right? Guys, some important note points about Spearman's rank correlation coefficient. Please understand, for Karl Pearson's, the association between two variables must be linear only. For Spearman's, need not be linear, could be linear or could be even non-linear. That's the first condition. First important point about what? Spearman's. Second one, when the ranks are in reverse order, if the ranks in X are 1, 2, 3, 4, ranks in Y are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is what is reverse order means. If the ranks are in reverse order, R value, that means rank correlation coefficient is always minus 1. And remember, in Spearman's rank correlation, summation D is always equal to 0. Summation D square is never a 0. Summation D is always 0. Have you all understood? Yes or no? Where's the next thing? Coefficient of concurrent deviation, the easiest of all. Whenever you're not concerned with the magnitudes of x values and y values, when you're concerned with only the changes in x and y, we use what? Coefficient of concurrent deviation. Guys, if the values are increasing, we assign a positive sign. If the values are decreasing, we assign a negative sign. There is no change, we assign a equal to sign. What is concurrent deviation? If the deviation of x and deviation of y both are same, that is said to be concurrent deviation. One example we shall take, before that the formula. Guys, coefficient of concurrent deviation RCD is given by plus or minus root of plus or minus 2c minus m divided by m, where c is what? Number of concurrent deviations. Concurrent deviations. What is m? M is n minus 1. M is called as number of pairs of deviations. Pairs of deviations. Number of pairs of deviations. What will be n? Number of pairs of observation. Always m is 1 less than n, because we can't read the deviation for the first observation. Therefore, it is always 1 less than n. Now, if this 2c minus m is positive, then signs are taken positive. Guys, there are two signs here, outside the root and inside the root. If 2c minus m is positive, signs are taken positive, otherwise negative. What do you mean by otherwise? If 2c minus m is negative, the signs are taken negative. Shall we have one question on this? Please take down. Guys, look at this question. Year and price of two things are given. Guys, from 2010 to 2011, the price of onion has increased. So it is plus. 65 to 55 decreased, so minus. 55 to 60 increased, plus. 60 to 70 increased, plus. 70 to 65 minus. We cannot write the deviation for the first observation because we don't know what is the previous value. 50 to 55 increased, plus. 55 to 50 decreased, minus. This is same, equals. This is increased, plus. This is same, equals. Now we have to identify the concurrent deviation. Is plus plus a concurrent? Yes, same sign means concurrent. Minus minus, concurrent. Plus equal? No. Plus plus,
concurrent. Minus equal? No. How many concurrent deviations are there? 3. Now, what is m, guys? Always n minus 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pairs of observations. 6 minus 1 is 5. First of all, we have to fix the signs, correct? For that, we have to find out 2c minus m. 2 into 3, 6. 6 minus 5, 1. Positive. Therefore, sign should be taken positive. So, 2c minus m divided by m under root. Outside the root also positive. Inside the root also positive. 2c minus m is how much? 1. Divided by m is how much? 5. Press equal. Press the root. How much it is? 0.44. That's the answer. Everybody understood? Guys, the next question on this. For n pairs of observation, how many observation they haven't given? The coefficient of concurrent deviation is 1 by root 5. So R value is given of 1 by root 5. Now, R value is positive means signs outside and inside must be positive only. Correct? So root of 2c minus m is what, guys? Number of concurrent deviations are 6. 2 into 6. Let me write the formula. 2 into 6 is how much? 12. But m value we don't know. Where is m? Where is m? We need to find what? N. Guys, where is n? Options. But m should be 1 less than that. We are asked to find n. Whatever in the option is n, but what we need to plug in the option, equation is m. Guys, if I hit, which one is the moderate option? 10. You understand what is moderate? One option above, two options below is a moderate option. If I put n is equal to 10, what will be m? 9. Guys, it is option hitting. Option hitting. Suppose if m becomes 9 on plugging n is equal to 10, 2c minus m, guys. 2 into 6, 12. 12 minus 9 divided by 12 minus 9 divided by what is m? 9. Press equal. Press the root. How much it is? 5, 7. Check what about this? Type 5, press the root, take it up. 0 point. Are they same? No. So it's not. It's not 10. Just hit 11. If it is 11, n is equal to 11 means m is equal to 10. Now, 2c minus m. So, 12 minus 10 divided by 10 equal to root. How much it is? 447. 1 by root 5 is also 0.447. Option A itself is the right answer. Everybody clear? Hope you got the fair idea how to solve such questions. Now, guys, let's move on to some theory-based concepts on this correlation concept. One is probable error. Everybody understand the importance of probable error. Probable error is basically used to set the limits for correlation coefficient. It is used to set the limits for what? Correlation coefficient. Always the limits for correlation coefficient is R plus or minus probable error. This is what is the limits. Upper limit and lower limit. For the upper limit, R plus probable error. For the lower limit, R minus probable error. Now, probable error can never be negative. It is always positive. And what's the formula for probable error? 0.6745 into 1 minus R square divided by root n. What is R here? Correlation coefficient. Now, guys, PE cannot be negative. And if probable error, if the R value itself is less than the probable error, if R value itself is less than probable error, then there is no evidence for correlation. Yaude sakshi iralla. There's no evidence for what? Correlation. If R value is itself is less than probable error, there is no evidence for correlation. Now, guys, standard error. If you know probable error formula, standard error will not have 0.6745. The reason being, it is 1.5 times probable error. That 1.5 into 0.6745 you do, approximately that will be equal to 1. Therefore, that 0.6745 will be absent in standard error. 1 minus R square by root n. Everybody, significant value of R. What is significant value of R? Important value of R. When you have to give the importance for the value of R, whenever R is greater than probable error. You understood? Whenever R is greater than probable error, you must give the importance for probable error. Okay. Coefficient of determination. Guys, whenever R value is given, if you want to find coefficient of determination, it is simply square of R. What is coefficient of determination? Also called as amount of variation accounted for, also called as amount of explained variation. Whenever they say amount of explained variation, it is coefficient of determination, which is simply R square. What is R here? Correlation coefficient. Now, what is coefficient of non-determination? It is 1 minus R square. It is the amount of unexplained variation or amount of variation unaccounted for. Some examples based on this. Given R equal to 0.4, N is equal to 81, determine the limits of correlation coefficient. Guys, what are limits for correlation coefficient? R plus or minus probable error. First of all, find the probable error. What's the formula for probable error? 0.6745 into 1 minus R square divided by root n. Solve what first? Within the bracket. R value is 0.4. Type 0.4, square it into equal. Make it negative. Add 1 into 0.6745. Done. Divided by. Guys, n is 81, root 81 is 9. Divided by 9. How much it is? 0.629. Enough. Now, let us set the limits. First, it is 0.4 plus 0.0629. That's the upper limit, which is 0.4629. Lower limit is what? 0.4 minus 0.0629. How much is the result of 0.4 minus 0.0629? 0.337. The nearest answer is option C. 0.337 is the lower limit. 0.4629 means 463 approximately. That is upper limit. Everyone clear? Guys, find the probable error. R value given and N value given. What is probable error? The same formula. Guys, what is R value? Solve this R value first of all. You need not solve. Why? R square. Guys, R square is root square of 2 by root 10. Correct? What is R square, guys? 2 square is 4. Root 10 the square is 10. Type 4 by 10 plus or minus add 1 into 0.6745 divided by what? 6. Why? Because root 36 is 6. How much is R? How much is probable error? 0.06745. Option B is the right answer. Clear, everybody? Yes or no? Guys, regression analysis doesn't take much time. Please understand there are two regression lines. First of all, understand to derive the regression lines, the method that we use is method of least square. Could be a possible question. Which method is used for deriving the regression lines? It is method of least squares. Commonly asked question in the exam. Please do remember. Guys, there are two regression lines. What is the significance of regression lines? Please understand. Given the value of x, if you want to find the probable value of y, regression line is essential. If given a value of y, if they ask you to find probable value of x, regression line is required. So that's the requirement of regression lines. Given x value, they ask you to find y value. Given y value, they ask you to find x value. We need regression lines. Everybody clear? Now, regression line of x on y and y on x, we shall see. Please take down regression line of y on x. Guys, when to use regression line of y on x? When x is given, y is required. When x is given, y is required, we shall use regression line of y on x. What is the general form of y on x? A plus bx. And this b is written as byx. B is basically the slope of the line. B is also called as regression coefficient. Write down byx is regression coefficient of y on x. Same way, when to use regression line, of x on y, when y is given, x is required, we shall use regression line of x on y. What is the general form of this? X is equal to a plus by, but the suffix for b is xy. Suffix for b is xy. What is bxy here? Regression coefficient of x on y. Have you understood when to use what? X on y is to be used when x is to be found given y value. Y on x has to be used when x is given, y is to be found. Everybody clear? Now y on x equation, when x bar, y bar are given. Guys, when x bar and y bar are given, if they ask you to find y on x, what is that form? Y minus y bar is equal to byx into x minus x bar. Please take down like this only. When x bar and y bar are given, how to find x on y? Guys, same y on x only, but wherever y, replace it by x. That means x minus x bar pxy, x becomes what? Y. Y minus y bar. This is what is regression line of x on y. Have you all understood? Now guys, having seen this, we'll see what is byx equation for, regression coefficient of y on x. Everybody, r is a common multiplier. It's y on x, right? So standard deviation of y will be on standard deviation of x. Y on x. Standard deviation of y will be on standard deviation of x. What is bxy then? R into x on y. So standard deviation of x will be on standard deviation of y. Guys, there is an expanded formula also. If you know Carl Pearson's correlation coefficient expanded formula, same numerator. Tell me what's the numerator? N into summation xy minus summation x into summation y. But remember, denominator will be only x term without the root. What is it? Replace y by x, that's it. N into summation x square minus summation x the whole square. This is what is byx expanded formula. What is bxy? Same numerator, n into summation xy minus summation x into summation y. Denominator will be completely in terms of y. What is it? N into summation y square minus summation y the whole square. Have you all understood? Everybody, say yes or no? Now, property of regression coefficient. Guys, property of regression coefficient is same as standard deviation. Remember, property of regression coefficient is same as SD. What do you mean by SD property, guys? SD doesn't change on shift of origin, changes with change of scale. Same way, that is regression coefficients, regression coefficients remain unaffected, unaffected on shift of origin, shift of origin, but changes on change of scale. Same like standard deviation, regression coefficient do not change on shift of origin, but they change with change of scale. Have you understood? As having seen this, some chill to pull to concepts are there which could be asked in the exam. Pakka questions, guys. Please take down those concepts. To find, everybody, to find x bar and y bar when regression lines are given. To find x bar and y bar when regression lines are given. Everybody, what you need to do is solve the two equations to get x and y values. That's it. We just have to solve the two simultaneous equation. You know how to solve two simultaneous equations. Just that we have to solve, get the values of x and y. Those values only are x bar and y bar. This is one concept. The other one is value of r based on angle between regression lines. Based on angle between regression lines. Guys, very, very important. Often they've asked questions based on this. First thing, please understand, when the regression lines are identical, identical or coincident, identical or coincident, then R is equal to plus or minus 1. Identical or coincident means R value is plus or minus 1 when the regression lines are, when the regression lines are perpendicular to each other, perpendicular to each other, or at right angles, or at right angles. Guys, right angles means what is the angle? 90-degree. Perpendicular or right angles means R value is equal to 0. Please understand, R will be 0 when the lines are perpendicular to each other or right angles to each other. R value will be plus or minus 1 when the lines are coincident or identical. Have you all understood? Guys, one last concept. Every paper there will be a question. One last concept. Every paper there will be one or even two questions also based on this. What is that concept? Please take that. What is it? To find R when two regression lines are given. Yes, before this, I just want to give you a relationship between, please take this out, relationship between what? Bxy, Byx, and R. Yes, R is always geometric mean of regression coefficient. R is geometric mean of regression coefficient, root of Bxy into Byx. There will be, of course, plus or minus. Please understand, if Bxy and Byx are positive, then R is positive. If Bxy and Byx are negative, then R is negative. See, if Bxy, Byx both are positive, R is positive. Bxy, Byx both are negative, R is negative. It's not possible that one is positive, one is negative. It's impossible. Both the regression coefficient will be always of the same sign. Both are of positive signs means R is positive. Both are of same signs, negative signs means R is negative. As the last concept, to find R when regression lines are given. Everybody, please make a note of this one liner. If you solve conventionally, it will take more than 2-3 minutes. Straight away in the calculator, you will be able to find it. Now, what is the shortcut, guys? Assume first line as what? Y on X. And second line as X on Y. This is your assumption. First line is Y on X. Second line is X on Y. Everybody, to find R, what you need to do? Root of X by Y from first equation into Y by X from second equation. X by Y means coefficient of X and coefficient of Y from the first equation. Y by X means coefficient of Y and coefficient of X from the second equation. Please understand this, whatever you get, this is what is Dyx. Because first equation we assumed as what? Y on X. This will be your Dxy because this is second equations. Everybody, this is what you should do. Suppose if the value of R is out of the range, the value of R, whatever you compute, if R is out of the range, then change the assumptions. Change what? Assumptions. And then what you have to do? Correct value of R will be is equal to reciprocal of wrong value. Whatever wrong value you have got, that means out of the range that you have got, just take the reciprocal of it. That's the correct value. Guys, what is the meaning of this? Change the assumptions. Sometimes you may be even asked which one is y on x, which one is x on y. Suppose assuming first equation as y on x, second equation as x on y, you got the r value within the range, okay? You got the r value within the range. That means your assumption is correct. First line itself is y on x, second line itself is x on y. Suppose if the r value is out of the range. Guys, what is the range of r? -1 and +1. If it is more than 1 or less than -1, that is what is out of the range. Then assumptions are wrong. It's not the first line which is y on x. It is second line which is y on x. First line is x on y. You understood. And sign also matters. For fixing up the sign, see the signs of x and y in both equations. And both are lines only, right? You know, if it is same, upper left to lower right, negative. If it is opposite, lower left to upper right, it is positive. If signs are same, sign should be negative, you have to fix. If signs are opposite, then which sign you have to fix? Positive sign we have to fix. Guys, this is what is the one, the note you must know to solve the question within no time. Guys, I have given a lot of things for your understanding. That's it. Once you understand, it takes only 10 seconds, less than 10 seconds to solve the question. Can we solve the questions based on this? Everybody? Now, everybody look at this question. They have given two lines. Assume what line as y on x? First as y on x, second as x on y. Always keep it in mind. First as y on x, second as x on y. Everybody look at this. Divide what by what from the first equation? X by y. Always remember it's the modulus. Always modulus. Don't take the signs. Always it should be what? Modulus. Divide what by what from the second equation? Y by x. Tell me what is y coefficient here? 4. X coefficient 5. Don't take the signs. It's a modulus, guys. Then press equal to, press the root. 0.73. Within range, out of range? Within range. Guys, if it is within range, assumptions are correct. Which one is y on x? First line itself is y on x. Second line itself is x on y. So r value we got. Now we have to fix the sign. Look at the line equations, guys. Sign of x and y are same or opposite? Opposite. If it is opposite, how the line is going to be? Lower left to upper right, which is positive. That means positive 0.736. Which option is correct? Option A cannot be the right answer. 8 by 15, press equal to, press the root, you do. So option B only will give you the answer. Can you solve the next one then? Now, I want you to tell me what will be the sign of R finally. What will be the sign of R finally? Minus. How come minus? Sign of x and y are same. You know R value will be definitely negative. Assume first line as what? Y on x. Divide what by what from this? 3 by 2. Assume this as x on y. Divide what by what? 1 by 6. Equal to then the root. 0.5. But sign we know already it is negative. Correct? Answer is what? Option B. Is it clear, everybody? Guys, this is one of the examination question. Byx and Bxy are given. They're asking us to find R. Guys, what's the relationship between regression coefficient and correlation coefficient? R is equal to root of Bxy into Byx. Everybody look at the sign of regression coefficients. Negative. R is also gonna be negative. What is it? Minus 1.6 into minus 0.4. Multiply them. Positive it becomes. Take the root of it. 0. Negative 0.8 or positive 0. Because R is negative. Everybody clear? Say yes or no. I want you to solve this question, guys. Two lines of regression are these. Which one is x on y? Which one is y on x? We don't know. Our assumption is what? First one is y on x. Second one is x on y. Divide what by what from the first equation? X by y. Modulus only we should take. Divide what by what from the second equation? Y by x. 3 by 2. Press equal. Press the root. How much? 0.8666. Within the range or out of the range? Within range means assumptions are correct or incorrect. Which one is y on x? First line. Option. Have you understood? Everybody. Yes or no? Pakka. 100%. You want to solve more questions on this or understood? Yes, ಪ್ರೇಕ್ಷಕರ ಒತ್ತಾಯದ ಮೇರೆಗೆ this question on correlation and regression. Guys, whenever the question is lengthy, would you read the entire question? No, read the last part of it. Average marks in economics of candidate who has obtained 50 marks in stats. You see, in the order, it starts the first subject or economics the first subject. Stats is given as first, so statistics is X, economics is Y. Clear? Now, they're asking us to find economics marks or statistics marks. Statistics marks is given, guys, 50 marks in statistics. So they're asking us to find Y. To find what? Y, given what? X. Which regression line you want? Y on X or X on Y? Array, you want to find Y. Given what? X. Y on X or X on Y? Y is equal to what? A plus by. But the thing is, there are two forms of y on x. Whenever the mean values are given, which formula you have to use? Y minus y bar is equal to byx into x minus x bar. I've clearly mentioned, if you remember, when the mean values x bar and y bar are given, what is y on x equation? First of all, where are mean values? Guys, mean marks of x, this is x bar. Mean marks of y, this is y bar. So that means I have to use what equation? Y minus y bar is equal to byx into x minus x bar. Clear? I know y bar, I know x bar, I even know x. What is my x? 50. But what I don't know? Byx. Guys, how do I compute byx? Everybody, look at the given data, guys. What is sum of the product of deviation of marks from their respective means? Summation dx dy. Correct? Summation dx dy means sum of the product of deviations in x and deviations in y. And look at this. Standard deviation of x is 12. Standard deviation of y will be 16. How? Variance is 256. Standard deviation is 16. Everybody understood? Guys, we have a data to compute R. Why do we require R? To find out byx. Everybody look at this. Y minus y bar is equal to what is byx? R into sy by sx. Isn't it? Into x is what? 50. X bar is what? 40. Clear? Now guys, what is R? Summation dx dy divided by n into sx into sy. You remember I gave you two formulas when deviations are taken from arithmetic mean. Summation dx dy divided by root of summation dx square into summation dy square. That when the standard deviations are not given. Summation dx dy divided by n into sx into sy when the standard deviations are given. Here the standard deviations are given. Everybody. Into sy by sx. This is what? 10. Everybody take your calculator. What gets cancelled, guys? Sy will get cancelled. Summation dx dy is 420 followed by 75. 42,075 divided by n. What is n, guys? 450 students are there. Divided by n. Divided by x, sx. What is sx? 12. Again, divided by 12. Because in denominator, you must always divide. Yes or no? Hey, yes or no? Into what? 10. Into what? 10. Guys, what is there here? Y minus y bar. Y bar becomes what? Plus y bar. Add y bar to it. What is y bar? 48. So what is y equal to? 54.49, which is 54.5. Option B is the right answer. Everybody clear? Say yes or no? Yes. Everybody? let's begin with the chapter theoretical distribution. What's the weightage of this chapter? 3 to 4. Guys, what is first of all theoretical distribution? It is a probability distribution of either discrete variable or continuous variable. It's a probability distribution of either continuous or discrete variable. Clear? This theoretical distribution can be employed in theory purpose, also in real life example. It can be both used in theory as well as real life examples. Now, we have three distributions in theoretical distribution chapter: binomial, Poisson's, and normal distribution. We'll discuss points one by one. Binomial distribution is based on Bernoulli trials. It's based on Bernoulli trials, and it is discrete probability distribution. It's a discrete probability distribution. What's the Poisson distribution? It is also discrete, and it is preferred over binomial when it is preferred over binomial when n tends to infinity. When n tends to infinity, p tends to 0 and np tends to finite constant. Please understand when to prefer Poisson distribution over binomial when n tends to infinity. N tends to infinity means large value. For example, in terms of hundreds, p is very, very small, right? For example, 0.01, 0.05, like that. In such cases, Poisson distribution is preferred. Now, normal distribution, it is a continuous probability distribution. Continuous probability distribution. It's a continuous probability distribution ranging from where to where? Minus infinity to plus infinity. Is that clear? So this is about whether they are discrete or continuous. Now let's talk about their PMF, probability mass function or probability density function. Probability mass function. So PMF. Everybody, what is PMF equation of a binomial distribution? N's, write down P of x or f of x given by ncx into p power x into q power n minus x, where n is called as number of trials. For example, you're doing tossing of a coin experiment. You tossed a coin 10 times, n becomes 10. P is called as probability of success. P is called as probability of success. What you expect is a success. What you expect, and if you get the same thing, that is what is success. If you don't get what you expect, that is called as failure. Guys, Q is called as probability of failure. Now, always for a binomial distribution, P plus Q is equal to 1. P plus Q is equal to 1. Have you understood? Now, what is PMF equation for this? P of x is e power minus m into m power x divided by x factorial, where m is called as mean, m itself is called as variance. M itself is mean, m itself is the variance. Have you all understood? Now, moving on to PMF equation of normal distribution, it's P of x or f of x given by e power minus x minus mu the whole square divided by 2 sigma square divided by sigma root 2 pi, where mu is mean, sigma is standard deviation. Mu is mean, sigma is standard deviation. Most importantly, x lies between minus infinity to plus infinity. So this is about probability density function. Yes. Everybody clear? Guys, based on the third one, they'll not ask question. They'll just ask the question based on comparison. Right? For example, I'll give you examples later. Take the next one. It's based on whether it is uniparametric or based on the number of parameters. Binomial is biparametric. That means it has got two parameters. Two parameters. What are two parameters? N and P. And the Poisson distribution is uniparametric. Uniparametric. What is the parameter? It is M. M or lambda. You can even represent this by lambda as well. And then third one over here, it is biparametric. It has two parameters. Two parameters. The two parameters are mu and sigma square. Mu is the mean, sigma square is variance. Mu is the mean and sigma square is variance. Have you all understood? Now the next thing is point number 4. Let's talk about mean. What is mean of the binomial distribution? It is n into p. What about mean of a Poisson distribution? It is m itself. Whereas for normal distribution, mean lies at the center. Lies at the center, and mean equal to median equal to mode. Is that clear? Guys, let's talk about whether binomial distribution is positively skewed or negatively skewed or symmetrical. If P is less than Q, binomial distribution BD is positively skewed. Positively skewed. If positively skewed. If P is greater than Q, binomial distribution is negatively skewed. Negatively skewed. If P is equal to Q, then BD is symmetrical or zero skewed. Symmetrical is only called as zero skewed. But in case of a Poisson distribution, guys, you know P is very, very small value. If P is very, very small, Q is larger value. So if that is the case, P is always less than Q. P is always less than Q. Less than Q. Therefore, Poisson distribution is always what skewed? Positively skewed. Positively skewed. Now, how about normal distribution? It is a symmetrical distribution. Symmetrical or zero skewed distribution. Everybody clear? Everybody clear? Now, let's talk about its variance. Guys, what is the variance of a binomial distribution? Variance is nothing but n into p into q, whereas variance in Poisson distribution is m itself. Here, variance is sigma square. Okay. Then moving on, standard deviation I should not give you, I guess, because root of variance is standard deviation. Should I give you that? No. Next, for binomial distribution, mean is always greater than variance. For binomial distribution, mean is greater than variance, whereas here mean equal to variance. Here mean and variance are not equal. Let's not comment about what greater or lesser. They are not equal. And let's not comment on this only. Right? We don't have a relation between mean and variance there. Shall we move on to the next point? Point number 8. What is that? Additive property. Additive property. Guys, what is additive property of a binomial distribution? If x is a binomial variate with a parameter n1 comma p, y is a binomial variate with a parameter n2 comma p. Guys, what is same in both the distribution? Probability of success must be same. Then x plus y will be a binomial variate with the parameters n1 plus n2, whereas the probability of success will remain the same. The condition for additive property for binomial should be what? Probability of success of both the distributions must be same. You understood? Now, what is additive property over here? Additive property over here is only one parameter, so not much of things, no condition whatsoever over here. So if x is a Poisson variate with the parameter m1, y is a Poisson variate with the parameter m2, then x plus y will be a Poisson variate with the parameter m1 plus m2. This is additive property of Poisson's distribution. Now, what is additive property of normal distribution? Everybody, if x is a normal variate with the parameters mu1 comma sigma 1 square, y is a normal variate with the parameter mu2 comma sigma 2 square, then x plus y will be a normal variate with the parameters mu1 plus mu2 comma sigma 1 square plus sigma 2 square. So this is what visible, mu1 plus mu2 comma sigma 1 square plus sigma 2 square. Let me write it small. X plus y will be a normal variate with the parameter mu1 plus mu2 comma sigma 1 square plus sigma 2 square. Sometimes, guys, they may even ask in normal distribution, what is SD of x plus y? SD of x plus y will be root of sigma 1 square plus sigma 2 square. Please make a note of this as yeah. As one thing we had to discuss, that is what? Mode. Guys, what is mode of a binomial distribution? If you want to compute mode of a binomial distribution, the reference value will be n plus 1 into p. If this n plus 1 into p is a non-integer, then how many modes? Only one mode. What do you mean by non-integer? Some decimal values. Then mode will be, it is unimodal. Then it is then then binomial distribution is unimodal. What do you mean by unimodal? Only one mode. What is that mode? Integral part of n plus 1 into p. N plus 1 into p. If n plus 1 into p, let's say 6.5, what is the mode? 6 is the answer. Even if it is 6.9 also, 6 is the answer. Everybody understood? If if n plus 1 into p is an integer, how many modes? There will be two mode. Then binomial distribution will be, then BD is bimodal. What are the two modes? N plus 1 into p itself is one of the mode, and n plus 1 into p minus 1. Suppose if n plus 1 into p is equal to 6, what are the two modes? Modes equal to 6 and 5. This is for your understanding. Is it clear? Say yes or no. How about the mode in case of Poisson distribution? It depends upon the value of m. If m is a non-integer, how many modes? Poisson distribution is unimodal. What is that only mode? Mode is equal to integral part of m. Now, on the other hand, if m is an integer, then Poisson distribution is bimodal. What are the two modes? Modes equal to m itself is one of the mode, m minus 1 is another mode. Guys, how about mode here? Mode, mean equal to median equal to mode. Where it will lie? At the center. Correct? Mean, median, mode, all the three are equal. They lie at the center. Is it clear, everybody? We done with all the points? Anything missed out? I want to add some points in binomial which you need to know. Guys, what is the condition for maximum variance? What is the condition for maximum variance? P should be equal to Q. For maximum variance, P should be equal to Q should be equal to what? 0.5. Please make a note of this. Condition for maximum variance is it should be symmetrical only. That means P should be equal to Q should be equal to what? 0.5. Have you all understood? Say yes or no. Guys, the last point, application. Where do you use binomial distribution? Whenever only two outcomes are there for any particular experiment. An experiment giving rise to only two outcomes. What are the two outcomes? That is success and failure. That is success and failure. So such experiments you can use binomial. Example, tossing of coin, die. What else? Pass and failure in the exam, right? And what else? Sampling inspection plan, sampling inspection plan, genetic experiments. These are examples for, applications of binomial distribution. Clear? Now, what are the applications of Poisson's? Wherever the success is very, very low, wherever the success is very, very small, there we use Poisson. For example, number of road accidents on a national highway. On a national highway. Number of printing mistakes. Number of printing mistakes per page. Number of printing mistakes in a large volume book. Large volume book. It will be only few, right? So when it compares to number of trials, the number of pages will be what? Trials. So that will be more, where the errors will be very less. Number of printing mistakes, number of road accidents. See, in on national highway, lakhs of vehicles will pass by. That is trial. And what is the success? I should not say success again. Accident is unfortunately success here when you consider number of road accidents, right? Have you understood? Right. What's the application of normal distribution? For the distribution of continuous variables such as distribution of marks. Oh, not marks. Let me not say. As per ICA, it's not. Okay. Distribution of height, weight, wages. What else? Profit, etc. These are applications of what? Normal distribution. Clear? Guys, I want you to take more points about normal distribution alone, because on normal distribution there are more other concepts also. Right? These are the table that gives you what? In comparison, you can remember these points. Yes or no? There are more points in comparison. What else? What is that? Can you tell me? There are more points, not area. The method of fitting the curve. What method is used? Method to fit the curve. Method to fit curve. Which method? Method of moments. For binomial, even for Poisson, method of moments. Whereas for for normal, area or ordinate method. Area and ordinate, and you write area and ordinate method. So this is in comparison, you can remember. Now I will add up some points based on normal distribution, right? With that, we'll be done with the concepts of theoretical distribution. Then we will solve questions. Fine? Fine. Helrappa. Shall I clear this? First point. Yeah. About mode for a normal distribution, it's always unimodal. See, binomial distribution could be unimodal or bimodal. Poisson distribution could be unimodal or bimodal, but normal distribution is always, write a note, always, normal distribution is always unimodal. It is always unimodal. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Now we'll talk about normal distribution. The extra point that you must know. Guys, everybody look at this. This is a typical shape of a normal distribution. Assume it looks symmetrical, though it is not. Right. It extends from what? Minus infinity to plus infinity. Everybody. Mu lies at the center. Mean, median, mode, all the three are equal. Right? So this is a typical normal distribution. Guys, please add few points about normal distribution. It is symmetrical. Already we have taken mean, median, mode. All the three are equal. We have taken points of inflection. Points of inflection. It is mu minus sigma and mu plus sigma. Next, Q1 of a normal distribution, mu minus 0.6745 sigma, and Q3 is mu plus 0.6745 sigma. And quartile deviation, guys, you need not by heart. Already we have a relationship. 2SD equal to 2.5 MD equal to 3 QD. Guys, it is for a symmetrical distribution only. That means for a normal distribution only. So when they give you SD, if they ask you to find QD, it is this relationship only you will have to use. Clear? Yes or no? If they give you SD, if they ask you to find MD, what you do? SD and MD you equate. What is MD? 2 divided by 2.5, which is 0.8 times MD. Understood? Guys, area under normal curve is equal to what? 1. Guys, normal curve we can split into two equal parts exactly at the center because it is symmetrical. Area from minus infinity to 0 or mu and mu to infinity. Guys, this is in terms of x. This is in terms of what? X. When you convert this into standard normal distribution, this mu becomes what? 0. Mu point becomes what? 0. Yes or no? So area from minus infinity to, we'll write in terms of what? Z. For standard normal distribution. Standard normal distribution. Please make a note of this. Mu is always 0. Standard deviation is always 1. Mu is 0. Standard deviation is 1. Now, please understand the variable here is Z. In the normal distribution, the variable is X. The X variable is, horizontal variable is what? X. Here in the standard normal distribution, the variable is Z. What is Z, guys? X minus mu by sigma. X minus mu by sigma. Please make a note of these points. The area from minus infinity to 0 is 0.5. The area from minus infinity, 0 to infinity, from 0 to infinity is 0.5. Because when you sum it up, you get what? Total area, which is 1. You understood? Clear? And guys, please even make a note of these 3 points which I am going to give you now. Very, very important. Very often they have asked area from mu minus sigma and mu plus sigma is 68.28%. Area from mu minus 2 sigma and mu plus 2 sigma is 95.46%. Now, area from mu minus 3 sigma and mu plus 3 sigma is 99.73%. As it is, they have asked questions in the exam repeatedly. Please remember these values. Guys, the significance of these values, I'll tell you. Sometimes, guys, on area related problems, they may not give you area from z equal to 0 to z equal to 1. To find area from z equal to 0 to z equal to 1. Also, to find area from z is equal to 0 to z is equal to 2. Also, to find area from z equal to 0 to z equal to 3. These three values play a very, very important role. Please understand, guys, how do I find this? Everybody look at this array. Guys, for a standard normal distribution, this is 0. At the center, mean is what? 0. Guys, 0 to 1 means this. Guys, basically this 0 is a mu value, correct? And don't you think this 1 is mu minus sigma point? Because mu plus sigma, I'm sorry, mu plus sigma. Mu is what? 0. Sigma for a standard normal distribution is 1. So don't you think this 1 is mu plus sigma point? And suppose if it is minus 1, don't you think this is mu minus sigma point? Guys, you know the area from mu minus sigma and mu plus sigma, which is 68.28%. Obviously, if I want 0 to 1, it is half of that, which is 68.28 divided by 68.28 divided by 2. What is it? 34.14% or 0.3414 is the area. Similarly, guys, z equal to 0 to z equal to 2, what I have to do? Mu minus 2 sigma and mu plus 2 sigma area, half of that we have to take 95.46 divided by 2. Similarly, this 99.73 divided by 2 percentage. Have you understood? Have you understood the significance of these values? Everybody, yes or no? Pakka, 100%. Okay. Now, I just want to give you one more thing to add up. Guys, in Poisson distribution, if you refer back to the table, go to, what is it? The formula, PMF equation. E value is a constant approximately equal to 2.72. Please do remember this value. E value is approximately how much? 2.72 it is. Clear, everybody? Shall we have questions? Shall we have questions? Yeah. So please take up questions on normal distribution, binomial distribution, and Poisson distribution. Guys, I would like to give you practice questions straight away. All these are exam questions. All right. Please do understand this, guys. Whenever the question is lengthy, you read the last part of it. If you see the last part of it, they have said area up to 1.333. What is area up to 1.33 means? You know, normal distribution extend from minus infinity to up to plus infinity. But should I go up to plus infinity? No. Means it is minus infinity to 1.333. Have you understood? Yes, you know the thing that minus infinity to 0, the area is how much? 0.5. 0 to 1.33, the area will be how much? Guys, total area is been given of 0.9082. So obviously this area will be what? 0.4082. This is 0.5. Question they've asked is what? Guys, a person owns, see, what is the probability of the length of the time will be between 50 and 70. Everybody look at this. Draw the standard normal distribution. I mean, you have to convert normal distribution into standard normal distribution. Can you see? Array. Can you see what is mean given in the question? Mean is 50. Guys, this point, mean lie at the center, that only becomes 0. This is only x is equal to 50. This is z equal to 0. Everybody clear? They're asking us to find between 50 to 70. Guys, 70 lies towards the right of x equal to 50. So x equal to 70 means what is z equal to? Guys, what is z equal to actually? X minus mu by sigma. Yes or no? X minus mu by sigma. Everybody, x is what here? 70 minus 50 is 20. Sigma is how much? 15. How much it is? So z is equal to 1.33. As per the question, we need to find the area between 50 and 70. Between 50 and 70, that means this is what we need to find. That means area from 0 to 1.333. Guys, already I have splitted it. 0 to 1.33 area is what? 0.4082. Have you all understood? So option C is the right answer. Everyone clear? Clear? Look at the next question. The variance of a normal distribution is given to be 16. Normal distribution variance is what? Sigma square. The mean deviation about mode is when you are given with variance, can you not find the standard deviation? 4. Yes, it's a normal distribution. We know SD, MD, QD relationship. What is it? 2SD equal to 2.5 MD equal to 3QD. What is it they're asking? Mean deviation. Guys, SD we know. What is MD? 2 divided by 2.5 SD. Correct? 4 into 2 divided by 2.5. How much it is? So option A is the right answer. Everybody clear? Say yes or no? Akka. Next question, guys. For a normal distribution, the ratio of mean deviation and standard deviation. Just now we took 2SD equal to 2.5 MD. Correct? Ratio of what and what they're asking? MD by SD, which is 2 by 2.5. Yes or no? MD by SD they're asking. 2 by 2.5 is how much? 0. If they had asked SD by MD, what you would have done? 2.5 by 2 it is. Everybody clear? Yes or no? Guys, central moment, please take down the concept of central moment. These are the 4 central moments that we have, guys. 4 central moment. I'll tell you the logic how to remember it. All first central moment for binomial, posons and normal will be 0, 0, 0. First row is been filled. Now, guys, second row are nothing but variance. Variance of binomial is NPQ. Variance of poson is M. It's not capital M, it's small m. Okay. Now, variance of normal is sigma square. Please remember, first row is 0. Second row is variances. Now, once you get the first 2 rows, how to get the third row? Everybody please concentrate. For the normal distribution, first and the third values are same. For Poisson distribution, second and the third values are same. For binomial distribution, you have to remember it's same as second value, but that should be multiplied with q minus p. This is the third central moment. Now, fourth central moment, guys, you have to memorize this binomial fourth central moment. So far, never asked, but still, if they ask you, it is 3n square p square q square plus npq into 1 minus 6pq. And they've asked so far on fourth central moment of Poisson and fourth central moment of normal. Fourth central moment of Poisson is m into 3m plus 1. Fourth central moment of normal is 3 into sigma power 4. You understood? So please remember this table. With the help of this table, you should be able to solve the question. You see here, fourth central moment of normal distribution is what they've asked. Tell me, guys. Fourth central moment of normal distribution is 3 sigma power 4. Guys, variance means what? Sigma square. Correct? How do I write sigma power 4? Sigma square, the whole square. Yes or no? What is sigma square given? 4. 4 square. It is 16 into 3, which is 48. Option C. Have you all understood? Everybody, say yes or no? Yes or no? Guys, the next question. second and third moments of the observations. Guys, first of all, look at this observation. What sort of a distribution is this? It's a symmetrical distribution, means normal distribution only, because evenly spaced. Yes or no? It is a symmetrical distribution or normal distribution. If so, second central moment for a normal distribution is what? Sigma square variance. Third central moment of a normal distribution is 0. Third central moment is 0. Second is sigma square. Guys, how do I find sigma square for these values? First, I have to find x minus x bar the whole square divided by n. Sigma is root. Sigma square means no root. Everybody, first of all, find out the mean. Guys, evenly spaced average of extreme values, which is motte. Okay. Each observation we have to square and subtract from z. I mean, each observation minus 0 the whole square we have to do. Guys, minus 6 the whole square. 36 plus 16 plus 4 plus 4 plus 16 plus 36. How much it is? 112 divided by n. How many observations? 7. How much? 16. So second central moment is 16. Third central moment is 0. Option C is the right answer. Everybody clear? How come mean is 0 for this? Evenly spaced observations, guys. Extreme values, average. Minus 6 plus 6, 0. 0 by 2 is 0 only. Guys, in a normal distribution, 95% observation lies between dash and dash. Everybody, 95% of observation lies between what and what? 95.46 observations lies between mu minus 2 sigma and mu plus 2 sigma. Definitely 95 is what? Little less than 2. That means option C. Mu minus sigma and mu plus sigma, 95.46%. 95% means little less. That means 1.96 and 1 plus. I mean, mu plus 1.96. Have you understood? Had it been 95.46% only, the answer would have been option A. It is less than that. It will be definitely the values will be not exactly 2, slightly less than 2. Guys, question lengthy means what do you do? Read the last part of it. Guys, you have to be smart. Let's see how well you will handle the question. Guys, they're asking probability that there will be not more than 3 calls on the board. Not more than 3 means less than or equal to 3. Probability of x less than or equal to 3. And the other one is exactly 3. P of x equal to 3. Which one is easy to compute, guys? P of x equal to 3 is easy to compute. Solve that first. Because whenever two values are asked, solve always the easier ones. P of x equal to 3. Tell me, guys, what distribution is this? How do you say Poisson? They have given a data. What is it? E power minus m is given off. That means this says it is Poisson distribution, which is e power minus m power x divided by x factorial. Guys, we are finding out for x equal to 3. E power minus m value is 0.2019. M value is how much? 1.6, because when you compare m with this, 1.6, negative negative cancel, m value is 1.6. The whole power how much, guys? 3 divided by 3 factorial. Everybody take your calculator. 1.6 the whole power 3 into 0.2019 divided by 6. How much it is? 13. There's only one option where the second value is 0.13. That is option C. You need not solve the first one. That's why I told you always solve the easier one than the complicated one. Even though there are two questions, solve the easier one. Because x less than or equal to 3 means how many cases? X equal to 0, x equal to 1, x equal to 2, x equal to 3. It will take a lot of time. X equal to 3 means only one case. Solve that out and check in the option. Second one, where it is 0.13. There's only one option where the second one is 0.13. That itself is the right answer. Everybody understood? Yes or no? Pakka. Guys, the overall percentage of failure in a certain exam is 0.3. Failure means what? Q. P is equal to how much, guys? 0.7. Question is, what is the probability that out of a group of 6 candidates, that means n is equal to 6, at least 4 passed? What do you mean by at least 4 passed? What do you mean by at least 4, guys? 4 or 5 or 6. Now that means P of x equal to 4 plus P of x equal to 5 plus P of x equal to 6. This is what we need to find. What distribution is this? Formula for binomial: NCX P power x Q power n minus x. Everybody, n is what? 6e4 P power 4 Q power 2. What is this? 6e5 P power 5 Q power 1. 6e6 P power 6 Q power how much? 0. Everybody know the value of what? P and Q. Now guys, always take highest power of P. Which term has got highest power of P? Here, last term. Type P, guys. 0.7. Raise the power to 6. Counter number is 7. No need to multiply with anything else because 66 is 1. Q power naught is also 1. Store it by pressing M plus. Everybody look here. In the second term, highest power of P is what? P power 5. Type 0.7. Press into, equal to how many times you have to press? 4 times into Q 0.3. There's no power here, just only 1 actually. Into 65 is what? 61. What is 61? 6. Into 6 you do M plus. Everybody clear? Now guys, here which one has the highest power? P power 4. 0.7. Press into, equal to how many times? 3 times. Wait everybody. Press into button. Wait. Now Q square you have to find. You can't be doing 0.3 into equal. Why? Already P power 4 is being typed. What you should do in this case? 0.3 into 0.3 you should do. Type into 0.3 into 0.3. If you do 0.3 into equal, even this value also get squared. That should not happen. Then into 6e4. What is 6e4 in the simplest form? 6e2. Into 6 into 5 divided by 2. M plus MRC. How much? 0.74. Guys, if you solve it this way, then only you'll be able to solve it faster. You should be bang on in terms of memory calculation, right? So hope it is clear. Guys, question lengthy means what you will do, read the last part of it. Using Poisson distribution, find how many boxes will have at least 2 defective. Guys, as per the question, they are asking at least 2 means greater than or equal to 2. Everybody understand what is n? How many bottles are there in each box? 500 bottles. Guys, n is a large number. Definitely Poisson only we should use. Yes or no? Can I take more than or equal to 2 as x equal to 2, x equal to 1 up to 500? You have to convert this into what? Less than. How do you do it? 1 minus p of x less than 2. Equal to is already there. We should not take equal to. What are the possible values? P of x equal to 1 plus P of x equal to 0. Is it clear? Or let me write 0 here, 1 here. You know it's a Poisson distribution. What is PMF equation of a Poisson distribution? E power minus m, m power x by x factorial. Everybody, we need to first of all find out m. Guys, what is m? N into p. Number of bottles are 500 into probability of defective items is 0.1%, which is 0.5. Have you understood? 500 into 0.1% is 0.5. Everybody clear? Now, guys, it's 1 minus. Guys, you know PMF equation, what is common in both the terms? E power minus m. I will take e power minus m. M is 0.5. I'll take it outside. Into what is remaining? M power 0 by 0 factorial. M power 1 by 1 factorial. Is this clear, everybody? Guys, look at this. Isn't it 1 by e power 0.5? Isn't it root of e? E power 0.5 means e power 1 by 2. E power 1 by 2 means root e. What is this value? 1. What is this value, guys? 0.5. 5, isn't it? Now I want you to solve E first of all. E is 2.72. Press the root, guys. Take it up. How do you take it up? Divide equal, multiply with 1.5. Multiply with 1 plus 0.5 is what? 1.5. Now make it negative, plus or minus, add 1. How much it is? 0.0904. This is the probability of finding at least two defective. But they're asking how many boxes will have at least two defective. Guys, what to do? Multiply the probability with the number of boxes. How many boxes we have? 100. So 100 into 0.09, which is 9 boxes, will have at least two defective items. Have you all understood? Guys, one more question. Everybody, e power minus 5 is given. That means it is what distribution? Poisson distribution. What is m value? Compare with e power minus m. M is equal to what? 5. We got to know what is m. Everybody, 5% of the families in Kolkata do not use a gas as fuel. What will be the probability of selecting 10 families? Guys, P of x equal to how many families? 10 families. Guys, what's the formula for Poisson's? E power minus m power x by x factorial. Tell me, what is it? E power minus 5. M is what? 5 power 10 divided by 10 factorial. Guys, you know 10 factorial is 10 into 9 into 8 factorial. No need to simplify the denominator. Solve the numerator first of all. 5 power 10 you do. Type 5, raise the power to 10. Type 5, raise the power to 10. After that, multiply with e power minus 5, which is 0.00671. Done? Done, guys? Divided by 10 factorial is 10 into 9 into 8 factorial. First you divide by 10. Next you divide by 9. Next you divide by 40,320. What's the result? 0.018. Option D is the right answer. 0.018. The method usually applied for fitting a binomial distribution is known as what? Method of moments. Have you all understood, guys? Hope you have a fair idea of solving questions on binomial distribution, Poisson distribution and normal distribution. You want me to have more examples? Yeah, please take this. Examine the validity of the following. Guys, mean and SD of a binomial distribution are 10 and 4. What is this? Mean. SD is what? 4. Guys, if SD is 4, what is variance? Tell me, guys, for a binomial distribution, which is greater, mean or variance? Mean is greater, but mean is 10, variance is 16. Is it valid? No. Please understand, for a binomial, mean is always more than variance, but they have given mean is less than variance, so not valid. In a Poisson distribution, probability of success is very close to shape of a normal distribution depends on its parameter. What are parameters? Mu and sigma square. So definitely when you change mu and sigma square, the shape of the normal distribution would change. Have you all understood? Yes or no? Pakka? 100%. I want you to solve one question on binomial distribution. This kind of questions are very common in the exam. They've said P of 6 comma P, that means number of trials are 6. P is probability of success. Guys, two PMF expressions are given. P of x equal to 2 means NCX, P power x, Q power n minus x is a formula. Correct? What is n? 6C2, P power 2, Q power how much? 4. How come 4? N minus x. Here 9 into 6C4 P power 4 Q power 2. Everybody, something gets cancelled on both the side. 6C2 and 6C4. Why? Both are equal. Next, P square cancels P power 4. Q square cancels Q power 2. Now what we have? Q square is 9P square. Please understand, you are asked to find the value of P. You have square on both the side. Take the root on both the side. Q square becomes what? Q. 9 becomes what? 3. And P square becomes what? P. Have you understood? Everybody, I gave you a shortcut if you remember. When you get this equation, what is the value of P? P is 1 divided by 1 plus coefficient of p in the q equation? It is 3. The result is what? 1 by 4. Option D is the answer. Suppose had q been 2p, what would have been the p value? 1 divided by 1 plus coefficient of p in the q equation is 2. The answer would have been 1 by 3. Hope you remember this. Right? Q is equal to 3p. How did you get? We had q square is equal to 9p square. We wanted p. We took the square root on both the side. Q square became q. 9 becomes 3 and p square becomes p. Q is equal to 3p means what is p? 1 divided by 1 plus coefficient of x here is, p here is 3. So 3 should be added. 1 plus 3 is 4. Is it clear, everybody? That is it from theoretical distribution. All concepts have been discussed. Guys, let's start with differentiation and integration. The weightage of this chapter is 4 to 5 marks. Now, you must know the standard derivatives first of all. What are standard derivatives? First one, d by dx of x power n is n into x power n minus 1. When to apply this, tell me? Whenever the base is variable, power is constant. One example on this, d by dx of x power 6 will be 6 into x power 5. No need to write the formula and waste your time. Second one, d by dx of a power x. When to apply this? When the base is constant, power is variable, formula will be a power x only, along with that a log a to the base e. Even if there is no base, it's e only. One example for this, d by dx of 3 power x is 3 power x into log 3. Clear? Now, the third standard formula, d by dx of e power x is e power x only. But tell me, guys, d by dx of e power ax is what? The constant coefficient of x becomes a multiplier in differentiation, becomes a denominator in integration. You remember? Constant coefficient is a, that becomes a multiplier. So it's a into e power ax. Clear? Then d by dx of log x to the base a. What is it? 1 by x log a. What is d by dx of log x? 1 by x. If there is no base means e it is. Everybody. One example on fourth one. D by dx of e power minus 3x will be what? Minus 3 into e power minus 3x. Is it clear, everybody? Yes or no? Right. 7th, 8th and 9th are derived from the first one only. First of all, d by dx of a constant. What is it, guys? 0. Derivative of a constant is 0. Next, d by dx of x. Guys, how do you interpret dx in the numerator, dx in the denominator? They get cancelled. You get what? 1. That way you can remember. And the ninth one, d by dx of root x. What is it? 1 by 2 root x. d by dx of a upon x power n. What is it? Minus n into a upon x power n plus 1. One example I want you to take, d by dx of 6 upon x power 3. Tell me what's the result of this? Minus 18 upon x power 4. Minus 18 upon x power 4. Have you all understood? Right. Guys, the next thing that we had discussed was sum rule. When to apply sum rule? When two or more functions are separated by plus or minus sign in between, we apply a sum rule. One example on this, let's say 5x power 3 plus 3 log x minus e power 3x plus log x to base 5. Find dy by dx. Guys, terms are separated by plus or minus sign in between. We differentiate each term separately. Everybody, derivative of 5x cube. 3 comes out as a multiplier, multiplies with 5, becomes what? 15. X power reduces by 1, power 2. Now 3 is outside. Derivative of log x is 1 by x. Now derivative of e power 3x is 3e power 3x. Derivative of log x to base 5 is 1 by x log 5. Is it clear? Everybody, yes or no? Pakka, 100%. That's thumb rule for you. Now moving on to product rule. Guys, when two or more functions are multiplied, you apply product rule. How do you apply? Everybody, let's say x square into log x is the function. Two functions are multiplied. When you want to find dy by dx, take the first function outside. Don't differentiate it. Take the first function out. Differentiate this log x. Derivative of log x is 1 by x. Now do the exact opposite. Take log x outside. Derivative of x square is 2 into x power 1. Even if you don't write x power 1, it is understood. X power 1 only. Is it clear, everybody? Yes or no? Right. Now x and x cancel. It is x plus 2x log x is the answer. Now, when you have three functions multiplied, for example, y is equal to x e power x log x. When you have three functions multiplied, when you want to find dy by dx, you have to take two functions outside without differentiating it. First, you want to take what outside? X e power x. Differentiate what? Log x. Derivative of log x is 1 by x. Now, in the second term, what you want to take outside? E power x log x, fine. E power x log x. Which one you want to differentiate? X. Derivative of x is 1. In the third term, what you have to take outside? E x and log x. Derivative of e power x is e power x itself. Now you can take common and simplify it later. I'm not gonna get into it. Is it clear? That's a product rule for you. Next, we have a quotient rule. Guys, what is quotient rule? When you have a numerator and denominator, we apply a quotient rule. So how do you apply a quotient rule? Let's say y is equal to u by v. Guys, always dy by dx will be denominator will get squared. V becomes v square. First, what comes out is v into du by dx minus ulta u into dv by dx. This is what is the formula for quotient rule. One example on this. Y is equal to log x divided by x. Everybody, I can apply quotient rule. What is dy by dx? Denominator gets squared, x square. What should come out? X. Derivative of log x is 1 by x. Now what should come out? Log x. Derivative of x is 1. X cancel. 1 minus log x divided by x square. This is what is differentiation of this function applying quotient rule. Guys, in quotient rule, I gave you one shortcut. Whenever the function is of this form, a into f of x plus b divided by c into f of x plus d. Whenever if the function is of this form, always dy by dx will be AD minus BC divided by denominator the whole square into f dash of x. One question on this. If y is equal to 3 log x minus 2 divided by 5 log x plus 3. Everybody, what is common thing in both numerator and denominator? Log x. That is my f of x. Clear? Now, dy by dx will be AD minus BC. 3 into 3, m plus 5 into 2 negative, but we have to change the sign m plus MRC. How much it is? 19 into f dash of x is log x derivative is 1 by x. 19 into 1 by x is 19 by x. Denominator is 5 log x plus 3 the whole square. Is this clear? One step we can do it off. One more example you want to do? Please quickly do it. Guys, the question is y is equal to 5x cube plus 3 divided by 6x cube minus 7. Find dy by dx. Tell me AD minus BC. 5 into minus 7, minus 35. 6 into 3, 18, but negative sign. Minus 35 minus 18 is minus 53. Minus 53. अभी picture बाकी है. F dash of x. Can you tell me what is f of x? The common term is f of x. Derivative of x cube is 3x square divided by denominator the whole power 2. Guys, minus 53 into 3 is how much? Minus 159 x square divided by 6x cube minus 7 the whole square. This is the one-liner for such questions. Everybody clear? Say yes or no. Now, derivatives of composite functions, function of a function or chain rule. Guys, priorities. Always the priority is given for constant power, whole power. If there is a constant whole power, everything except the constant whole power, we treat it as x. This looks like x power 5. Whatever we underline, we treat it as x. Derivative of x is 5 into x power 4. But we make it a habit of writing d by dx of whatever been underlined. So what is to be written within the brackets? Whatever been underlined. Is this clear? Is this clear? How do I differentiate this? By sum rule, which is 5 into x square plus 5x plus 6 the whole power 4. Tell me the sum rule for this. Derivative of x square is 2x. Derivative of 5x is 5. Derivative of a constant is 0. No need to write plus 0. This is what is dy by dx. Clear, everybody? The priority is given for the constant power. If there is no constant power, priority is given for the outer function. Shall we take one question where there is an outer function? Y is equal to log of log x. Guys, I told you a shortcut for such question if you remember. Tell me, if I want to eliminate this log, derivative of log is 1 by x. Log goes off means what is remaining? Log of log x. That should stay in the denominator. If I want to cancel this log, 1 by log x. If I want to cancel this log, 1 by x. All numerators get multiplied. 1 by x log x log x into log of log x. That is the answer. Because derivative of log x is 1 by x, guys. So why the trend is 1 by x form. You see, I wanted to cancel the outer log. So I have to take the derivative of log. Derivative of log is what? 1 by x. After cancelling the outer log, what is remaining? Log of log x. Now I want to cancel this log. Derivative of log is 1 by x. After cancelling that log, what is remaining? Log x. That should stay in the denominator. Now I want to even cancel this log. Derivative of log x is 1 by. What is remaining here? X. That will come in the denominator. Have you all understood? Now, guys, the next type of differentiation that we have is parametric differentiation. What do you mean by parametric differentiation? You will have two parameters, x and y, which are functions of t. You'll be asked to find dy by dx. For example, x is equal to say ct, y is equal to c by t square. Find dy by dx. Everybody, what's the one-liner for this? Dy by dx is equal to, in the numerator, which one to differentiate? Y function. Guys, this resembles what form? Tell me. A by x power n form. Derivative is minus n into a divided by x power n plus 1. That means minus 2 into c divided by t cube. Is it clear? Now, guys, derivative of ct. C comes out. T with respect to t, derivative is 1. There's no denominator for it. I can write 1. Oh, c is remaining, sorry. C by 1. Only c is there. I can visualize that. C by 1. I can write c by 1. Yes or no? Why did I write divided by 1? Tell me. Because numerator has a denominator. Denominator c doesn't have denominator. So we can write divided by 1. Guys, when you have a by b by c by d, extremes will always get multiplied, that is a into d. The middle terms always get multiplied, that is b into c. Tell me what will happen. Minus 2c into 1, c into t cube. C cancel. The answer is minus 2 by t cube. That's the answer. That is parametric differentiation for you. Hope it is clear for everybody. Now, guys, the next thing that we have is implicit functions. Guys, how do you differentiate implicit function? First of all, what is the meaning of implicit function? The moment x and y are together or on the same side, such functions are called as implicit function. For example, x cube plus x square y plus y square x plus 2xy is equal to 10. Find dy by dx. Guys, what function is this? Implicit function. How do you say implicit? X and y are on one side or they are together. Guys, what's the shortcut I gave you here? Minus should be outside. Differentiate x with respect to x for the numerator, treating y as constant. Do the exact ulta for the denominator. Differentiate y with respect to y, treating x as constant. What comes out? Negative comes out. Differentiate what with respect to x? What respect to what? X with respect to x. Derivative of x cube with respect to x is 3x square. See, y is a constant for numerator. I will take it out. Derivative of x square is 2x. Now, what is constant for numerator? Y square. I will take it out. What is derivative of x? 1. Plus, what is constant out of 2xy? 2y is a constant. Derivative of x is 1. So, I am done with the numerator. Denominator, exactly opposite. Tell me, guys. X cube derivative is 0. Why? X is constant for denominator. Out of x square y, what is constant? X square is constant. Derivative of y with respect to y is 1. X is constant. I'll take it out. Derivative of y square with respect to y is 2y. Now, what is constant here? 2x is a constant. Derivative of y is. So, the answer is this. You can, of course, remove 1. Y square into 1 is y, 2y into 1 is 2y, and you can keep the answer this way. Everybody clear? That's a implicit function for you. Remember the shortcut, you should be able to solve the question comfortably. Clear? Next we have logarithmic differentiation. When to do logarithmic differentiation? When base and power both are variables. We do what? Logarithmic differentiation. What's the shortcut for logarithmic differentiation, guys? Y comes out, its power by base, d by dx of base, plus log of base into d by dx of power. One example, y is equal to x power log x, will take log x. X power log x. Guys, dy by dx. Look at the base and the power, both are variables. You can apply the shortcut. Y comes out. Power by base. Power is log x. Base is x. Into d by dx of the base. Derivative of x is 1. Plus log of base. Base is what? X. Into d by dx of power 1 by x. So log x by x plus log x by x is 2 times log x by x. Yes or no? Y into 2 log x by x. That's the answer. Sometimes in the option, they may give you y in terms of x. What you will do for y? X power log x you have to write. Is this clear, everybody? This is a shortcut for logarithmic differentiation. Clear? Then we have successive differentiation. Guys, what is successive differentiation? When you are given dy by dx, when you are given y, you find out dy by dx, that is called as first order derivative. When you differentiate dy by dx once again, you get what? D square y by dx square, that is called as second order derivative. And most of the questions, guys, when they give you y function, some blah, 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 and if they say something into d square y by dx square minus something into dy by dx plus some y, let's say, always the result of such expression will be 0. Please remember, you can take this 1% risk. Only 1% risk, that's it. So, but most of the times it will be 99% times will be 0 only. Guys, derivative of infinite series. What is infinite series? Whenever you have something like y is equal to f of x, power f of x, power f of x, and so on up to infinity. Shortcut for this, dy by dx is equal to what by what, guys? Y square divided by 1 minus y log f of x into f dash of x by f of x. This is that one line. You have to practice this. Otherwise, solving questions becomes very, very difficult. You just have to see in this chapter, you have to practice the shortcuts. That's it, nothing like it. Everybody clear? Everyone? Question is y is equal to what shall I take? Log x power log x power log x power log x and so on up to infinity. What is my f of x here? Log x. What is my f dash of x here? 1 by x. So now, what is dy by dx, guys? Y square divided by 1 minus y log f of x. F of x here for me is log x into f dash of x is 1 by x divided by f of x, because f of x should be in denominator, log x should be in the denominator. Put the brackets properly. Is it clear? Of course, y square into 1 is y square only. That will be the numerator. Clear? Now, some important note points. Whenever they give you x power m into y power n is equal to x plus y whole power m plus n, result will be what? Y by x. For example, x power 5 into y power 6 is equal to x plus y whole power 11. Then, what is dy by dx? It is always y by x. Shubham, I approved. Okay. Slope of the tangent. Slope of the tangent or gradient to the curve is nothing but just a dy by dx and plug in the given point. That means x and y values you have to plug in. That is nothing but slope of the tangent. Clear, everybody? Yes or no? Now, guys, the next application of derivatives is average cost, marginal cost, average revenue, marginal revenue. What is average cost, guys? Total cost by number of units. So if C of x is the total cost, so it's C of x by x. What is marginal cost? Derivative of the cost function. What is average cost? Sorry, average revenue, R of x by x, because total revenue by x is average revenue. Marginal cost is derivative of revenue function. Marginal cost is derivative of cost function. And marginal revenue is derivative of revenue functions. Is it clear, everybody? Now, guys, whenever demand function is given, if they ask you to find the revenue function, please do remember it is demand function into x. And when is profit maximum? When the profit will be maximum, when the marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. That's the condition for maximum profit. Now, next is break even point. What is break even point? Total cost equal to total revenue, C of x equal to R of x. That's what? Application, average cost, marginal cost, average revenue, marginal revenue. Should I give an example on this or not required? Just the derivative you have to find out. Clear? Everybody. Say yes or no. Maximum and minimum value of a function. Guys, whenever you're asked to find maximum or minimum value of a function, you have to first of all find dy by dx, equate it to 0. Find dy by dx and equate it to 0. Next, find d square y by dx square and substitute the values of x you had got in the first step. If d square y by dx square found out to be a negative value, then the function will have maximum value at that value of x. If d square y by dx square found out to be positive, then the function will have minimum value. If d square y by dx square is 0, the function has neither maximum nor minimum. You understood one example on this? Adukuno, you missed up. Chapter 8. You want an example for even average costs, marginal cost? Take it, guys. Yes, take an example on average cost, marginal cost, average revenue, marginal revenue. If the cost function of a commodity is given C of X, okay, and then average cost is equal to marginal cost. They have given what? Average cost. That means C of X by X is equal to D by dx of cost function, because marginal cost means derivative of cost function. Everybody, cost function is given over here. How do I find average cost? I mean, each term you have to divide it by X. Tell me 150X by X is 150. 5x square by x is 5x. X cube by x is x square. Already 6 is there. It will be x square by 6. Now I have to find derivative of this cost function to find marginal cost. Tell me, derivative of 150x is 150. Derivative of 5x square is 5 2s are 10. 10 into x. Derivative of x cube, 3x square divided by 6. Keep it like this only. Now both the side 150 will get cancelled. I'll take this minus 10x. This side becomes what? 10x minus 5x is 5x. Guys, 3x square by 6 minus x square by 6 will be 2x square by 6. 2 ones are 2 threes are. X and x will get cancelled. 5 threes are 15. How many x is remaining? X power 1 is remaining. So x is equal to 15. Option. Array, we had x square here, guys. We cancelled one of the x. So x is still remaining on the right hand side. One example on maximum and minimum value of the function. Guys, the first thing that you should do for finding out minimum and maximum is find out dy by dx. What is it, guys? 6x square minus 15 into 2, 30. X power reduces by 1. Derivative of 36x is 36. Now we have to equate this to what? 0 to find the value of x. But you can divide both sides by 6. X square minus 5x plus 6 equal to 0. Get me the factors for 6. Minus 2 minus 3. So roots are 2 and 3. So x values are 2 or x is equal to 3. Now substitute this in d square y by dx square. Guys, first of all, d square y by dx square is 12x minus derivative of 30x is 30. Substitute these values 2 and 3 in this. If I put x equal to 2, what do I get? 12 2s are minus 6. That means negative means maximum value. Maximum occurs at x equal to what? 2. Maximum value at x equal to 2. Definitely minimum value at x equal to 3 only. If you want, you can just find out. So what is the option? They're asking maxima and minima. Maxima at 2, minima will be at 3. Guys, the next thing, a function y is said to be increasing if its derivative is positive. A function y is said to be decreasing if its derivative is negative. If the derivative is 0, the function is neither increasing nor decreasing. It is said to be a constant function. I want you to solve this question. For a given curve, y is equal to 2 minus x square, x increases at the rate 3 units per second. That means the rate of change of x with respect to time is 3 units per second. Guys, x increasing means x is changing with respect to, guys, per second means time. So dx by dt is 3. Then the slope of the curve will, if you look at the option, they are saying slope of the curve will increase or decrease. First of all, what is slope, guys? Slope s is equal to dy by dx. Tell me what is derivative of this? Minus 2x. Because derivative of 2 is 0, derivative of x square is 2x. Now, guys, this is the slope. S is equal to what? Minus 2x. Now they're asking how the slope is changing. Guys, if you want to find this change of slope, you have to find the derivative with respect to what? Differentiate with respect to. Guys, if you see all the option with respect to seconds, that means time. Tell me, s becomes what? ds by dt. Minus 2 constant. Derivative of x with respect to t is dx by dt. Everybody, what is dx by dt given in the question? So it is minus 6. Derivative is negative, means decreasing or increasing? Decreasing. How many units? 6 units per second. Option C is the right answer. With this, we are done with differentiation. Now, integration. Another 15 minutes, we can complete this. Yes, everybody. Guys, we'll do standard integral in comparison with derivatives. Guys, d by dx of e power ax is a into e power ax. The constant multiplier of x gets multiplied in differentiation. In integration, it's a symbol of integration. E power ax dx will be e power ax divided by plus, because it's an indefinite integral, there will be always plus c constant added. Have you understood? Second one, d by dx of log x. What is it? 1 by x. Integration of 1 by x dx is. Guys, when you differentiate your answer, you should get back the question. Derivative of log x is what? 1 by x. Derivative of a constant is what? 0. 1 by x plus 0. 1 by x. Look at the question. 1 by x. That means your answer is right. You have a doubt, you differentiate your answers. If you're getting your question, it's correct. Third one. D by dx of a power x. A power x into log a. Don't you think log a is a constant? Log a has got multiplied in differentiation. In integration, log a has to get divided. Please remember, constant always gets divided in integration. A power x dx integration will be a power x divided by log a plus c. Everybody clear? The next thing, d by dx of x is what, guys? 1. So integration of 1 dx. You have to think, derivative of what is this 1? Derivative of x is 1, therefore integration of 1 is x plus c. If you differentiate this, you should be getting what? The question 1, isn't it? Everybody. Guys, d by dx of x power n is what? N into x power n minus 1. But in integration, power doesn't reduce by 1, rather power increases by 1. I mean to say, x power n dx is x power n plus 1 divided by whatever is the power, same is the denominator plus c. One example on x power n I want to give you. Integration of x power 3 dx. Tell me, power increases by 1, so 3 becomes what? 4. Denominator is also 4 plus c. Guys, if you know the standard formulas, you should be able to solve the questions easily. Clear? Have I left anything? Nothing? Guys, let's see the sum rule of integration. What is sum rule, guys? Whenever two or more than two functions are separated by plus or minus in between, we integrate each term separately, just like differentiation. First of all, guys, when you want to integrate this function, the log term within the log, the term within the log should be always a simplified one. Yes or no? There is a power associated with it. Power always becomes a multiplier. It is nothing but x log a dx. Guys, you know the fact that constant always comes outside. Yes or no? Constant can be always taken out, be it limits, be it integration, be it differentiation. Constant is taken out. What's the constant here? What remains? X. Integration of x. There's no power means what? 1. So tell me, what is it? X square by 2 plus. That's the answer. Option. Everybody clear? Now tell me, guys, there are how many terms here? 3 terms. Separated by plus or minus in between. What do you do? Thumb rule. Guys, 5 is a constant. Take it away. Integration of x power 4 is x power 5 by 5. 3 is a constant, take it away. Integration of e power 3x is e power 3x into 3 or divided by 3? Divided by 3. 3 is a constant, take it away. 1 is remaining. Integration of 1 is x plus what? 3. 5, 5 cancels, 3, 3 cancels. Answer is x power 5 minus e power 3x plus 3x plus c. Option A is the right answer. Have you all understood? Guys, the next thing is definite integrals. Please understand, definite integrals must be integrated the same way as you integrate a indefinite integral. But the thing is, after integrating it, you have to apply the limits. Guys, how do you apply the limits? Everybody look at this. First of all, integrate x square. What is integration of x square? X cube by 3 minus integration of x power 4, x power 4 by 4. Now the limits I have to apply as a whole. What is the limits? Minus 1 plus 1. The entire thing I'll apply the upper limit. Guys, how to apply the limits? Upper limit minus lower limit. Everybody apply the upper limit. X value is 1. 2 into 1, 2 divided by 3, 2 by 3 minus 1 by 4. Clear? Minus lower limit minus 2 by 3 minus 1 by 4. How come 1 by 4? Tell me, because negative power even is always positive. Guys, what will get cancelled? 1 by 4 and 1 by 4 will get cancelled. 2 by 3 will become plus 2 by 3 here. Why? Negative into negative becomes positive. 2 by 3 plus 2 by 3 is 4 by 3. Option C is the right answer. Clear? Everybody, yes or no? Now, this function is an odd function. Why it's an odd function? If I put x equal to minus x, this will change to what? E power minus x, e power plus x. Guys, if you look at this, isn't it minus e power x minus e power minus x? Which is nothing but minus f of x. So, if I put x value as minus x, f of minus x becomes minus of f of x. Guys, if you don't remember this, no need to worry. Integrate normally, however you know. Integration of e power x is e power x. Integration of e power minus x, e power minus x divided by minus 1. Apply the limits now, minus 1 to plus 1. Guys, don't you think this becomes plus 1? Minus into minus becomes plus. Apply the upper limit. E power 1 is e plus e power minus 1. Upper limit is done. Minus lower limit. E power minus 1 plus e power plus 1. Because minus of minus 1 is plus 1. What will get cancelled, guys? E power minus 1, e power minus 1 cancels. Oh. Have I made a mistake here? Is it 2e? Oh, e power 1, right? Oh, it's correct. It's the same, right? It's the same. They get answered. Option A, 0. Everybody, clear? Yes or no? Guys, this the property of definite integral. Whenever you have integral a to b f of x dx, x can be replaced by the sum of the limits minus x. What is sum of the limits, guys? A plus b. You can see in place of x, you have sum of the limits minus x. This property is very, very, very important. If you see a question, 1 plus 6 is how much, guys? 7. Isn't it this x replacing by 7 minus x, applying the property only? So are they not equal, guys? Are they not equal? So equal values subtracted means 0. I mean to say, this by using property 1 to 6, x is replaced by what? 1 plus 6 is 7 minus x. Second term is same. So what will happen? They get cancelled, you get 0. Guys, for such question, I gave you the one-liner. What it is? Upper limit minus lower limit divided by what? Divided by what? B minus A divided by 2. Upper limit minus lower limit divided by 2 for such question. Yes or no, guys? What is the upper limit? 3 minus lower limit 2 divided by 2. That's the shortcut for such question. Upper limit minus lower limit divided by 2. Upper limit is 3, lower limit is 2 divided by 2. The answer is 1 by 2. Have you understood? Everybody? How about this? 2 minus 0 divided by 2 is 1. Upper limit is 2, lower limit is 0. 2 minus 0 is 2 divided by 2 is 1. Integration by substitution. That's easy. Everybody look at this. Integration by substitution. Everybody, guys. Suppose if you have ax plus b whole power n. Guys, don't you think ax plus b is a linear factor? Always a linear factor can be taken as x. So it looks like x power n. What is integration of x power n? X power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1 plus c. What is my x? Ax plus b. Picture abhi baki hai. Coefficient of x should get divided. What is the coefficient of x? A. So a should be in the denominator. Example on this, integration 3x plus 5 whole power 3 dx. Tell me, 3x plus 5 can be taken as x. X power 3 integration is x power 4 by 4 plus c. What is my x? 3x plus 5. Something else needs to be divided. 3 fours are 12. Have you understood? Second variety of question, integration 1 by ax plus b. Everybody look at this. Ax plus b can be taken as a linear fact. It's a linear factor. It can be taken as x. Looks like what, guys? 1 by x. Integration of 1 by x is log x plus c. What is my x? Ax plus b. Picture abhi baki hai. Divided by coefficient of x should be divided. You understood? An example. Guys, formula only you are able to say yes or no. Answers you can. 1 by 3x plus 7 dx. Tell me, log of 3x plus 7 plus, what if I give you, let's see how you react to it. 1 by 3x plus 7 whole power 5. You have to take it up. It will be of the form ax plus b power n. Correct? 3x plus 7 whole power 5. Now you can apply x power n formula. Clear, everybody? Is the next one. Integration f dash of x divided by f of x dx. Whenever you have f of x and f dash of x both, say tata bye bye to. Bye bye. F of x you can treat it as x. Looks like what now? 1 by x. Integration of 1 by x is log x plus c. What is my x? F of. Clear? Now you have to understand which one is the function, which one is its derivative. That's very important, for which you need to know differentiation. One example on this. Hey guys, integration 2x plus 7 divided by x square plus 5 7x x square plus 7x plus 11 dx. Tell me guys, which one is f of x? X square plus 7x plus 11 is only f of x, because on differentiating that only you get 2x plus 7. So say tata bye bye to this. What remains? 1 by x. Integration of 1 by x is log x. X square plus 7x plus 11 plus. Guys, no need to divide anything, especially when you say tata bye bye to f dash of x. No need to divide anything. If you divide anything, wrong. Everybody understanding? Thinking that 7 is a coefficient of x, I'll divide 7. No. That is only when there is no f dash of x. If there is a f dash of x, you say tata bye bye to it. So no need to divide the coefficient of x here. That comes only with the linear factor. Next. This when you have f of x power n into f dash of x dx. Tata bye bye to which one? This will go off. Which one will be your x? This resembles what? X power n. Integration of x power n is x power n plus 1 divided by n plus 1 plus c. What is my x? That's it. Example. Log x whole power 3 divided by x. Sir, I'm not able to see what is f of x and what is f dash of x. Split. Log x power 3 into 1 by x dx. Everybody understood? What's my f of x here? Log x. What's f dash of x? 1 by x. Say tata bye bye to this. Looks like what? X cube. What is integration of x cube? X power 4 divided by 4 plus c. What is my x? That's it. Understood? Everybody, say yes or no. Guys, one last. When you have e power x within the bracket f of x plus f dash of x, the result of this is always e power x into f of x. You can take one example. E power x into minus 1 by x square plus 1 by x dx. Tell me which one is f of x, which one is f dash of x. Which one is f of x here and which one is f dash of x here? F of x is 1 by x. Its derivative is only minus 1 by, guys, which formula? A by x power n. 1 into minus 1 is minus 1, x power 2 it becomes when you differentiate it. So what is the answer, guys? E power x into 1 by x plus c would be the answer. Everybody clear? Yes or no? 100%. Done with what? Integration by substitution. Two more concepts to discuss. Let us discuss that, guys. Integration by parts. Guys, when to apply integration by parts? When you cannot solve a question using substitution, then you have to think about parts. What sort of questions can be solved using parts is x e power x, x square e power 2x, x cube e power 3x. These kind of questions can be solved by integration by parts. Even x log x also, but x log x I told you, you will have to solve that in terms of conventional formula, but conventional formula I'm not going to teach you. Option hitting you can do whenever there is a log x under integration. Option hitting you can do. What is option hitting? Differentiate the options. Whichever option gives you the question, that's the right answer. Guys, the shortcut for integration by parts is u first part, v1 second part of the first term. Get this properly, guys. Remaining things will just follow. Second term will be negative. It's alternative plus and minus. How do I get the first part of the next term? Differentiate first part of previous term, which is u dash. How do I get the second part, guys? Integrate second part of the previous term. V1's integration is V2. First of all, know what is V1. V1 is integral of what? V1 is integral of V. Okay. Now, how do I get the next term? First part I have to differentiate of the previous term, which is u double dash. Second part, if I want to get V3, integrate. That's all you have to do. Let's take one question on this. Everybody, x square e power 2x. Guys, priority is what? LAE. Which one gets the priority? Logarithm. Logarithm we are not going to use. Next, algebraic gets the next priority. So, which one is algebraic? X terms are algebraic. E power x are exponential. Which one should be taken as u? Definitely x square. Which one should be taken as v? E power 2x. Guys, for the first term, I should write down u only, which is x square. For the second part, I should write v1, not v, v1. What is v1? Integration of v, which is e power 2x divided by 2. You get the first term right, remaining terms will just follow. First negative sign, First term positive, second term negative. First part, if I want to get, differentiate first part of previous term. Derivative of x square is 2x. Integration of this will be e power 2x divided by 4. How come? Integration of e power 2x is e power 2x by 2. Already there is a 2 here. 2 into 2 is 4. Next term. Derivative of 2x is 2. Integration of e power 2x by 4 is e power 2x by 8. That's all. We will not have the next term. The reason being, if I differentiate 2, I get a 0. Therefore, plus c. Of course, 2 ones are 2 fours are 2 ones are 2 twos are. This is that one liner. If you solve this question conventionally, exam will get over. Everybody clear? And please note, integration log x or integration x log x, solve such questions by option hitting. That means, that is, differentiate options to get question. Is it clear, everybody? One last thing. What is it? Integration by partial fraction. Everybody take this down. Guys, there are two types in partial fraction. Type 1. What is it? Non-repeating linear factor. Non-repeating linear factor. What is non-repeating linear factor? For example, please take this. 5x plus 7 divided by x minus 2 into x minus 3. Guys, if you see the denominator, you should not see the numerators, guys. Only the denominator factors you should see. Look at the denominator. Factors are linear only. Ax plus b sort, yes or no? Do they have powers? They don't have powers. If they don't have powers, such factors are said to be non-repeating linear factors. Clear? What is the one-liner for this is some constant into log of first factor x minus 2 plus some constant into log of second factor x minus 3. No log for numerator. Factors means denominator only we should consider. Is this clear, everybody? Now, how to find this constant, guys? Everybody, look at the factor associated with it, x minus 2. How will x minus 2 become 0? Put x equal to 2. Where? In the question, leaving out which factor? X minus 2. Tell me, guys. 5 twos are 10 plus 7 divided by 2 minus 3 minus 1. 17 by minus 1 will be minus 17. Now, how do I find the second constant? Put x equal to 3. Where? In the question, leaving out x minus 3. 5 threes are 15 plus 7 divided by 3 minus 2, 1 plus c. One liner, guys. If you solve this conventionally, I have solved it in the class. How much time it will take? Have you all understood? Type 2. Repeating linear factor. I'll give you a question and I'll give you the shortcut straight away. Say, guys, you have 6x plus 11 divided by x minus 4 into x minus 3 the whole power. Or let me give you x minus 5 into x minus 6 the whole power 2. Guys, do you have a repeating linear factor in this question? Yes. What is the repeating linear factor? X minus 6. Guys, first of all, type 1 itself is so lengthy. Type 2, it will be much lengthier. So, I am going to give you one liner. Within one line, you can get the answer. Everybody, some constant into log of non-repeating factor divided by repeating factor without power. Without power. This is what the first term is. Minus some constant divided by repeating factor without power. Without power. Both are without power only. Everybody, for this question, constant I would write as it is log of. Tell me, guys, non-repeating linear factor is which one? X minus 5 should be in the numerator. Which one should be in the denominator? X minus 6. Clear? Minus x minus 6. Now, which coefficient I have to find? Second term or first term? Second. Why second term? I said it has only one factor, no confusion whatsoever. That factor only you should make 0. How do I make this as 0? Put x equal to 6. Where do I put x equal to 6? In the question, leaving out this factor. Tell me what will happen. 6 6 are 36 plus 11. 47 divided by 1 is 47. Have you understood? Now, guys, I have made which factor 0 already? X minus 6 as 0. I am left out to make which factor 0? X minus 5. Put x equal to 5. Where? In the question, leaving out this factor. 6 5s are 30 plus 11, 41 divided by 1. That's all is the answer. Plus, huh, is it clear? Yeah. Note is that when you have 0 to 2a mod a minus x, it's always a square. For example, 0 to 8 mod, what should be the value? 4 minus x. Whatever the upper limit, half of that will be the value of a. If so, the answer is a square, which is 4 square, which is 16. Clear? Everybody. Guys, one more question that we have dealt with is special integral. You remember what it is? When power of x in numerator and denominator are same. What do? Express numerator in terms of denominator. You remember this? What was the question? Let's say x minus 5 divided by x plus 7. Let's say this is the question. Look at the power of x in the numerator, 1. Look at the power of x in the denominator, 1. When the powers are same, it is regarded as this type. What to do? First of all, express the numerator in terms of denominator. What to do, guys? Write down the denominator in place of numerator first of all. What's the denominator? X plus 7. Now, you have to think x plus 7 will become x minus 5 by doing what? Minus 12. Because 7 minus 12 is only minus 5. Denominator is x plus 7. It will remain as it is. Everybody clear? Guys, you know that a minus b by c is a by c minus b by c. Yes or no? I'm going to split the terms. X plus 7 divided by x plus 7 is 1. So integration of 1. 12 divided by x plus 7. 12 comes out. Integration of 1 by x plus 7. What is integration of 1, guys? X. 12 out. Guys, don't you think x plus 7 is a linear factor? We can always take the linear factor as x. Looks like what? 1 by x. Integration of 1 by x is log x. What is my x? Should I divide anything here? Why? Coefficient of x is 1. Finally, plus. Understood? Everybody, pakka. See, if you have understood the concept, revising this chapter doesn't take much time. Any chapter for that matter, if you have already done once, revising the chapter will not take much time. Clear? Yeah, guys, with this, we are done with this marathon. on QA, right? And all the best. Yes, I had to be fast. I had no other option. I know the fact that this will be a recorded video. You can always adjust the speed of while watching. So I know the fact. So why I had to be fast? Because 150 hours ka syllabus it is. Think about completing in 3 days. We are able to complete the reason, only reason being, not just I was fast. I have not left any concept. Actually, if you see, all the concept we have dealt with, not just because I was fast, it is because we have a lot of shortcuts. Because of that reason, we were able to do it. And guys, with the help of shortcuts, you can excel in the exam. So any doubts, any chapter, please reach out to me. Right? I'll be available for your help till your examination. Right? So please reach out to me. I'll be very happy. After, if you flunk, I'll also be I'll be available even after that. So please, please, please don't think about that not succeeding. You should clear in the first attempt only. That is what I wish. After succeeding, I want to see you guys, right? With treat, right? All the best. See you all.